Visitor from the Spurt Realm 4. A rampant discussion promptly ensues among the guests after the report became public. First Sherfu, second Sherfu, third Sherfu. By Yan's eye showed a gleam of frost. If a fight breaks out later, I want you to help protect the lawn house in my stead. Yener, Zhengqi first, frowns after seeing the firm face the woman was making, sighing because he knew what she intends to do. All right, we will protect the members of the lawn house. Nothing will happen to them. Precisely then, a faint chuckling laughter breaks through the doorway like a sonic boom. Though it's mild and light, it's almost magical because it was able to penetrate through their eardrums and causing considerable discomfort. Bai Yan did not like this one bit as soon as she saw the pale looks coming off of her adopted family members. Without delay, she rushes over to the Lan family members to give them a bottle of pills. Grandfather, hand these Dan pills to the rest of the family. When things get active in a bit, you and everyone else must stay in the back. This medicine she's handing out was capable of allowing the user to resist the pressuring aura of others to a certain extent. If the enemy does want to fight, it would be enough to keep the Lan family from fainting or simply dying out due to their weak cultivation. Those enemies are that strong? Naturally, old Lord Lan would make a frown despite unceremoniously taking the offered bottle. Don't worry, grandfather, I'll handle this. After giving what she needed to give, Bai Yan didn't waste any more time and came before the center of the hall. In that same instant, the place had turned quiet again because the new entry had come without invitation. Raining down with flower petals, a woman wearing a pristinely white dress descends upon the crowd like a fairy from the legends. She was elegant, beautiful, and pure, a perfect imitation of a celestial maiden in appearance. Also, there were countless maids wearing similarly white-colored dresses from behind, just that they're not as well made as the first one. Misty Fairy House, Holy Land, Medicine Sect. Looks like the members of all three powers are gathered here already. Are you with the people who came to make trouble before? Chief Wu Wei asks with a stern voice like he demands an answer. Chuckling in a dismissive manner, the woman in white seemed rather amused by the strong front. Are you referring to the Wu family? They're no more than dogs working under me. I, Lu Qingyu, am not of the same low standard. Then why are you here? It's nothing special. I came because I only want 3 places. The Misty Fairy House's main estate, Holy Land's main island, and the Medicine Sect's medicine vault. Holy Island? Bai Yan's eye promptly narrowed into a slit upon having that island brought up. What does the spirit realm want to do with that little plot of land? And then there's that topic from before regarding the 3 powers. What could it be about? Is it related to these 3 specific places? It doesn't matter if you people can't decide on it on now. I'll give you 3 days worth of time to come to a decision and give me a proper answer. Don't say we from the spirit realm aren't considerate. The woman in white whisks her sleeve and wanted to leave after dumping this demand on them. We're going. Hold on. A sudden harsh voice stops them mid-track. Unfazed by this, Lu Qingyu calmly turns around to meet the female responsible for that outcry. This lady, is it because 3 days isn't long enough? No, I only want to inform you of one thing. This Misty Fairy House isn't a place where you can come as you please and leave as you wish. Now that you're here, you better leave something behind. Visitor from the Spurt Realm 5. Lu Qingyu was honestly taken aback by that ordering shout. Are you talking to me? Ever since the demon realm was sealed a millennium ago, they too from the spirit realm were also blocked off from the outside world. That's why none of their people made a presence for so many years. But to hear this level of arrogance here today was honestly beyond her expectation. Do you know He Chu Chu? Bai Yan asks with indifferent calmness. Now that brought on a change in the person's face. You know where He Chu Chu is? I naturally know of her. Bai Yan answers with a smirk. Not long ago the seal in the demon realm was undone, so your spirit realm also gained passage to the outside world as a direct consequence of that. He Chu Chu is the one who led the group of attackers on the demon realm, and she was delusional enough to think she could subdue my hubby and make him her familiar. How laughable. In the end her people were not only defeated, she too was killed in the process. Regarding the way Bai Yan called Deetsong her hubby, it's truly candy to the Demon King's ear. He could literally fall heads over heels right now if no one was looking. Heck, if they were in the bedroom, he would jump her and have an extended go in their love-making this instant. Unfortunately, This wasn't so the best choice he had was to watch how his lovely wife would handle these people. Without deviating from expectation, that little piece of information immediately causes Lu Qingyu's expression to darken up. She and he Chu may not get along very well, but they're still half-sisters. What sort of last words do you have to say for yourself? The woman in white explodes with a dangerous glint in those eyes. Oh, I only want to ask you if you are at the celestial rank or not. Rubbing her own chin in contemplation, Bai Yan's demeanor gave off the impression she's not intimidated in the least. Lu Qingyu was rather amused by her opposition's act though, chuckling in her tone. Do you think the celestial rank is that easy to achieve? Those from the celestial realm are so insidious and devious, as if they would let others from elsewhere learn of the secret in breaking through to that stage. Whether it be the demon realm or spirit realm, they are all having trouble breaking through to that level. Which means aside from those old relics that were already at that stage a millennium ago during the Great War, there shouldn't be any new ones awakening to that power. It's just that, according to Bai Yan's assessment, some of those powerful masters who attacked the demon realm were clearly at the celestial rank. Now that leaves a big gaping question in the air. How did they manage to do that when they're not from that age where it's still possible to reach that level? Are those your last words? Lu Qingyu asks again, her patience starting wear thin. Showing a smile, Bai Yan now looks to the other side like she's seeing a prey. Since you didn't break into the celestial rank, then that's easy to do. What? Blinking her eyes in clueless light, the woman in white didn't have any idea what she meant by those words. Yanner. Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei were both in great shock. They understand that the girl has greatly improved in strength since the last they met, but they too could see the unwelcomed females across from themselves are unlike the last wave of attackers. They're much higher. Acting like she didn't hear their outcry, Bai Yin stretches her body a little before summoning a bony quill with a flick of her finger. This was something she pulled out of a skull dragon that attacked her during the long training session inside the holy domain. In that moment, even the room's temperature had fallen into a splitting chill due to this object. Ditsong also noticed his wife's newfound toy. How did Yin Yin get her hands on an ancient dragon's back quill? Visitor from the Spirit Realm 6. This bony quill was equivalent to a divine relic, making it invincible against anything below the same weapon's grade. Knowing this fact, Lu Qingyu's expression also got serious. She's able to sense that ominous and threatening air coming off of the thing and instinctively took a step back. Like I said, this misty fairy house isn't a place where you can come as you please and leave as you wish. Swoosh! Bai Yin leaped with incredible speed after throwing down her words. Brandishing that frost-driven quill as her weapon, she's able to catch her foe off guard and swing around to the back and slash down. For Lu Qingyu, who's been staring down at everyone in a superior position, this was completely against the script she had planned. If not for the reactive block of her own blade by turning, she would have died right then and there. Even so, the quill ended up slicing right through the metallic sword and knocking this woman back several feet from the original spot due to the impact force alone. Feeling the sting in her chest from the residual damage, Saint rank. This woman is actually Saint rank. How come? The information I got from my people's investigation is that none should be at this level, the highest being only at the monarch rank. Note: this new level is stronger than monarch rank and weaker than celestial rank. The maids who came with Lu Qingyu has now come to their senses after realizing their lady was losing the fight. Drawing a long sheet of silky white robe, these girls promptly surrounding Bai Yan in a circling formation. You people are picking on my mother with so many people, aren't any of you ashamed? The childish voice was so out of place that many had trouble taking it seriously. Forking his little fists against the waist, Bai Xiachen now stands in front of his mother in a protective position. Although he knew these enemies couldn't really do any harm, but it doesn't change the fact that he wants his precious woman to be less strained by the experience. And to turn his wish into real tangible action, he started to whistle. In time at all, herds of thousands of demon beasts came trampling over to the point where the main gates were completely destroyed by the overwhelming number that the boy summoned. Bai Chongfeng and Chief Wu Wei took this relatively well. After all, they've already seen this happen before, so the experience didn't blow them away. However, the others who never witnessed something like this happening were completely scared off their wits like the world's about to end. Mass beast summoning? You? Lu Qingyu seems to have thought of something, her pair of beautiful eyes wide and full of shocking fear when looking at the boy. Then, her sight eventually fell upon Deetsong's peerless and devilish face. Demon King? How come the Demon King is here? It can't be, this woman is that rumored Demon Queen? That must be it. Aside from the son of the Demon King, who else can mobilize so many demon beasts at once? Thinking of the danger she has now plunged herself into, Lu Qingyu's expression was as pale as it comes. Tightly clenching those dainty fists, she trembles profusely on thinking up a escape plan. Son, you mustn't summon so many demon beasts at once. What if you scare grandfather and them? Bai Yan begins her lecture despite the mood. Even if you don't scare them, ruining the grasses and flower beds aren't good either. Next time only call some, okay? All cute and repenting, the little steam bun sounded all innocent and cute in his response. "'Kay mother, I know I'm wrong. Now that's my good boy." Ruffling the boy's hair, Bai Yan's face was all smiles when complimenting. Then out of the blue, a sharp blinding light shoots down from the sky, aiming straight for the woman's body. Everyone present couldn't react to this sudden attack in time, well, except for one anyways. Deetsong, who's been non-reactive until now, has finally began to move. Pulling his wife into a protective embrace, the Demon King promptly raises a hand to repel the offending light. In that second, a resounding boom resonates from the two opposing colliding force, causing the very eardrums of these guests to ring painfully. "Mother!" Bai Xiaqin's heart thumped intensely after the dust settled on the ground. "Mother, are you all right?" Lu Qingyu's goal won. Bai Yan shakes her own head helplessly at the two overly protective males in her life. Pushing Deetsong's arm aside, she leans down to pick her boy up in order to console that uneasy heart. "I'm fine, don't worry, you silly." After saying this, she then turns her attention over to the old senior responsible for that sneak attack that's also hiding in the darkness of the night. The old man didn't care about the sharp look he's getting though. Slowly stepping out into the open courtyard, he gently helped Lu Qingyu up from the floor. "Uncle Jun, thank goodness you're here." With help by her side, this arrogant woman now felt at ease again and returned to her usual demeanor. Glaring at Bai Yan, "I know who killed my half-sister, it's these people right here." She may not like He Chu and even hate the girl, but that doesn't mean she would tolerate others in going against the members of the spirit realm. What's more, the other side also caused her to be humiliated before the public. That's not something Lu Qingyu could ignore. Unfortunately for this woman who's now so full of herself, the old senior only needed a glance at Bai Yan and then at Deetsong before realizing the direness of the situation. His face was openly frowning due to the level of shock he felt. "Miss, you go ahead first, I'll follow from behind later." "Uncle Jun." Lu Qingyu didn't know how to take that comment. "What's going on? Uncle Jun's strength should be more than enough to protect me while he fights. Don't tell me that man over there is that powerful where it's beyond my imagination? Hurry and go." Seeing how Deetsong's about to make his move, the senior knew this couldn't be dragged out. Smashing his lady's chest with a palm strike, this senior sends Lu Qingyu's body flying so she would move. Against this futile effort, the Demon King only wanted to sneer in contempt. Whispering into his wife's ear, "Leave everything here to me, you can go chase after that woman." Towards his own wifey's ability, this man knew it better than anyone. That's how much confidence he has in her. "Okay." Nodding at this, Bai Yan carefully placed her boy down from her arms so she could fully go at it. In a flash, her body was gone from the spot and in pursuit through the nightly sky. "Hold it!" This enraged the senior known as Uncle Jun, so he immediately tried to block off the path. However, before any moves could be used against Bai Yan, a powerful gush of wind had come blowing over from the side and knocked him right back down. This small opening was all that's needed for everything to be set in stone. He couldn't chase even if he wanted to with Deetsong at his back. Flying through the night at incredible pace, Lu Qingyu didn't dare to worry about the abandoned senior from her own house. She's too afraid right now because she knew what would happen if Bai Yan manages to catch her. Unfortunately, as soon as she's turned her head around again after verifying there's no one behind herself, the most horrific image has appeared and causes her to stumble backwards in mid-flight. The reasoning? It's because Bai Yan was already standing in front. Say it, what is the purpose of the spirit realm attacking the three powers? I have the right to know the reasoning behind your actions. Under that somewhat intimidating existence, Lu Qingyu instinctively gulped and answered without any forethought. Fine, I'll tell you. I only became aware of the reasoning because my father leaked the information to me by mistake. It is said that the three powers each have a key, and if collected, it will allow the possessor to ascend into godhood. Lu Qingyu's goal, too. Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yin makes an unreadable smile as she spoke. So let me get this straight. If one gets all three keys, then they would be able to ascend into the celestial rank and become a god, are you sure? That's right, the three keys would activate the miracle hidden underneath. Also, I heard the three powers were originally founded by a god from thousands of years ago to begin with, and that the miracle was also created by that person. Bai Yin, I know your strength is very high, but one individual cannot contend with an entire realm. Bai Yin continues to stay quiet, only listening to what the other side had to say. She's rather intrigued at this point and wanted more information. Now, in order to train my brother, my father will definitely not let this opportunity go. Right now he's still occupied with other matters due to the passage being cleared to the outside world. Once he's done with that though, I'm certain he will come in person. Do you think the three powers here will still be able to survive in front of an unprecedented force? And Bai Yin smirks at the persuasion. How about we work together? When I get my hands on the miracle, I'll also give you some great benefit in return. Now this time Bai Yin could no longer hold back her amused laughter. It's genuine without a hint of fakeness. And what makes you think I would need to work with you? She slowly encroaches in on the other side, her face no longer smiling. He can go ahead and come, just know that once he's here, he won't be leaving again. You wouldn't be thinking that the Demon King is invincible, do you? He may be unbeatable here and in the demon realm, but compared to the spirit realm's fighting force, he's still weaker. Like I said, cooperating with me is your best choice. Now that was a bad mistake. This woman shouldn't have turned to talking about Bai Yan's husband. Without so much as a word, she throws out a torrent of wind from her sleeve and knocks the other side right out of the sky. The resulting impact was a loud bang and a heavily coughing out of Lu Qingyu, who looked outraged by the sudden attack. You're really only here for the miracle? She asks again after descending as well. However, unlike the former who came crashing down, Bai Yan's demeanor was like that of someone walking casually down the stairs. It's difficult to imagine the level of control one must have to pull off such a feat in midair. You should know that ascending into godhood and achieving the celestial rank is extremely difficult in our current era. The mere fact that there's a rumor floating about capable of helping me achieve that goal is enough to push me to come in person. Is it now? From what I remember, those masters part of He Chu Chu's group were all around that level in the celestial rank. How do you explain that bit? Blinking her eyes somewhat at being called out, Lu Qingyu hangs her head in contemplation before answering with the truth. Those are the spirit realm's elder force. They're all created using my father's secret ritual. Of course, the price would be they wouldn't be able to live past 100 years at most. The lifespan of a practitioner was always a long one if nothing unexpected occurs. Even for someone like Bai Yan who has reached the level of the saint rank, they're expected to live somewhere between 600 to 700 years. Now imagine someone who's at the celestial rank, they're easily able to live as long as 1,000 years. For that length to be reduced to a sliver of a tenth, that's a price not many would pay. I have said all that I can. You not cooperating with me is fine, but can you let me go? Lu Qingyu asks this with a palm full of sweat. That's how nervous she was at the moment. Bai Yin immediately snickered at the bold request. Let you go? You killed so many from the three powers here and you want me to let you go? Assuming I agree though, do you think those who sacrificed themselves would? The woman in white grew increasingly more agitated in her tune. So what do you want to do, kill me? That won't bring you any benefit. What's more, those people weren't killed by me either. They're killed by the member of the Wu family. My orders were only for them to drive the members of the three powers out, and that's it. Lu Qingyu's goal 3. Leaning to stare down at the other side, Bai Yin coldly grins. What you said about killing you isn't unreasonable, but what good does it do me if I don't kill you? Lu Qingyu grew elated at the notion of hope. Speaking with a stronger voice. My father will be personally coming to the three powers once he's done arranging everything. Before he comes though, I can give you a warning ahead of time and act as your spy on my end. Spy? Smirking at the idea, Bai Yan almost wanted to laugh aloud at the silly suggestion. Do you think I would need a spy on the inside? If those from the spirit realm wants to come here, then they would first need to pass through the demon realm. Knowing that, do you think I would still need your pitiful amount of information? That immediately causes the other side to tense up. Bursting with cold sweat, this once proud woman from the spirit realm was now realizing how foolish she herself have been. The very idea of being a spy was nothing more than a scam on her end to begin with. Now it's obvious the one she's trying to fool wasn't buying it. Then what exactly do you want? I'm not short on spies, but if you're willing to be a slave, then I'll consider your proposal and take you in. Bai Yan's tune sounded light and frank, like it didn't matter to her or not. However, the one on the receiving end was not so happy. Practically exploding with rage on that face, Lu Qingyu refutes the idea right away. Dream on. I am still a well-known individual within the spirit realm. I will never become someone's slave. Swoosh, summoning her bony quill in that split second, Bai Yan's weapon exuded a dangerous frosty air that both startled the other woman and causing alarm in those eyes. You? Bang! Not bothering with any more words, that weapon directly whips across Lu Qingyu's chest and sent her flying out. Though the attack was deliberately made to smack across the flesh and not slash it open, it still left that chest squirting out blood due to the surface skin being torn. Now the lavish white dress she wore had become stained with red as a result of the fluid. Of course, this little move wasn't going to please Bai Yan at all. Brandishing her blade for a second strike, she's now aiming straight for the kill by going for the throat. I'll do it. This shout at the last second saved her life. Lu Qingyu felt death hovering above her head, so that's the only reaction she knew at the last critical moment. And thankfully so for herself, because that shiny flickering sword would have went straight through her neck. I'm willing to be your slave. She says this through gritted teeth. And you think I can believe what you say? You? That causes the pleading woman to go white. Then what do I have to do to make you believe me? Curving her fingers out, a beady little pill appears in Bai Yan's palm. Eat this. What is that? She asks with uncertainty in the voice. Though Bai Yan's expression was a smiling one at this moment, but to the other side, that smile was akin to a demon waving its hand at the victim. A poison that's able to erode your very organs. But don't worry, I have the antidote right here in my possession. As long as you keep taking the antidote every month, then nothing will happen. However, if you go 3 months without the solution, then your stomach will slowly erode away until the toxin kills you. The process is both painful and excruciating, so I suggest you not test it. Making a smirk at the increasingly darkening face of the woman. Of course, you can choose not to take this poison, but I'm sure you know what the consequences are for doing so. I will not allow a tiger to return to bite me in the future. In other words, it's either the poison or you die today. Lu Qingyu's goal for. Lu Qingyu shuddered at the conditions laid before herself. Despite the dread she felt inside, this woman also knew it's too late to turn back now. After all, if she could promise to become someone's slave already, what does it matter if an extra poison was added to the equation? Stealing her nerves, she pops the poison into her mouth with resolve. I've taken the poison now, does that mean I can leave? Your subordinates are still in my place. Do you not intend to take them with you? Bai Yan asks with a hint of melodramatic effect, like she's shocked by the way Lu Qingyu was abandoning her own people. On the other hand, the now slave didn't care about the taunting ridicule. Compared with Bai Yan's strength and intimidation, she's more afraid of that peerless and domineering demon king. But thinking back to Uncle June, who's still risking his own life for herself, Lu Qingyu at least had some sense of humanity left in her. Fine, I'll go back with you first. Unfortunately, that attitude didn't sit well with Bai Yan in the least. Is this the tone a servant should be using against their mistress? The slave wanted to lash out from rage right there and then. However, upon thinking back to her own life, she subsided. Mistress, I am wrong. But instead of getting an affirmative answer in return, Bai Yan only stabs her bony quill down onto the earth. This should have been an unimportant gesture. Yet the impacting force alone actually shook the entire mountain range, and causes Lu Qingyu to stumble backwards in great fright. How can this woman be so temperamental? Inhaling deeply, she bites the apple and yields. Mistress, I will never dare again. Retracting her weapon, Bai Yan seems to be appeased, at least for now. Lu Qingyu, don't think you will be able to escape from my control one day. This poison is my own creation. Aside from me, no one knows how to develop the antidote. If you try anything or go against my orders, I believe I don't need to go into details on what's to come." Due to the threatening tone in the voice, her words actually earned a shudder from the other side. Truth was, this woman from the spirit realm was also a talented alchemist in her own right. Unfortunately, the poison was so amazing that she couldn't detect it in the slightest when ingesting the pill, indicating how formidable the recipe must be to be able to bypass her senses. "Mistress, I would never dare to have alternative thoughts. The very fact that she has survived to this day in the spirit realm without others managing to kill her showed Lu Qing, you wasn't a brash person. Sure, the future may look grim for now, but that doesn't mean there's no hope still. Then let's go." Leaving only that behind herself, Bai Yan swiftly transforms into a flash of light and shot towards the main estate again. As hesitant and unwilling as this newfound slave was, Lu Qing could only follow from behind after watching that gradually disappearing light. Her speed may not be as fast, but it doesn't change the part she's now a lowly dog that must go where commanded. Inside the main estate, the guests are currently dead silent as they watched nervously at the lax-looking man sitting atop of the huge chair that's normally reserved for the master of the house. Despite the dominating and arrogant air this individual portrayed, he's extremely seductive in the eyes of the female body to the point where some are actively drooling inwardly, wishing so dearly they could go up and start up a conversation. Well, that was assuming if there wasn't already an old senior lying underneath the man's feet like a defeated rag doll. Uncle June at this moment was doing absolutely terrible. There's a constant stream of blood coming out of his mouth, and the only thing this poor grandpa could think of was whether or not the lady managed to return to the spirit realm or not. Suddenly, a striking red light charges through the doorway and catches their attention. When the defeated old senior saw who it was through the corner of his eye, he despaired. If this woman is back, then does that mean the lady? Mother? Bai Xiachen didn't wait and threw himself into those arms after recognizing who it was. Lu Qingyu's goal 5. The boy's body was soft to the touch and fragrant to the nose, leaving Bai Yan's heart all calm and warm to the bone. Towards his son and wife's intimate contact, Ditsong immediately dumped whatever he was doing to the captive and rushed over to toss the little steam bun aside. He's a big sour pot to anyone who gets too close to his woman. That includes his own flesh and blood. How did it go, Yin Yan? The Demon King's smile was superb as soon as he turned to his wife despite how dark he looked just 1 second ago. But before Bai Yan could answer the question, Lu Qingyu's presence has also arrived on scene through the doorway. "Miss, are you alright?" Uncle June was the only one showing joy at this new entry. Then just when this old man wanted to struggle up again to run to her side. Bam! Only a flick of his finger. That's all Ditsong needed to do to force the other person back down to the floor. It's merely a gesture, but the force involved would have killed any ordinary human. Even so, Uncle June's complexion was a horrible white after getting hit in the heel with that blow. He's sweating balls right now due to the pain. "When did I say you can get back up?" Ditsong's voice was overbearing and arrogant with a tinge of smugness, as well since he's able to show off before his wife. No matter though. Uncle June may not be able to move at this moment due to the threat and pain, but he only wanted to confirm the lady's safety, that's all. With his strength, this senior was more than capable of making an assessment using his eyes only. On the other hand, Lu Qingyu had wanted to rush over to help the old grandpa after seeing the terrible state he was in. Unfortunately, her status now was a slave, and that meant she's in no position to decide what to do. In the end, this once proud woman of the spirit realm could only timidly look over to her mistress for permission first. "Grandfather, grandmother, holy lord, could you get a list of statistics for all the people killed by the Wu family's attack? We will have Lu Qingyu go in person to plead for forgiveness from all of them." It didn't matter if the lady didn't specifically order the murdering of the 3 powers. They're her subordinate, that means it's almost a definite she would know of their virtues. Ignoring was the same as indirectly allowing. What's more, Bai Yan herself couldn't say for certain she would have come out on top today if Ditsong wasn't around. So, whether it be personal or business-wise, she has no reason to be lenient on this Lu Qingyu regardless of her submitting. In that instant, all eyes were gathered on the mentioned slave, their faces showing a stunned and surprised look. What does she mean by that? Have this woman go ask for forgiveness? Why would she do as ordered? Impudent. Uncle June grew furious at the notion. Who do you think her ladyship is? How dare you demand her apologize to those people, you? Bam! Deetsong didn't want to hear another word from this foul mouth. Waving his hand, an invisible force directly slams into the senior's chest and knocks him to the ground, causing a mouthful of blood to come squirting out in the process. Uncle June. Growing increasingly more urgent in her face, Lu Qingyu knew she had to do something right now. Go prepare my things, I intend to go apologize to them in person. Miss. Losing all color from his old face, the severely injured old grandpa stares at his own lady in disbelief. What are you talking about? How can you? Taking the preemptive move by ignoring that plea, the slave acted accordingly to her own status by bending her back. Mistress, I have set the orders as you wished. Is there anything else you wish to command of me? Despite that voice being soft and melodic, it's akin to a thunder striking down from above for these people. Their eyes were popping out in absolute shock. What? Just a while ago this woman was still yapping on about killing them, and now she's calling someone else mistress? Isn't this a bit too fast for a change? Mistress. Uncle June awkwardly turns his old face towards Bai Yan, his demeanor stiff as a rock. Lady, why are you calling this woman your mistress? As someone with a sense of shame, Lu Qingyu naturally didn't have the face to tell everyone she submitted, because the other side forcefully made her consume a poison. So as any shameless person would do, she lied and started spouting righteous words. Uncle June, I'm only doing this because I believe my prior actions were wrong. If not for Miss Bai Yan here pointing me in the right direction, I would continue to go down the wrong path. Lu Qingyu's goal 6. Uncle June looked very tight as he went over those words in his own head. Went down the wrong path? Found a new way? This. Does she truly understand what she is saying? Miss. The senior's face appeared troubled and tied while speaking. But in the end it was Lu Qingyu who cuts him off and further spoke. Uncle June, you are someone mother left to me. If you stay then continue following me, otherwise I won't stop you if you wish to leave. I won't force you into anything. In response to this blunt statement, this supposed faithful servant actually started to have second thoughts about his continued service. The fault honestly doesn't lie in this old senior. The madam back then entrusted Lu Qingyu to him for care until she could come of age and lead them to glory. But what was he supposed to do when said lady has submitted to another? Moreover, he had no intention of becoming someone else's slave. Just as Uncle June was pondering on how to open his mouth again, his sight inexplicably fell upon the Demon King's face from the corner of his eye. Though expressionless and unreadable, that menacing and deathly aura told him all that he needs to know. Making a face that bordered on the line of crying. Miss, I will go anywhere that you would go, I won't leave you. Who were they kidding? If he so much as showed the idea of wanting to leave then he might as well forfeit his own head right on the spot. No one was leaving tonight and anything else was no more than an afterthought. Towards the misunderstanding, Lu Qingyu was absolutely moved to the heart. Showing an almost tearful face, I knew it Uncle June, only you would not abandon me in this world. That causes a moment of awkwardness in the old grandpa. What was he supposed to say right now? Just mere seconds ago he was still deliberating on whether or not to abandon the lady and flee, but now he's being hailed as the most loyal follower? Let's be real, he's not that thick-skinned to not know shame. Grandma. Bai Yan's attention eventually fell onto Jun Tianyu's face after moving away from the two from the spirit realm. Smiling there. Now that things are mostly resolved here, I will go down and rest first. Before going though, I have a birthday gift for you. Without giving the madam a chance to ask about what this gift was, Bai Yan has already presented it before the grandmother. This is... Looking down at the open palm, she could see it's a glowing animal core of some sort. As to what sort of creature this nucleus hailed from, the madam didn't have a clue. Is it an animal core? But this isn't right. A normal animal core doesn't look like this. It's as Jun Tianyu says, a beast core from the modern age doesn't give off a glow like the one here she's seeing. Though appearances did indicate otherwise. Monster essence. Of all the people who manages to recognize the origin of this core, it was Uncle June who stood out. This old senior clearly knew his stuff based on the heavy breathing he was portraying. Uncle June, what is a monster essence? The slave asks with a look of bafflement. Inhaling deeply, A monster essence can only be found within the monsters of the ancient era. The modern one we live in currently aren't capable of producing such nucleuses. Miss, these things are real treasures that can enhance a person's strength to incredible levels. To think this woman would have something like this. Just like this old senior. Everyone else in the hall were showing looks of shock and astonishment. Although they don't know exactly the value of this monster essence, but the words ancient era was more than enough to hint at the extreme rarity of this bead. Lu Qingyu's goal 7. Yenner, this is too valuable. The madam sounded like she's a little overwhelmed but was stopped promptly by a cusping hand from the other side. Today is your birthday, Grandma. Please take this monster essence. I only have this single one in my possession and no more. Bai Yan's meaning was simple. She got no more, so the rest of you can stop thinking about it. Making a cough to clear his throat, it was Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect who broke the silence from the crowd. Since today is Madame Tianyu's birthday, then I won't argue about it. But Yenner, you must give your grandfather here something just as nice when you get your hands on another. Okay? A humph. Lord Chu ran from the Holy Land also chimes in by making an awkward cough. That's right, Bai Yan, not only your grandfather there, your 3 shifas from the Holy Land could probably use some nice things too. Oh yes, if you are going to give Zhengqi and his brother something, then don't forget about me as well. I don't need anything amazing, just a rare treasure once in a while will do. As strong as their impulses were for this monster essence, this was still after all Jun Tianyu's birthday. But next time though, they are definitely not going to give up and fight for it among themselves. Don't worry, Lord Grandfather, I will not forget any of you when I get something nice next time. Bai Yan makes a frank smile at her friends and family members in order to reassure the promise before returning to her husband's side. Ditsong son, I'm tired now, let's go back and rest. Taking that as the signal to grasp onto his wife's hand like a clingy hubby, the Demon King was all flattering in his tune and demeanor. Yes, okay, let's go back and rest. We will sleep together. There's no way Bai Yan would miss the wagging tail hiding behind Ditsong's back right now. It's so obvious what this man wanted to do tonight, and she didn't like it. Sadly, no matter how much she struggled to remove that clingy hand from her own, the poor woman fails miserably and only made the big bad wolf get even closer. Meanwhile, on the side of this couple, the little steam bun was pulling his cute little face down in displeasure. I knew it. Now that mother has baddie father, she no longer cares about me. Uncle June, is what you say really true? That is a monster essence? Staring in the direction of Bai Yan's fleeting figure, Lu Qingyu asks with uncertainty. The old senior smiles bitterly as he nodded in affirmation. However, before he could open his mouth, Jun Tianyu had already popped the beady little treasure into her mouth, thus causing an explosive spinning vortex of a storm to burst forth from her body. Even the roof was blown away in the process. For some of the unsuspecting guests, they were unfortunately knocked to the floor after losing their balance, while the more experienced and firmer ones popped their eyes out in an incredulous manner at the madam. In the end, it was Bai Chongfeng who broke the eerie silence by stomping his old feet repeatedly. Oh damn it, I lost out, I really lost out. If I knew the monster essence can directly make one have a breakthrough, then I would never yield it. There hasn't been a known case of someone breaking into the saint rank for many years now aside from Bai Yan herself. Hence the major outburst from this lord of the medicine sect. Uncle June, this monster essence can help a monarch rank directly break into the saint rank? When Lu Qingyu asked this question, even her breath was panting with urgency. That would depend on the situation. This Jun Tianyu was on the verge of having a breakthrough to begin with. She only needed a little push, and that's what happened after she consumed the monster essence. However, if it was a monster essence of a very powerful ancient monster, then even a low-level saint rank can directly break into the celestial level and become a god. Uncle June heaves a long sigh like he's also lamenting the missed opportunity. Lu Qingyu's goal, 8. Sparkling with a meaningful light in her eyes, Lu Qingyu somehow appeared even more determined than ever. Uncle June, do you think we can achieve our wish if we follow her? The old senior shook his head in return. I don't know. What I do know though is that the demon realm back then is on equal terms with the celestial realm and can technically be said to be superior in some areas. Then for some unknown reason, a major catastrophe occurred and they disappeared. Maybe this is the opportunity we've been waiting for. The two did not say anything more, only staring in the general direction of where Bai Yan and her husband left in. The night remains silently calm to a certain extent tonight, but there are certain variables that are not so quiet. Yin Yin, can we try again? Combing through those silky black hair of his wife's using his long powerful fingers, Song asks with a hoarse voice of yearning. Oka, but before Bai Yen could answer with that blooming smile of hers, the man's excessively urgent kiss had come flying down and smothered out any words she wanted to say. Song just couldn't wait any longer. Moving his hands with gentle grace while keeping an incredible speed, he tears apart that rosy red dress with amazing ease. Now showing to the world and in the eyes of this big bad wolf was that impeccable body that could drive any male mad. In response to this move, the woman herself didn't fight it after being stripped naked. Rather, she's now had her eyes closed in anticipation, awaiting the re-entry into that blood-ridden battlefield in her mind. Yet, hiss! The sharp piercing pain came fast and hard, striking her soul into a surprised shock. What's going on? Why didn't I get into the battlefield this time? I still haven't figured out who that man in white is. But the confusion didn't last all that long, honestly. Partially it's due to the lump of meaty flesh attacking her lower abdomen in quick succession. It's definitely not very comfortable at first, but that soon changed to a physical urge to meet the man's rhythm. Bai Yen won't deny it. The experience was turning her on, and the stream of stick fluid coming out of her said it all. Yin Yen, I won't give you the chance to leave me again in the future. Leaning closer to get his face up close, the Demon King's peerless face completely reflects into the woman's view, and completely destroys the last barrier inside her heart. This time I can finally get what I want. Next morning, Bai Yen was fast asleep after a whole night of intense sex. That was until she was rude awakened by the increasing weight on her chest. Shooting those eyes wide open, a swell of anger promptly bursts forth after remember what happened. Scram! Damn this bastard, he didn't stop at all. Is he an animal? How can someone keep their rod that hard all night? And what's up with the weird positions he made me do? Oh, my waist and back, it's so sore. That's it, I'll make him pay for what he did to me. Oh Yin Yen, this is my first take experiencing something so amazing, that's why. First time. Bai Yen snickers loudly like she just wanted to slap him. If it was your first time, then where did Xiachen come from? In light of that blunt remark, Song didn't get fazed in the least. In fact, his grin only got deeper like he's a shameless fox. That time? Well, that time was you forcing yourself onto me. I didn't even get to experience any of the fun because of my dull state. Don't you think you should compensate me, my dear wife? Get off the bed. Oh my dearest, you really are a fickle when it comes to these things. No matter whether it's your gentle side or grumpy side, your hubby here will take it all and like it very much. Come now, let's continue where we left off last night. I still have some more positions I've been craving to try. Twitching in the corner of the eye from utter frustration, Bai Yan's frosty smile grew dangerous against the perverted body that's currently rummaging naughtily atop herself. If you don't get off of me in the bed, then we will sleep in different rooms from now on. Sure enough, the threat did have some effect. Song stopped whatever invasive act he was pulling down beneath. Even so, the Demon King didn't scramble off the bed like told, and instead pulled himself to one side while wrapping his arms around her clingily. Yin Yen, this is like a dream for me. Lu Qingyu's goal 10. I thought in this lifetime I would never be able to acquire a queen for myself, nor did I care for state teacher's prophecy. But with your sudden appearance in my life, I know I can no longer live without you. If you do leave me, then it will be by ripping my flesh and blood right out of me. Song's tone had never been this sincere and warm before, causing the other side to tremble so slightly. Who taught you these words? She asks with a hint of blaming, like it's his fault that she's feeling all fuzzy inside. Am I really that kind of person in your heart? Showing a distraught look, the Demon King literally had black lines running through his face. No, I'm just a bit confused by it, that's all. These kinds of blushing words didn't seem to fit you. Oh Yin Yen, you will always be the most special one in my heart. Whatever I won't do for others, I will do for you. Do you not understand that? It's exactly like he says. In this world, the only thing that could make him give up his dignity and let go of his pride was her. Towards those heartfelt words, Bai Yin responded by embracing that body using her own. She's not blind, she could see the level of love he's giving. Like the aggressiveness, the strong vicious nature of his character, and the heartlessness, None of that has ever been used on her, unlike everyone else. Deetsong, do you remember what I told you before? Whenever I'm not emotional moved while doing it, I would immediately fall into those painful memories that didn't belong to me. In her view, those people and the woman she embodied during those images weren't her. Or more exactly, it's things that happened in her past life. A fleeting memory of old. But this time, I don't know why, but I can't tap into that sea of memory. Acting in good faith, Deetsong narrows his eyes in and swiftly pulled the woman onto his chest. He wanted to use his entire existence to comfort that face. It's fine if you can't tap into those images. Perhaps it's for the best. Blinking her eyes in confusion, Bai Yan had this aching notion that this demon king knew something which she herself doesn't. Now that leaves a question hanging in the air: why? According to her impression, Deetsong clearly didn't know anything based on his initial reaction during the first time she told him about the situation. That means whatever he's hiding only became known afterwards. Recalling back to that mysterious white-robed man in the battlefield, Bai Yan's forehead had inexplicably furrowed into a tight knot. There are so many things that remains an unknown right now, and it's driving her mad. Yin Yin, you don't have to think about those things, said the man with a strong protective voice. You will always have me. Deetsong, are you afraid? While being embraced by those powerful arms, Bai Yin definitely felt a thump of worry when listening in on his heartbeat. He's definitely afraid of something. A little stiff in his reply. Promise me, Yin Yin, don't think about those things. Why? Because I won't allow you to be hurt in any way. I don't want to lose you again. Promise me, okay? Deetsong's arms grew tighter, showing how anxious he really was inside despite the vain attempt at acting strong. Musing for a second. All right, I promise you. Since Bai Yin believes him, she won't press for an answer until he's ready. That's what a partner does. But Deetsong, I don't want you holding secrets back from me. Their eyes locked together. And my capacity to accept things aren't as small as you believe. Lu Qingyu's goal 11. Deetsong couldn't help but chuckle at his woman's plea. I promised you before that I won't hide anything from you. That means I will carry out that vow. However, there are still many things I don't understand myself. Can you wait until I figure out all the black dots first? Bai Yin complies with a comforted smile of her own, knowing she's not being lied to, which immediately warranted a long deep kiss from the other side. With the madam's birthday banquet being over, the guests too have also left for their own homes. But there are certain individuals who remain throughout the night though, mainly Lu Qingyu and Uncle Jun from the spirit realm. They've been waiting outside Bai Yan's room the entire night, so they heard everything, including the moaning and groaning for hours on end. Surprisingly enough, unlike the old grandpa who was flushing hard from all the sexually arousing sounds coming their way, it was Lu Qingyu who was rather calm for the awkward situation despite the uncomfortable stance she was making. Sure, she's still a virgin herself, but the fact that the noises could make an experienced old grandpa like Uncle June blush shows how intense the two occupants were going at it. This problem continued until late into the afternoon, ending only after the doors were swung open and out came the occupants inside. Apparently last night's nourishing treatment did wonders for Bai Yan's complexion because she was absolutely gorgeous and how her cheeks were a peachy pink. What's the matter? She asks with a hint of melancholy in the voice after noticing the two waiting bodies. I am here to greet mistress. Awkward in her reply, Lu Qingyu speaks up with a rather red face. The formality can be put aside. Take this medical pill here and have that old man eat it first. Pulling out a beady little thing similar to the one she fed the other girl, Bai Yan's expression was flat and unchanging. Thankfully the matter with the poison had been explained prior to this meeting, so the reaction wasn't huge from the senior. Merely a few twitches in the mouth before he swallowed it. Mistress, please go ahead and call me Jun Hao. After you two finish asking for forgiveness, you are free to go back to the spirit realm. Go back to the spirit realm? Lu Qingyu's complexion promptly turned a shade whiter. Mistress, my father will definitely investigate the matter before he comes to the mortal world. If I go back like this, then he's going to find out what I did. Please have mercy and let me stay. If she had managed to break into the celestial rank, then her father would at least keep her alive out of consideration for her usefulness. But that wasn't the case here, and the only fate awaiting her return would be death. I believe you will have a way to get through it. And if you can't do anything, then what good is there in keeping you around? I don't have use for idle loafers. Bai Yan bluntly throws her logic out in the open without a bit of mercy, causing the other lady to go ghostly white. Mistress, I am very useful and strong. Panic apparent in Lu Qingyu's voice. I can fight in battle and Uncle Jun can protect you during a clash. Oh, Bai Yan's voice sounded amused. Protect me? I believe my husband is more than enough to protect me. The two of you are excessive. Ditsong's gaze also started to get dangerously narrow at the two interlopers trying to steal his job. My wife has spoken, do you two have an opinion? Now this has left the two on the receiving end in a bind. This mission they got was truly difficult for them to achieve. I will carry out your orders as commanded, mistress. Getting to her knee, the woman from the spirit realm complies after gritting her teeth. She understands this was the only way to prove herself. Good. Only then did Bai Yan's expression soften up. Taking out 2 bottles from her pocket. This here is the antidote portion for 1 year. Come back to me for more afterwards. And if you don't believe me the effects of the poison, then you are free to not take it. Lu Qingyu's goal 12. Believe, we of course believe you. Junhao forces a charming smile to hide his own unease. Mistress, having us go back to the spirit realm can't be without reason. Do you have something you in mind for us? Yes, you are right, I do want you two to do something while back there. However, I don't have an exact mission yet aside from passing on information to me. Passing information? Junhao appears surprised by the idea. But how are we supposed to pass information to you? The spirit realm is next to the demon realm. If anything happens, then you can go to the border and have one of the demons carry the message to me. If I ever find out you withheld crucial information, then you better pray to the heavens. At the thought of the consequences of having his gut melting through due to the toxin, Junhao immediately went on a slew of promises and vows to indicate his loyalty. Don't worry, mistress. We will definitely report any information we come across to you. You have my absolute loyalty. Are you done with the flattery yet? Bai Yan's gaze narrowed into a warning look. If you are done, then get going. I don't care if you have to beg or plead to those who lost their loved ones. You must get their forgiveness. The two slaves exchanged a look of helplessness, their faces bittersweet at their own predicament. They know the path ahead of themselves are going to be a rough and difficult one. Ditsong, let's go see my Shifus and grandparents. It's very likely they still haven't left yet. She then stretches lazily like it's still early despite it being late into the afternoon. Mother. Then from out of the blue, a tiny little guy rushes over from the front and directly crashed into her stomach, causing even Bai Yan to stumble back a few steps in the process. All teary and pitiful in the face. Mother, did Batty Father hurt you last night? I heard your tragic cries last night, but great-grandfather and them won't let me come and save you no matter what. Tragic cries? Bai Yan's face was as dark as it comes, turning rigidly to the one responsible. Ditsong, yesterday. Did I really cry out that tragically? She gets an affirmative nod in return and causes that back to stiffen. If that's so, doesn't it mean the entire Misty Fairy house has heard us? This. How am I supposed to go meet grandfather and them? Oh, this is too embarrassing. Oh, forget it, I better go back and nap instead. She wanted to run back into the room and hide herself. Unfortunately. Mother, don't you want me anymore? Bai Xiachen tugs at the hem of her dress with the most aggrieved and wronged face he could make. Towards this image of her boy, Bai Yan could truly say she's about to melt from how adorable he was acting. How can I, you silly? Mother couldn't wait to give you hugs and kisses. Then why do you not want to see me? It's not that mother here doesn't want to see you, it's just... She's really stumped at this moment. Unable to finish her sentence, the plea-filled woman turns to Ditsong for help using her own distressed face. Xiachen, don't fluster your mother with your questions. The Demon King says it with a serious face despite laughing inwardly. She has to go see your great-grandparents now, so help me support her. Oh, okay. Acting like the good little boy that he was, Bai Xiachen completely misses the fact that he's being toyed with by his old man and was now firmly holding onto that hand in support. Seeing herself being surrounded by one big and one small foxes, Bai Yan's face instantly turned dark from how the ridiculous course the scene has played out. What are you two doing? I can walk just fine on my own. That's not true. Maybe after last night our son will be having a little sister soon, so everything must be on careful side. Younger sister? In that second, one could definitely see sparkling stars in the little steam buns eye due to how ecstatic he was acting by jumping up and down. Lu Qingyu's goal 13. The boy hurries to tug at Bai Yan's sleeve. Mother, is what Batty father said true? Am I going to have a lovely little sister soon? Yes, as beautiful and lovely as your mother. Deetsong scraped his finger along the little steam bun's nose in a doting and spoiled manner, which immediately removed any hint of the sadness the boy felt just seconds ago, practically jolting with joy. If I have a beautiful and lovely sister, then I will cherish her and keep her safe. I won't let anyone bully or harm her. If anyone dares, then I will break their leg. While the son and father duo were having their gleeful moment, the most important female here on the other hand was having a brain tumor explode from within, pointing at her son's face with twitchy eyes. Son, do you know what you are? What? Bai Xiachen asks with innocent and confused looks. In my hometown's word, you are what they call a sister con. What is a sister con? Blinking his big blue eyes, this word didn't register at all in the kid's brain as he titled his head sideways. A sister con is someone who will spoil their sister until they become a princess and not allow anyone with bad intent to approach her. But you are wrong, mother, it's not me spoiling my sister into a princess. Rather, my sister is a princess. She's going to be the demon realm's princess, so I need to protect her, and not allow any misbehaving bad people bully or harm her. Due to how innocent and affectionate his smile was, the boy's attitude was quickly rubbing off on the woman's irked mood. Unfortunately, your sister still hasn't shown up yet, son. You need to dampen your expectations. No. Sister will appear. Bai Xiachen's face appears dead set on the idea and puffed up those cheeks. I had a dream about sister last night. Perhaps it's a signal from her, so I know she will appear. For a while Bai Yan didn't know how to respond to her boy's firm stance on the matter. At this rate the boy is going to go crazy about a sister. It's just a dream. How can a baby come out so quickly? Batty father, don't forget, you also promised me a little brother to take over the demon realm's rule. The kid then puckers up his lip like he's thought of something important. By then I can take my little sister out into the world to visit all sorts of places. We can enjoy the food that is offered and the unexplored lands waiting to be visited. I can't wait for that. Don't assume just because he's young, and still a child, that he won't understand the heavy duties that come with the position of being a ruler. The boy's not going to assume the relentless burden of overseeing a whole realm. That's something he intends to unload onto his unborn younger brother. Yin Yan, how about we work harder and give Xiachen a younger brother as well? Puffing his breath right next to the woman's ear, Deetsong's words were tingly and nerve-wracking for the faint of heart. Flushing red from the remark, Bai Yan didn't want to face her husband. How can this father and son act like this? There's not even a girl yet and they're already asking for a boy too. This is too whimsical. Enough, Deetsong, we're going to see grandfather and them. Pulling herself together, have a long heave, she diverts the topic to get herself out of this hole. You're not scared anymore? The man grins. Thinking back to the moans and cries for mercy from last night, Bai Yan goes all red right up to the ear for a second time but got firm in her suggestion. We will have to meet eventually. What's more, I still have something I like to give them before they leave. Oh Yan Yan, you shouldn't think too much on the matter, you know, it's human nature to do what we did. They will understand since they're well experienced as well. Human nature? Well experienced. Bai Yan's eyebrow twitched incessantly due to how easily her man's words were able to make one croak. Oh, is this how a family's supposed to act, like getting along and well? Staring at the departing backs of the family of three after they managed to get going, Lu Qingyu had a look of envy in those eyes. I also wished for something like this for my father and mother once upon a time, harmonious and happy, but, unfortunately, such a picture would never come to pass for this lady of the spirit realm. That luxurious scene that she dreamed up as a child shattered years ago, when her mother passed away, and started the perilous journey of self-improvement and assassination attempts from her enemies. A celestial rank guardian? 1. Back over in the main lobbying hall, the atmosphere was a little awkward right now, especially after Bai Yan and her husband arrived on the scene from their bedroom. Among the occupants who had the biggest beef with the Demon King would have to be Yun Feng, the girl's father. This man had a death glare firing towards the other male like he's facing an enemy, and those fists were constantly making crunching sounds. Then again, who could blame him? Deetsong clearly abducted his daughter. Had it not been for Jun Tianyu's grandmother, satisfied opinion of this grandson-in-law, he would never have accepted Deetsong so quickly. Blushing hard upon seeing the gathered crowd, Bai Yan stutters a bit in her opening speech. Shifus, grandfather, grandmother, father, lord, how did you all sleep last night? Talk about a bad topic to break the awkwardness. Almost immediately, this poor woman wanted to bite her own tongue off for stirring the pot. And sure enough, her father Yunfeng speaks up with a blaming voice after glaring at Deetsong. He abducted my daughter, how can I sleep well? Trying to avoid eye contact with her own father, Bai Yin promptly shoots a glare at the perverted fox in the house. You see this? It's all your fault, everyone is looking at me funny now. Yet, Deetsong's expression remains unfazed against the resentment and stares he's getting from the rest of the family. He just stood there and took it like a happy jolly husband that has gotten his way. Heck, that stupid grin told them all he's not ashamed in the least for what he did last night and even relished in the attention. Father-in-law, we already have Xiachen. If you claim I abducted your daughter, then I've done so 6 years ago. Don't you think it's a bit too late to say that now? Sure enough, Yunfeng's face became stiff as a rock. He's angry, and not at Deetsong either. It's at himself for not being there before. In his mind, he should have been with his daughter during the toughest hour. But because of his own mistake years ago by returning to the Misty Fairy House, his precious girl had to endure all those humiliation at the Bai house and became pregnant without marriage. That's something he likely won't ever live down. Deetsong, I don't care what your identity is. I only have this one baby daughter, so you must treat her well in the future. Also, the rules of our family must be abided. The look in this recently recovered patient appeared solemn and firm, like he won't have it any other way. Smiling in return, Deetsong felt confident he could meet those demands, so he readily complied. Father-in-law, please say it. Firstly, you are not allowed to have any concubines. Our family only permits one wife and one husband per couple. If you can't keep that promise and forsake my daughter, then I will separate you two, even if Yinner hates me in the end. Rest assured, father-in-law, I only have Yin Yin in my heart and will have no other in this lifetime. If any female dares to have any wishful thoughts about me, then I will personally cut them down before they can try anything. Nodding in satisfaction over those words, the protective father seems pleased. Now secondly, you are to follow her wishes to the teeth. If she goes east, then you can't go west. If she tells you to stop, then you can't go forward. You are to support her unconditionally. He may have only recently regained his sanity, but Yunfeng understands that his daughter's path wouldn't be average if she continues to follow this man. It's going to be a perilous and tough road ahead, and he doesn't want any regrets to befall the girl. A celestial rank guardian? Too? A humph? The younger brother Sun Huan suddenly chimes in stupidly. Big brother, when did our family have such rules? However, his thoughtless question didn't even get to finish one before Yunfeng shot him the deadliest threatening stare this man has ever mustered up in his life. It's like a knife, piercing and stabbing right into the womanizer's heart and telling him that if you so much as say another word, I will twist the blade and make it so it becomes as painful and agonizing as it comes. Chief Wu Wei was watching his two sons' interaction on the side, and he's absolutely relishing in the fact. After all, he's their old man, yet he's the one being punished heavily, like he's lost all level of respect and status within the family. Ha brat, that's what you get for inserting yourself in conversations that you don't belong. Now know how your old man here feels after getting the cold shoulder from everyone. Thankfully Deetsong didn't pay attention to the womanizer's words there. All firm in his stance. Aside from her wanting to take a male concubine, I can promise her anything, including killing people. I won't ask the reasoning, nor do I care if it's right or wrong. If she grabs the knife, then I'll hold it for her. If she wants to protect others, then I will be the shield. I will stand by her side for the rest of my life. That proclamation finally had an effect on the stubborn father. Showing a relaxed face, Yunfeng even lost the initial hostility he portrayed thus far. Thirdly, and like you said just now, I want you to be beside her no matter where she goes. You are her shield, and I want you to swear by your words. Can you do that? In this world where gods and demons are considered real, it's not that far-fetched to believe divine retributions would also be real when it comes to an oath. Father! Bai Yin exclaims and wanted to stop this. However, by the time she could react, Deetsong had already raised a hand to say his oath. I, Deetsong, solemnly swear by my name as the Demon King, that no matter where Yin Yin goes off to war or wherever else, I will always be by her side and be her shield. Also, I will listen to anything she says and do whatever she wishes me to do. Then to emphasize his point, the man turns to lock eyes with his own wife. If I ever violate this oath, let me be damned to eternal hell and bear the burning flames of eternal torture. Due to how powerful this speech was, it had the immediately effect of winning the female body over. Yin Yin, don't you worry, nothing will happen as long as I don't break this oath. There won't be any problem. Indeed, although the oath was somewhat vicious in nature, but that's only under the assumption of him not following his own words. My son-in-law said it right. As long as he doesn't violate the oath, then it's non-existent. Yun Feng guffaws a hearty laugh and lost any semblance of the stern father-in-law image he portrayed earlier. He's now my son-in-law. Yin, you are much more fortunate than your mother. Your husband is brave and courageous, breaking through any obstacle that comes his way, unlike your old man here who did the stupidest mistake ever. That year he lost contact with his wife after being tricked into return to the Misty Fairy House. That's why he couldn't even begin to fathom what it must have been like for Ninger. Pregnant and alone, bloody and injured. Just the thought of that image brought a stir of intense pain in the man's heart. Yun Feng. Chief Wu Wei expresses remorse and got up from his chair after seeing his eldest son's sorrow. I am so sorry. Father, this is not entirely your fault. I also played a role in that tragedy back then. I should have known better and not left during a crucial time like that. The reason why he forced Deetsong to make that oath was also mainly due to his own past. He didn't want the pair to follow his own path. A father would always be a father, regardless of how little time he spent with Bai Yan. And if this son-in-law doesn't follow through, he himself would carry out divine punishment in place of the heavens if nothing else. A celestial rank guardian? 3. A humph. Bai Chongfeng suddenly makes a soft cough after listening in on everything. He may be the girl's grandfather, but unlike this Yun Feng who thought so far ahead into the future, he only found it annoying that Deetsong abducted the girl without permission. Yin Yin, you came at the right timing. Your grandmother's birthday banquet is over now, so we should also be leaving. The Lord of the Medicine sect comments. Wait. Bai Yan hurries to break free from Deetsong's grasp and stepped over. Before you all leave, I have something to give everyone. What? Everyone's attention immediately locked onto the girl's hand that materialized a set of beady little objects which radiated a warm glowing light. These are undoubtedly the highly sought-after monster essences. Due to them being of lower quality and that Bai Yan already broken through into the saint rank, the monster essences in front of them are borderline useless to her, so it's the perfect gift for her loved ones. These are. Bai Chongfeng eventually asks with a look of ogling uncertainty in his old eyes. Didn't you say there are only one left? Due to there being so many people at the time, I couldn't take them out, grandfather. But now that it's only family and friends here, there's no reason for me to keep hiding them. These are something I specifically reserved for you all. The news definitely caused waves among the occupants here to the point where some ended up gulping from it. First Elder, hurry and go back to inform our people that I'm not going back to the Holy Land yet. I need to stay here in the Misty Fairy House to make a breakthrough. Pressing down his inner desire, Lord Chu Ran issues the command with a serious face. In response though, Zhengqi only made a blaming chuckle. Lord, there's no need to send me specifically back for a simple message. We can throw this task to one of the younger disciples. Us 3 brothers are Yinner Shifu. There's bound to be a share for us as well. I'm afraid none of us will have time to leave. That remark immediately causes a flushed look in the careless lord's face. He didn't think at all earlier when making the order, so he's now embarrassed for himself. I guess I am too excited right now. Yes, we can send anyone back to pass on a message, no need to have one of us go in person. Digesting the monster essence comes first. On the other hand, Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect was still ogling the beady little things laid before his eyes. Then, as if struck with a revelation, this old grandpa promptly began to count with his fingers before stomping his feet in frustration. Oh no and no. You bunch from the Holy Land has 4 people, the Misty Fairy House also has 4. Yet my medicine sect only has 1. This won't do, Yenner. You must leave your Uncle Zhamping a peace. Breaking out into a giggling laughter upon seeing how silly and childish her elders are, Bai Yin happily obliges them. Don't worry, grandfather, I've already set aside a portion for uncle. However, I need to remind all of you this one clear point. Unless the user is at the monarch rank, they mustn't take these monster essences I'm giving out. It will do more harm than good to the body. Don't worry about that, Yenner. Your uncle has already broken through to the monarch rank during this period while you were away. Right now this lord of the medicine sect really hated himself for failing in producing more children. Otherwise he could have gotten more monster essences in his share. Now you are wrong there, Lord Bai. Our misty fairy house has 5 and not 4. The womanizer Sun Huan then stretches out his hand in an open palm gesture after suddenly chiming in. You mustn't forget about me, Yenner. No matter what, I am still your little uncle. Plus we have a very deep friendship, so I should also get a portion. Very deep relationship? Ditsong's sensitive ears immediately picked up on that part and got all feisty. Pulling his wife into a possessive embrace, this clingy demon king narrows his eyes into a provoking stare. A celestial rank guardian? 4. Yin Yen, what kind of deep relationship do you have with him? The sourpout demon king made sure to emphasize the word deep when asking his question. Oh, years ago he tried to flirt with me and I beat the crap out of him instead. Bai Yan's voice sounded mildly frank, like it's some old unimportant story. However, it was no different from a death sentence for the womanizer, because in that instant Sun Huan could feel an invisible blade brandishing right up against his neck. Sun Huan, how dare you make a move against my daughter? Making a bone-crunching sound from his fist, Yun Feng says this with gnashing teeth like he's ready to clobber his younger brother. Big bro, listen to my explanation first. Back then I didn't even know she was your daughter. No matter how much of an animal I am, I would never touch my own niece, right? Sun Huan defends himself with a downright crying face. Whether Yenner is my daughter or not is not the point. Do you think a scum like you is worthy of her? Yun Feng's harsh words were relentless and blunt, tearing up with grievance. Big bro, how can you look down at your own little brother like this? Are we siblings or not? First off, what I'm saying is the truth. You are attracting so much wildflowers out there that it has completely destroyed any credentials you have already. And more importantly, as if a little brother is on equal terms with a daughter. Talk about a pitiful state he's in. The womanizer suddenly realizes that compared to his old man who's getting the cold shoulder from everyone, he too also held no status in this family. Back then it was like so, and now it's still the same. Whatever, I'll go find comfort in my own harem instead. Let's go. Unfortunately, Yun Feng didn't have any intention of letting his younger sibling off the hook. Grabbing that collar like a claw, the man drags the other one away for the outside. Big bro, where are we going? Didn't you want to tease my daughter before? We're going to have a little sparring practice instead. Well, practice was a lie. The actual truth was that he intends to beat the daylights out of the younger sibling. And sure enough, a series of mournful cries could be heard in the air not long after the brothers left for the sparring hall. Shaking her own head at this spectacle, Bai Yen didn't know what else to do but to sigh. It's not like I didn't want to give him a monster essence, rather his cultivation is just too weak to take it. Making a shrug of the shoulders, she returns her attention to Bai Chongfeng and the rest. Oh right, Lu Qing, you told me the reason they are attacking the 3 powers is because of the keys hidden underneath each place. She claims it could open up a miracle, correct? Chief Wu Wei was the first to realize what she meant. Startled at first, he exchanged looks with his other 2 counterparts before sighing. Yenna, you are right. Before, when I said I wanted to wait for Lord Chu Ran and Lord Bai to arrive, is because of the keys buried underneath each place. This confirmation immediately causes an increased thump in Bai Yan's heart. It's just, the one to follow up was Bai Chongfeng of the medicine sect. The key's exact location is unknown even to us. We only know our ancestors hid it somewhere, and that one can only attempt at unifying the keys once they are at the upper level of the saint rank. T-hat's the decree they left us. Upper level saint rank? Bai Yan's gaze narrowed in like she's thought of something. I see then. It looks like I will need to wait a bit longer before I can pursue that so-called miracle. There must be a reasoning for why the ancestors left behind such a decree for their descendants. Since she has broken into saint rank already, it's just a matter of time before she could meet the necessary requirements. By then everything would become clear. Grandfather, I will leave the division of these monster essences in your hands. I still need to go find the other members of the lawn house. She turns for the outside after getting the hoped-for answer. Not long after the family of 3 left, a burst of looting ensued among the remaining occupants. Quit robbing me, I'm Yenner's grandfather, so it's only natural I go first. Making the claim was naturally by Chong Feng of the medicine sect. Unfortunately, his opinion fell on deaf ears here. Move to one side, you old fart. I am Yenner Shifu and the first one she met back then. If anyone's going first, it should be me. Qiu Shu Rong third. Fires back with his own claim. A celestial rank guardian? 5. A humph third elder. I am the Holy Land's lord, so I should be before you. Chu Ran had wanted to use his position and righteous words to sway the rest, however. The following ruckus instantly overwhelms him. Seconds later, after realizing his own stupidity, the once proud lord also joins in on the snatching and looting. Simply said, it has devolved into a street-leveled brawl like those wives at a fabric store, tearing and ripping and such. Apparently Bai Yan's message of equal sharing has gone over their heads in front of the prize. Over in the guest quarters specifically set aside for the rest of the Lan family members, Bai Yan had just walked through the main doorway when she saw a familiar figure. Yenner, you have come. Dong Ruolin, aunt, greets the girl with a gracious smile as she reached over to grasp her hands. Aunt, did your brother over in the Dong family come bother you again lately? At first this adopted aunt from the Lan house was taken aback by the suddenness of the question, but that quickly changed to happiness at the care she's receiving. No, not since after the previous event. He's matured a lot and moved out of the Dong estate, so I didn't get to see him much. I'm sure he's aware by now that I don't want to see him either, since I deliberately avoided him when coming back. Then that's good. Bai Yan smiles cheerfully in return upon knowing everything was going well. Anyways, I got something I want to give you all. That said, she readily strolled into the main room where Old Lord was already sitting inside. The grumpy old grandfather was still showing his grouchy face as usual, but that swiftly changed after he recognizes who it was. Getting up, this senior tried hard to restrain his inner urge to smile and failed miserably because those eyes said it all. He's smiling from within. There's no need to show it because that look was that of an elder seeing their grandchildren all grown up and well. Grandfather. Bai Yan's voice sounded soppy. She's honestly moved by Old Lord Lan's behavior because the amount of love this old grandpa gave her didn't lose out to Lan Xiaoyan girl cousin, at all. Yannick. He heavily sighs with a bit of frustration and pain. Truth is, I should be glad that you are not Yuer's flesh and blood. That way you wouldn't inherit her weak-mindedness and innocent nature. Hurrying over to her adopted grandfather's side, the girl leans downward on one knee to get in the same height. Oh grandfather, you shouldn't think like that. My brother Xiao is mother's son and he has his own opinions, doesn't he? Speaking of Bai Xiao, Old Lord Lan's lip promptly curled into a proud smile. That is, of course, he did inherit my good blood, so how can he be a spineless boy? Against this swift change in attitude, Bai Yan had nothing to say. All she could do was leave her mouth twitching with disbelief. So the good genetic is from you and the bad is from your daughter? How does that even work? Old Madame Lan also felt this was wrong and decides to step in as well. Dark in the face. How can you talk about your own daughter like that? What kind of father evaluates their own daughter so negatively? No matter how bad Yuer was, she is still your girl. Humph, if that girl had listened to me from the start, then would she be ruined by that scum? Not only did she leave this world so early, I also have to send her off before moving on myself. This really was the typical case of love cuts it deep. Based on that trembling fist, it's obvious this old grandpa loved his daughter dearly and treated her like the shining jewel of his heart. Otherwise, why else would he grieve for so many years after Lan Yu had passed on from this world? A celestial rank guardian? 6. Grandfather. Seeing how the atmosphere was going down the wrong path, Bai Yan hurries to shift the topic to another. I have something I like to give you all. Turning around to signal her son with a wink. Son, hurry and bring over the gift I prepared. Doing as told, the little steam bun didn't wait and toddles over to the old senior. Great-grandfather, these are the Dan pills mother made for you. They are very delicious, I tell you, so quickly take them. This. The grandpa looks surprised by satchel he's given. Is this a storage bag loaded with Dan pills? That size, there must be a lot inside. Showing a frown. Yen or your grandfather, I know about your amazing talent in alchemy, but these are too precious and time-consuming to make. I speculate it wouldn't be easy even for you, so it's best you keep it for yourself to use. Giving it to me is too wasteful. Grandfather, don't forget I have an alchemy hall operating within the flower brothel. These are all produced over there and not by my hands. Also, you are my weakness. Only by making you all strong can I feel at ease while charging in the front. Bai Yan's face got all stern and hard as she says this, which somewhat startled the old senior. Blinking his eyes for a second, old Lord Lan eventually nodded after thinking it through. All right, I guess you are right. I'll accept these then. All smiles after getting her way, Bai Yan almost devolved into a child while explaining the effects of her gifts. These Dan pills are very useful, grandfather. Some are supportive in nature, able to help the rest of the family advance quickly in their cultivation. A monarch rank shouldn't be far away if they train hard enough in the following years. Oh yes, grandfather, I also have other gifts prepared if they do. Old Lord Lan just couldn't resist a sigh at this point. Looks like my daughter's smartest and wisest choice in life was to adopt this wonderful girl. If only she didn't fall for that scum, then all would have been great. Yen. It's unsure when Deetsong came up to his wife's side, but his hand had already wound around her waist. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble if all you want is to protect grandfather and them. I can summon a couple of the demons currently training in the secret domain back at the demon realm. A few celestial ranks should be plenty. Boom! This remark causes this poor old mortal to freeze over in the brain. Old Lord Lan had initially wanted to take a sip from his teacup when the careless demon king threw out that sentence. As a result, he instantly dropped the container and splattered the content across his own lap. What did my grandson-in-law just say? Send 2 celestial rank demons to protect me? This is a dream, right? Yes, it must be a dream. Ignoring the part about whether there's really demons at that level in existence, even if there does exist, old Lord Lan doesn't believe for a second that such incredible beings would willingly come act as some doorman guard for a mortal human. That's wonderful, Deetsong. Bai Yan happily accepts the proposal and nodded like it's natural. And ID, there's a few extra. Can we also place a couple at the 3 powers? I fear those from the spirit realm will come again eventually. Of course there is, since you asked. Even if there wasn't enough, he would forcefully produce a few, all for the sake of keeping his precious wife from worrying. A humph. Old Lord Lan couldn't take it anymore and coughs a few times to get their attention. I'm happy you have this heart, Yenner. Whether or not they're celestial rank demons is of no importance. What matters most if our Lan house improving our strength. Bai Yan knows her adopted grandfather doesn't quite believe her man's words. But no matter, she only needs to make it a reality for it to be all settled. Grandfather, grandmother, you were willing to accept me even when my reputation was down in the dirt. It's back then that I swore to myself that I would help raise the family's status. Though back then she already had the flower brothel and Holy Land acting as her support, but that's not something this family knew. Even so, they accepted her and her son without a single protest or contempt. That's a debt of kindness she won't ever be able to repay. Fox Clan? 1. Throbbing that throat several times, old Lord Lan ends up not saying a word after trying repeatedly. He's too moved to the point where he didn't know what else to say. Anything right now would just be superficial and pointless. Great-grandfather, how has Nangongjuan been doing? Bai Xiachen asks with a hopeful light in his big blue eyes after remembering his little friend whom he hasn't seen for a long time. That year while they were visiting the palace, it was by pure coincidence that they came across the malnourished and heavily bullied young prince. Then by fate or kindness, Bai Yan also ends up taking the skinny boy as her disciple and brought him along as her own. If not for the fact that the family needed to leave the Luhua kingdom and couldn't bring the prince along, they would still be together right now. Don't you know? The old grandpa makes a surprised face at their lack of knowledge. Back when your Uncle Shower left, he also took the young prince along with him. Now we don't know where both of them are. Grandfather, I intend to go look for my brother after this celebration is completely over. Don't worry, I'll be sure to bring both of them back in one piece. In this world, aside from her son and husband, Bai Yan's biggest concern would be her brother. As for her disciple, it's unavoidable that the attachment to the prince remained on the lower end. Now the news immediately causes the old senior's forehead to loosen over. Then I can be at ease. I'm sure they will be fine if you're on the case, Yenner. Despite the calming and reassuring smile from the woman, Bai Yan's heart wasn't as confident as her outer appearance portrayed. She doesn't know their whereabout, and according to her experience, a simple training outing would have been over by now. Even if Bai Xiao doesn't return, there should be at least some traces or news from her spies by this stage after searching for so long. Yet there's none. Perhaps Ditsong had sensed the worry in his wife's based on that demeanor. Raising a hand to hold her shoulder in a reassuring manner. You don't need to worry about Bai Xiao, he will be fine, so be at ease. And if you're really uncertain, I can accompany you in your search. She faintly nods like the promise helped. Returning her attention to the other family members. Grandfather, grandmother, I might not be able to send you all off later, but don't worry, the people at the Misty Fairy House will send you back home in my stead. Lassei, reluctant to separate so soon, old Madame Lan grasps on the girl's hand like she's going to cry. It's so hard for us to meet nowadays. If you got free time in the future, you must come back home to see us, all right? I will, grandmother. Carefully retracting her hand like she might offend the other side by doing so, Bai Yan then exchanged a look with her husband to signal it's time to leave. Together with their son in tow, the family of three soon disappeared from view. Ditsong, do you have something to do? She asks after they're alone again. Giving a nod in confirmation upon being asked, Ditsong answers honestly. Xiachen wanted to enter the secret domain for self-training, so I intend to send him in there in the not-so-far future. Once that's done, I can then accompany you in search of your brother and that disciple of yours. Bai Yan remained silent and didn't refute the offer. It's true she's not able to be at ease unless she goes out to search in person. Reading through that thought, Ditsong makes a charming smirk for his own little win. Yin, if you really want to go search, then you can go on ahead first, I will catch up later. However, you must keep Dragoni by your side at all times when doing so. Dragoni? She shows a startled face at the request. All deep and stern in the voice, the man makes it clear he's firm on this stance. That girl is not ordinary, so keep her by your side. Only then will I be at ease if you're going out there alone. He understands that even if he prevents her from going, his wife would surely sneak away in the dead of night. Rather than doing something fruitless other than to enrage the precious woman in his life, Ditsong would rather comply and earn some more merit points so he could use in bed. Mother. It's then the little steam bun tugs at his mother's sleeve after being ignored for so long. All pitiful and teary like a pet that's about to lose attention. I'm going to miss you. Fox Clan? 2. Aching in the heart over this picture, Bai Yan hurries to bring her son into a comforting hug. Mother here will promise you. Once I find your uncle, I will immediately come back to wait for you. Okay? Really? The little steam buns I lit up with expectations. Of course. If you don't believe me, then we can pinky swear on it. Mother, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Such tricks are only meant to deceive little babies. Now that's just embarrassing for this doting mother. It's like the boy says he's no longer 3. He's coming up to 7 this year. However, Bai Xiachen's face breaks out into a lovely and innocent smile. I will believe anything mother says. Once you find uncle, then you must come to the demon realm and wait for me. I don't want the first person I see to be batty father when I come out of the secret domain. Now that's just wrong. Ditsong's beautiful instantly goes dark at that comment. This brat, does he detest me that much? I'm his old man and deserves respect. But instead of breaking out into a chuckle like she normally would over the sly words of her boy, Bai Yan instead hugs the boy even tighter until Bai Xiachen was almost unable to breathe. Fortunately, this filial and sensible child knew what the gesture meant and allowed it to continue despite the discomfort. Neither of them felt happy about the separation, and this was their way of communicating their emotions. Son. It was Bai Yan who eventually broke the silence by loosening the hug. Remember to be careful while training inside the secret domain. Safety comes first no matter what, understand? I know. In order to emphasize his point, the boy makes a sweet little peck on the woman's face before breaking out into a huge giggling laugh. I will definitely be well and safe, because only by being safe and well can I protect mother from harm. Her heart ached at this. The boy's ability to please her and say sensible things are just too good. No matter how she tries to tell herself this was for the best inwardly, Bai Yan knows she's going to miss him desperately during this period. In the end, It's her own powerlessness that's the cause. Clenching her fist, a stubborn and firm aura exudes out of that face. Whether it be the celestial realm or spirit realm, I will not let any of you off for this. Suddenly, from out of the blue before she could react, Deetsong's hand had swung her around and pressed his lips firmly down on hers. It's somewhat cold and shocking to the mouth, but that quickly changed into a comforting battle of the tongue. Releasing his prey. Yin Yen, don't miss me too much, I'll come to you soon. Initially Bai Yen was still a tad flustered from the forceful kiss on herself, but the remark instantly destroyed any lovely mood she felt from the act. Dark in the face, she's got to hand it to this man and his delusions. When did I say I was going to miss him? Oblivious to his own lack of status in this family, Deetsong gives one final yearning look to his wife before turning away for the outside with the boy in tow. It wasn't just the husband here who didn't want to leave either. The kid as well while being led away. Bai Zaken would turn around to look backwards after every 3 steps like he's going to run back at any moment. This saddening departure continued until their figures were completely out of sight, and the interjection of a familiar childish voice. Queen, where is His Majesty and Highness going? Swinging her head around, Bai Yen could see it was Dragony, the very girl she intended to find after she calms her aching heart. However, it appears that objective was no longer necessary. They have other things to do. Dragony, during this period it will be just you and I, okay? Okay, the dollish young lass answers loudly without hesitation, giving a tug at the sleeve. Queen, His Majesty is so terrifying. When he is around, I would always be too scared to approach you. Bai Yin couldn't help but prick her brow at this sudden comment. Is Deetsong really that scary? How come I never found it so? Like when they first met. At most he would only act all threatening and tough in front of my presence. Never did he do anything truly harmful. Fox Clan? 3. There's no need to be afraid, Dragony, he only liked to scare people, he won't actually hurt you. Bai Yin then caresses the girl's head as a comforting gesture. All happy in her eyes, the little missy forms a smile now and loses that worrisome face. Queen, I like you so. Even if the king is scary, I won't leave you. Within the demon realm, there doesn't seem to be anyone who's not afraid of him, so her worries are within expectation. But of course, the main reason wasn't because the demon king did something cruel. Rather, it's his aura being too dominant and powerful to his subjects. The fear just comes out of their hearts without any coercion. Let's go then, Dragony. Holding the lass's hand, Bai Yen leads the way to only get a surprised question from behind. But Queen, don't we have to tell the others first? No need, I don't like the teary separation scenes that will inevitably come of the meeting. What's more, I've already left them a letter so they'll know once they see it. Though she says that, Bai Yen did make a reluctant look in the general direction of the main courtyard. It's obvious her words were only half true as she continued to walk. Dragony, I've been meaning to tell you this, but you shouldn't call me Queen from now on while we're in the outside world. Huh? The Missy asks with a bit of confusion. Then how should I call you Queen? You, she muses for a moment. You and Xiachen are the same, so call me Mother. Since the day I adopted you, I have already thought of you as my daughter. Though it's unintentional, her comment had caused the little Missy to clench those dainty hands tightly. What's the matter? My former mother was very bad to me. Pursing her lip, Dragony's view was all blurred up due to those brewing tears in her eye. Because my soul opened up late, she would always call me the little fool. It's you, Queen, who didn't abandon me and flaunt me around as a laughing stock. I'm so grateful for being adopted. Back then she didn't know better, so the sort of grievance and sadness experienced by normal people didn't apply to herself. But now it's different and she understands it all, including the sort of miserable maltreatment by her former family. Queen, can I really call you Mother? Am I also going to be a child with a mother in the future? I'm actually really good. I'm not lying so. Bai Yen felt pained by the girl's defensive words. Sure, she herself also faced discrimination in the Bai house by her so-called father and stepmother, but that's only for a short period of time in this world. Dragony, on the other hand, faced such harsh conditions for years since her birth despite the hindered mindset. Dragony, you just need to know that I truly look to you as my flesh and blood. Just like Xiachen, you two are my children and that will never change. Crouching down to be at eye level, she tries to soothe the little Missy with her own gentle smile. And from now on you don't need to be so low on self-esteem either. No one is going to ever hurt you while I am around. Showing a beautiful smile in return, Dragony looks genuinely happy at the promise. I'm so happy. From now on I won't have to be envious of those children I see playing with their parents on the street anymore. Come, it's getting late so we should go now. Picking up her adopted daughter, Bai Yin wanted to use this gesture to emphasize their connection, and there's no lies in her words. Together, this pair headed for the outside with a newfound sense of joy in the air. On the intersection making up the border of the demon realm and celestial realm, this stretch of land has now become a place of war. Although it's not scorched with blood like some battlefields back in the old days of Earth, this was still very intense for the sort of clashes that occurs between the two sides. Fox Clan? 4. Currently inside a restaurant located at the border city between both realms, there's a young female and her precious young daughter enjoying a fine meal together on one of the tables here. Normally their presence would surely catch the attention of the customers inside this establishment due to their looks, but the recent events around this region were too interesting for the others to care about some random stranger. The older female was naturally gorgeous, of course. Wearing a rosy red dress, she was the epitome of a thorny flower that's beautiful yet untouchable for the mundane. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the table sat a young lass who had a contour just as fine. Though the girl lacked the allure of a full-grown adult, those eyes were deliciously appealing enough for those with a nasty taste for the young. Since the seal shattered around the demon realm, those blasted beasts have run amok around here, and those from the core of the celestial realm won't do a damn thing. Now this border city is close to being overrun by those demons. Che, it's because our side is so weak that we were forced to stay in this border city. If those bigwigs back in the celestial realm cared anything about us, then they would permit our entry into the human world instead. Now not only are we forced to confront those demons here without help, we can't even flee to the weaker realms. At this rate, I wouldn't even be surprised if the entire celestial realm is conquered by those demons. Even if the strength of these rabbles here are considered insignificant by the truly strong, but once transferred to the human world, it's still a considerable force to be reckoned with. Dragony, we're leaving. Bai Yin says this after she's done with her eavesdropping. Though confused in the eyes, the young dragoness nevertheless followed from behind like a clever girl that she was. Only after they're out of sight did she bring forth her inner doubt. But mother, where are we going now? Just now those people mentioned the demons here have formed a recognizable force in this border city. If we go seek their help, then we might just be able to find your uncle. Even if not, it will at least increase the pace of our search. But is uncle really in this place? Biting her nail, the lass asks innocently without a care in the world. I don't know, but according to the pieces of information I got from my sources, he shouldn't be too far from this place. Forcing an uncertain smile, Bai Yin knew she was going at this with thin ropes. Regardless, we will still need to try our luck since we don't know where he is. Who knows, we might just get lucky and score one from the start. Oh right, Dragony, since you're also a demon, are you able to tell which part of this city has the strongest demon scent? If demons gather, then they are bound to produce a recognizable scent in the air. By going to the area with the strongest, she would then be able to find some help. I can. Complying with a heavy nod of her head, the young dragoness then began to sniff the air until her nose points to the general direction in the east. Mother, there are a lot of demons over there, and they're foxes. Foxes? Bai Yan's eye lit up. If it's the foxes, then even better. Dragony, we're leaving. To the east of the border city, there stood an old manor adorned with a gold plaque at its entrance. This read the word fox to indicate the sort of individuals living in this estate. At this moment, there's a string of musical melodies coming out from within, and following this sound was the graceful dancing of a woman inside. Her movements were beautiful, matching that with the hypnotic eyes of a fox. She's an unforgettable specimen of what a female should embody if they are out to attract the opposite sex. Fox Clan? 5. Miss, your dance is getting more and more beautiful. Even our noblest king will certainly be mesmerized by your beauty. One of the maids nearby compliments after coming back to their senses due to the amazing show. Scratching the other side's nose with a genuine smile, the lady felt good at being praised. What are you saying, you silly? Don't forget, it was my older sister's foolish dream of wanting to become the queen that we were forced to leave the demon realm and come here. Do you think His Majesty would be so easily captivated? Miss, you are wrong on that. Unlike First Miss, you are superior in both looks and charms. There's no way the king wouldn't fancy you. I bet in this whole city, there's not a single man who wouldn't fall for your beauty." Although this flattering remark was exaggerated to a certain level, it did have a very high effect on the fox lady. Why did she abandon her cultivation to specialize in dancing and seductive charming? Of course it's to allow her family and herself to return from their exile and the demon palace. Unfortunately, she and her father did not believe in the same way of doing things. Her old man has accepted their fate of being exiled to this gutter of a wasteland due to the varying degree of constant warring, and wanted to take this border city as their base of power, believing the hard work done here would eventually earn the king's forgiveness and allow for their return. The goal was the same for the pair, but the means to that goal differed between father and daughter. This mouth of yours is really getting sweeter and sweeter. It's unfortunate that the king already has a queen according to what I've heard. This road I've chosen will be a long and hard one. Miss. It's then a voice from the rear interrupts their conversation. Coming over, the individual looking like one of the guards here arches his fist and speaks. There are 2 people outside currently wishing to see the housemaster, but he's. See my father. The lady became surprised by the idea. Raising a brow. Who are they? A human and a demon, the guard answers respectfully, making a amused look as if contemplating her options. My father is currently in closed-door training, so no one is to disturb him until he's out. I'm his daughter, so if there's anything of importance then I will see to it. Bring those 2 to me and I'll meet them. Yes, milady. Getting the order, the guard promptly went away for the front door where the 2 should still be waiting. Outside of the estate at the front gate, Bayen was quietly waiting with Dragoni for the home's host to show themselves when a group led by a lady in pink came out to greet them. From first glance, she could see why some would call the fox demons a race of seduction and allure. This lady had a very beautiful contour, but the most outstanding feature were those eyes. They spoke of femininity without words needed. While there's no problem for one to want an outgoing appearance and dress code, Dragoni on the other hand didn't feel the same and found the fox lady rather dislikable. I believe I said I wanted to see the Fox clan's chief. Bayen says after seeing who had come out. I'm his daughter Hume. You can speak to me if you have something to say. Hume frowns after being dismissed as the one in charge, and also showed a hint of hostility in the voice. Being dismissed despite coming out to greet some unknown stranger would of course irk anyone. However, Hume had another reason for disliking Bayen, and that was their looks. This fox demoness had always believed her own beauty to be unmatched aside from the princess and king being on par. Yet now there's a strange human woman coming to her home, and had a contour far superior to her own. As the old saying goes, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. My mother is the queen of the demon realm. Breaking free from Bayen's grasp, Dragoni hurries forward to make a stand. We are looking for the Fox clan's chief. Fox clan? 6, queen? Hume's gaze shoots out a frosty beam as she snickered with contempt. You got some nerve. How dare you pretend to be the demon realm's queen? Do you know what sort of crime it is to impersonate her highness? My mother is the queen. Ho! The fox lady responds equally as sarcastic to that outcry. I've only heard of the queen having a son. Never did I hear she had a daughter. If you are going to impersonate someone, then at least do your homework and get a boy instead of an unruly lass. Seeing how upset her daughter was becoming, Bayen hurries to step in before the little dragoness loses it. Pulling that small figure back to her side, she then flipped over her hand to show a jade pendant engraved with the word demon on it. Can this thing prove my identity then? Now go have the fox chief come see me. Hume became startled by the rudeness and looks down, her eyes appearing suspicious and doubtful. What is this thing? I've never seen it before in my life. Don't think just because you have a weird-looking jade pendant that you can go around impersonating the queen. Lady, even if you love our king, you still shouldn't use such means. She then goes ahead and makes an exasperated sigh like the woman across from her was another one of those wishful females whom have dreams of attaining a post far beyond their own standing. Bayen's expression right now could only be described as having black lines running through her face. Back then when Ditsong gave her this identification token, the man specifically said it could prove her identity to any demon out there. But as anyone could see, it's obviously not working. Unbeknownst to this poor queen though, This fox clan here in the border city was only a branch of the other one in the demon realm at this point. Since they've been expelled and exiled here to some far-off land, their ability to communicate with the rest of the demon world has become limited. Therefore, it's not all that surprising they wouldn't recognize the custom-made token she got from Deetsong. The biggest issue in the end was the lack of information in this world. I have never seen a shameless wench before, a maid from one side scoffs derisively. If you want to be the king's consort, then use your own ability to reach that goal. What good is there in impersonating the queen before us? Another maid joins in as well. That's right, our king is not a blind person without taste. A woman like you would never get in his eye, so I doubt his majesty would even give you an extra glance. Utterly outraged by the snarky comments coming their way, poor Dragony eyes began to glow red. I'll kill you all if you keep talking nonsense. My mother is the queen. It is you all who doesn't know anything and can't recognize the identification token. You? The maid who spoke last wanted to fire back a rebuttal again when Hume steps in with a raised hand to stop the act. What are you arguing with a kid for? Getting all smug herself as well, Hume turns her gaze directly towards Bai Yan's when speaking. Our Fox clan is a gracious household and we do not argue with the whimsical and hopelessly wishful types. If you two got nothing more to say, then I suggest you leave. My father will not meet you, lady. That sly comment was the last straw for the poor dragoness. Practically trembling due to the inner rage wanting to come out, the lass stares dagger at the fox lady like she's seeing a dead person. You stinking girl. As servants, there's no way some of the maids wouldn't notice the hostile look coming at their lady. For one of the more outspoken and clever ones, mainly the woman compliment who may of her dancing earlier, she had come forward to point her accusing finger at Dragony. Sadly, that was a huge mistake because that finger was a huge flailing target ready to be bitten. Ah! The outspoken maid screams in terrific pain as the razor-sharp teeth grinds against her finger. Stinking girl, let go right now, let go of my finger. There's no Dragony would let go though. Instead, she bit harder until blood has started to seep out of the maid's finger. This causes the second maid to run forward in haste to stop this. However, before she could slap Dragony to get her to stop, Bai Yan had intervened. Next thing they all knew was the brittle sound of bone breaking from the wrist by the fellow maid. Deetsong's letter 1. If you continue to want to touch her with your dirty hands, then you can forget about keeping them. Bang! Giving a shove, Bai Yan's maneuver sends the injured maid stumbling backwards until she's on the floor with tears of pains flowing down those cheeks. Miss, this woman is too arrogant. Enough! Hume orders with an expressionless face. I said it before. There is no need to argue with a child, or are you bold enough to go against my words? The maid immediately shudders at the thought of what that meant. Hanging her head low, the injured servant didn't dare to speak. Don't assume just because the fox lady's usually kind on the surface, but only these maids who have followed the demoness from young would know her true nature. If angered, the one to be the most ruthless would have to be Hume and not the fox chief in this household. Lady, it's my maid who offended. Can I ask your daughter to release her jaws first? Shooting a warning glare at her own people, Hume then returns her attention to Bai Yan with a rather calm expression. They only said those things out of kindness, after all. Impersonating the queen is not a small crime if discovered. Scoffing a brief chuckle of her own, Bai Yan was so done with this place. Fine, if the Fox clan here have no intention of seeing to us, then we will not linger. Dragony, we're leaving. Oh! Loosening that mouth, the little dragoness didn't forget to shoot one final stare at the victim before turning away with her mother. Once the two were out of view, the frightened maid on the floor finally climbed back up from the floor. Miss, those people are too arrogant, so I... Despite the timidness in that voice, she asks nevertheless to quell her own doubt. I know you don't need to say more. Hume narrows her eyes in with a dangerous glint in those irises. That woman is only a human, nothing to fear. However, that child beside her is a member of the dragons. I heard the new dragon chief is a highly protective man. If he learns of us harming one of his clan members, then it would surely create a conflict between both groups. That's something I would like to avoid for the time being. The lady then turns for the inner estate after giving her reasoning. Come, we're going back inside. Also, keep this matter from my father. I don't want him learning of this matter. Yes, milady. The servants and maids all complied with a bow of their head, But those eyes all had a disapproving light in them for leaving this matter alone. In their minds, the strange woman dares to impersonate the queen, so it's just a matter of time before she's discovered and sentenced to death by those in the palace. Then from out of the blue, as soon as Hume managed to make it back to her own courtyard for rest, a huge explosive sound rocked the air. Looking up in surprise, she could tell it's coming from the back. My papa has completed his closed-door training. Come, we're going to see him. On the back of the small mountain here, a bearded man wearing a long green robe had just walked out of the cave when he was taken aback by the red fox running over from the front. House Chief, there's a letter from the palace. The fox presents the letter like it's a precious treasure. A letter from the palace? Hu Budway felt his heart pounding with excitement after the thought. Trembling in his hand, he almost fell into tears after holding the precious envelope. How many years? How many years has it been since the palace placed me in the blacklist? Deetsong's letter too. Addressed to Hu Budway, chief of the Fox clan. These 5 words were a bag of mixed feelings for the Fox chief because he didn't understand who would still write to him from the palace. Ever since his eldest daughter tried to seduce the king, everyone from back home has kept a steady distance from his family and wouldn't communicate with them out of fear of being exiled as well. However, those emotions were quickly tuckered away as soon as he glanced over the content of this letter. The one writing was the king. That's the name of the sender. In the entire race of demons, only one individual would call themselves the king. Am I hallucinating? Rubbing his eyes to get a better view, Hu Budway crimples his forehead to focus in on the letters until his eyeballs were mostly bulging outward. His Majesty wrote to me? He wrote to me. Downright sobbing in joy, the Fox chief couldn't hold back those tears. He won't lie to himself. His eldest daughter did commit a crime worthy of death a century ago. Drugging the king so he would sleep with her? That sort of idiotic scheme would have been killed in its infancy if the Fox chief himself knew what the girl had in mind. But regretting won't change a damn thing at this point in life, so he's not going to dwell on his daughter's death. What he would do though was to grab onto this rare chance and achieve a great merit. Only by doing so would his family here be allowed to return to the demon realm. According to my informants, your queen, my wife, has now gone to the border. If she is to request assistance in any way, the Fox clan led by Hu Budway must offer aid in all possible manner. In addition to the first edict, none is allowed to disturb her unless sought out. If there are any violators, they are henceforth banished from the demon realm in its entirety and never permitted to return. On the other hand, if Hu Budway, head of the Fox clan, can appease my wife and earn her mercy, the currently banished branch of the Fox clan at the border shall be graced with amnesty and allowed to return from their exile. In short and blunt words, if she is satisfied, then I as the king am satisfied. If she's not, then you are screwed. Gripping the letter heavily with all the energy he could muster in those shaking fingers, Hu Budway got all red in the face from the hope presented before himself. Yes! The king is finally giving me a chance. All my patience and loyalty wasn't for nothing. My family can finally return to the Fox clan and take its helm again. You there, make sure my second daughter doesn't find out about this letter. Do you understand what I mean? The Fox chief hurries to give this warning after remembering something important. As the old saying goes, only a father would know their daughters best. The oldest had already pushed their family into this horrible state due to her whimsical wish of marrying the king. Now he mustn't allow his second daughter throw away her life for that dream as well. They both loved the king and he knew that. Therefore, he must crush that hope to avoid a repeat of the last. What's more, he's afraid the girl might try to harm the queen if news reaches Hume's ear. That's not something beyond his daughter's ability. Yes, my lord. The red fox complies with a nod of the head. Perhaps the news from Deetsong had made the Fox chief's mood exceptionally high because he was humming the entire way down the mountain. Unfortunately, his jolly attitude quickly came to a stumbling halt when an excited cry from the front forced him to a standstill. Father! Looking over, Hu Budway could see it was his youngest daughter Hume. In that instant he didn't show any joy, only a tense look with black lines running through his face. Without a second thought, the Fox chief hides the letter in his hand before turning to face his own girl. Deetsong's letter 3. Mayor, did anything happen while father here was away? Hu Budway's question didn't get a direct answer. Instead it causes the servants and maids that came with the fox lady to lower their hands in avoidance. Humei didn't miss the faces coming off of her people from behind. Slightly annoyed and slightly appeased at their willingness to follow her orders, she bits her lip and hurried to speak. Father, nothing special occurred during your time away, only a woman coming around to make trouble for our house. But don't worry, your daughter I have already dealt with her and make that person leave. How come? Our family shouldn't have offended anyone of late. Oh, don't fret over it, father. It's probably just because we are the Fox clan and that woman wants to get close to the king through us. I easily saw through her plot and ended it on the spot. That greatly relieved Hu Budwei. That's good then, don't let such woman near the king, especially when his majesty has taken a queen now. Our family can't afford to offend her highness, otherwise we will be left with no place to go. Father, how can the queen be that narrow-minded? Humei asks with a raised eyebrow. Even though many of the denizens of the demon realm only took one wife in their lifetime, including countless chiefs of the various racial groups, but it's their king here. If a single woman gets to monopolize such an incredible male, then it's too much of a loss in this fox lady's opinion. Mayor, the matters in the palace is not something we can judge or dictate. In any case, don't speak ill of the queen lest the words reach that one's ear. It will only end with the suffering of our family. Also, they say the queen is peerless in her beauty, so you need to stop thinking about the king. Father. Humei's eyes beamed a resilient light of unacceptance. Those people are only exaggerating the queen's contour because they want to flatter the woman. In terms of charming allure, who can match up to us foxes? The fox chief didn't agree with the idea and frowned. Mayor, no matter what, the queen is still the king's woman. I know, that's why I won't be as stupid as my older sister. Making waves with her incredible smile. I will only have His Majesty fall in love with me naturally. I won't do anything foolish like trying to force the matter. If he doesn't take action, then of course I won't do anything. I disdain forced emotion. There's good reason for Humei's confidence. The fox race has an inherent ability to seduce and charm the other sex, making them the perfect play toys for men. So father, you don't have to worry about me. Your daughter I knows what is good for our family and what is not to do. If the king really doesn't have me in his eye, then I will give up on my own. But, Hu Budwei still had a frown on his face due to the unease he felt. I heard the king isn't allowing any woman who has thoughts for him near the palace. Now that's where you are wrong, father. No men will reject a woman's love for them. As long as I don't make any move without his consent, then it's fine. What, am I not allowed to even have the right to love? Yes, as long as I express myself and not use dirty means, then the king won't treat me like my older sister. After a moment of musing over that logic, Hu Budwei ends up snapping anyways. No! You are not allowed to do anything remotely risky. I've already got word from the king. Now the Fox clan only needs to complete a mission for His Majesty to return to the demon realm. I won't let you ruin this rare opportunity just because of your feelings. Having said that, the fox chief then whisked his sleeve to begin turning away, but before giving one final warning look at his own daughter. Mayor, I don't care what happens in the future, but you better keep that emotion in check during this period. Deetsong's letter 4. Alone by themselves again after the fox chief had left, one of the maids carefully raised a suggestion. Miss, the housemaster's words aren't unreasonable. Humei didn't get mad at this, in fact, she smirked instead at those words. Father is too timid for his own good. Since I have made my decision, then I'm not going to sway in my determination. Breaking out into an abrupt laugh, her voice was truly a marvel to listen to. What's more, who doesn't want to be a person of superior stature? My fate will be controlled by me, by my own hands. The other maids didn't dare to object to her proclamation, only hanging their heads in silence. Only a fool would raise their voice now in these sorts of situations. You are all underestimating yourselves without knowing the foe first. Our lady is so excellent, I'm sure she is many times better than that whatever queen. The maid who likes to flatter and suck up to her mistress decides to speak up in support, causing the rest of her peers to share looks of uncertainty around the group. What's more, miss, you only need to perform a dance before the king to win his fancy. I'm sure of it. When that happens, what else can that queen do even if she's jealous? It's a settled matter by then. Feeling better, Humei's expression eventually loosens up from her forced laugh. I knew you are the most sensible one among my mates who chi. As for you who shu, you don't have to follow me anymore. I don't need such a timid maid to serve under me. Brushing past the girl that's now abandoned, the fox lady disappears from view in a flash. Walking along the streets of this border city, Bayen and Dragoni was currently casually strolling around the various stalls when the unhappy little lass finally spoke up. Mother, are we just going to let things slide with the Fox clan? His Highness said it before, we must return the favor if anyone dares to pick on us. If Mother is afraid of pain, then I can do it instead. Chuckling at the steaming face of her adopted daughter, Bayen found it rather amusing how quickly she has copied the behaviors from her own boy. Don't worry about what happened before, Dragoni. It's only a few squabbling words, no need to waste time and effort on them. What's more, I've already left a little punishment on those maids who tried to hurt you, so the main priority is still to look for your uncle. As for those members of the Fox clan, it's not like they can run from me. Also, you should stop calling Xiachen His Highness, call him brother. He's always wanted a little sister, so the change will be to his wish. She then went ahead to pinch the girl's cheek in a doting manner, which immediately causes the receiver burst out giggling with joy as well. As long as I can stay by Mother's side, then I will listen to anything. Unlike the dull and clueless nature from when they first met, Dragoni's tone and wording has definitely grown by leaps and bounds. It's befitting the image of a young lass who's still new to the world. This precious moment of bonding would have continued to nightfall if nothing happens. However, the ruckus and familiar voice up ahead soon caught the eyes and ears of the two ladies. The little dragoness was rather indifferent to this, only finding the commotion interesting for herself, but Bayen on the other hand could immediately recognize as the owner of that new voice. It's him. What is he doing here? Ever since they separated ways back then, Bayen has had no news from the person or his whereabouts. Making a somewhat excited face now, she quickly pushes aside the gathered crowd to make it to the forefront. Sure enough, reflected into her eyes was the youngster and his pink little piggy, just like in her memories back at the medicine sect. Battle 1. Yin Yin. The young teen rushes over with pure excitement after noticing who has come. Practically shining in his appearance, he's like an elf from those old legends, handsome and pure. Yin Yin, where did you go after you left that day? I and Piggy searched for a long time and couldn't find you anywhere. Did you forget about us? In support of his owner, the pink little piggy also oinks a few times to show his displeasure. Thinking back to the time they shared together, Piggy could only say his recent days with his owner has been miserable. Forget about having a good time. His meals were reduced to meager porridge due to their lack of funding, totally different from the feasts he enjoyed while under Bayan's care. What's more, his owner Emo Li Shang wouldn't stop reprimanding him about cannibalism when he begs for some roast pig during a meal. Oink oink, master is clearly making excuses. How can those hogs be my own kind? No way, which part of them look like me? But how did you two end up here of all places? Bayen asks the teen and pig with a look of perplexity. It's not like she's forgotten about these two she met at the medicine sect. Rather, she had to leave with Deetsong for the demon realm that she decided to let her grandfather at the medicine sect take care of them. She was sure the boy would eventually regain his memories after a while, so it's somewhat strange that he's not going home and ends up in this border city instead. It was Piggy who brought me here. Emo Li Shang explains with noticeable glee in his voice. He noticed the scent of his own kind here. That's where searching for his clan. Anyways, what are you doing here, Yin Yin? Oh, I came to find my brother. If that's the case, then let me accompany you in your search. As long as you don't leave me behind again, then I'm fine with anything. Scratching the back of his head with a shy smile, the teen eventually noticed the little dragoness hiding behind Bayan's leg, showing an incredulous face. Yin Yin, who is she? Is she your daughter-in-law? Making a troubled face with black lines running through her face, Bayan could already imagine what her son would do if he heard this comment. It's pretty much a certainty the little steam bun would break out crying. This is Dragoni, my goddaughter. As to whether or not she will become my daughter-in-law in the future, that's entirely dependent on the children themselves. I don't intend to force my wishes on them. There's no question about how fond she was of this girl. Cute, beautiful and sensible. These were just a couple of the merits that could be used to describe Dragoni's good points. Oink oink. Suddenly jumping into the dragoness's arms, Piggy rudely but carefully began to sniff the poor girl's scent. He's not doing anything perverted or mean. Rather, the little winged piggy was surprised to find there to be a very nice scent that made him want to get close to her. Unfortunately, the sudden and abrupt contact had completely scared the daylights out of Dragony. Dropping the pink little guy down onto the floor without a second thought, she hurries to scuttle backwards like a frightened cat. This also irked Bai Yin somewhat. Showing a black face, she immediately picks up Piggy and tosses him back to Emoli Shang's hand. "You pet scared my daughter." Oink oink. But the negative reception didn't matter to Piggy. Instead, the little guy began to struggle hard to break free from the teen's hand because he wanted to go sniff Dragony's scent some more. This had the direct effect of scaring the poor girl to the point where she hid behind Bai Yan's leg for protection. "Mother, I hate pigs." Poking her head out while making this comment, the lass's cheeks were puffed up in displeasure like a balloon. Though her words were said with a hint of spite to begin with, Dragony never intended to produce maximum damage. Not only did Piggy's heart shatter into a million pieces after hearing that, the poor little guy immediately broke out into a tearful sob and ran away, leaving only a dust of cloud in his wake. Piggy! Emoli Shang wanted to chase his friend, however. His worries were for naught because those people that were in dispute with them from the start had stopped the little fella from leaving. Battle 2. Under the encirclement of these people who wish him harm, Piggy's initial wave of sadness was swiftly replaced by fear and panic. Thankfully he wasn't alone because Emoli Shang was quickly able to catch up to his side. Picking the little fella up, the teen wraps his arms around the pink Piggy with alarmed eyes at these people. "Young man, you're a proper human, so why are you protecting some stupid animal? If you're willing to hand over that demon beast, then we'll let you live." The leading bulky-looking big man steps forward to offer, his expression cold and threatening. The insult didn't sit well with Piggy at all. Shooting a hard stare back, "You are the stupid one, your whole family is stupid. I am clearly the smartest and cleverest little piggy under the sky. How can you lot compare me with those stupid beasts?" Shang. It's then Bai Yan also walks over with Dragony in hand, showing a frowning face. "What happened? Before when I came over to this place with Piggy," pursing his lip in grievance, "this group of people suddenly surrounded me and demanded I hand him over. Piggy is my family. There's no way I can hand him over to these people." Bai Yan instantly got cold in her aura. "You take Piggy and leave first, I will deal with this." "I won't," said the teen with a firm shake of the head. "This trouble is caused by us, so I can't let you stay and take it for us. I'm a man, so it's me who should be protecting you." As a hot-blooded young man, how could he leave and let a woman deal with his problems? "Che, here comes another too," said the big hulky man with disdain. "Girl, why do you side with these demons? Hurry and take your daughter and leave. We will not lay our hands on another human." It's normal for humans to coexist with demonic beasts elsewhere in this world. But here in this border city where it's rift with strife between both races, such a thought could only be a dream. Therefore, the group demanding the handover of Piggy held an indescribable strong hatred for the demons. Oink oink! Seeing how reinforcements has come, Piggy's initial tepidness were quickly changed to arrogance as he growled out at the group blocking his path. Unexpectedly, some of that saliva even ended up splattering over to the big hulky man in front. Hurrying to wipe himself free from the gross slimy liquid from his own face, it's obvious the act has infuriated the leader based on those veins popping out in the forehead. "You're seeking death. How dare you get arrogant while on human territory? My brothers, we've been suffering under these demons for months now. Let us take revenge for the misery we've endured." With his order, the group behind him quickly surrounds the place from all angles. Bai Yin didn't panic, nor did she get intimidated. Instead, her eyes were quickly scanning the surrounding area and the chances of her coming out on top. According to her assessment, there are around a couple here who are at the middle level of the saint rank, likely some of the strongest here in the border city. Sure, they're a level higher than herself, but she had the bone quill from the holy domain to act as her weapon. Putting up a fight shouldn't be an issue. What's more, if the other side didn't have any divine artifacts to match, then a victory would be assured. Go look for whoever killed your loved ones. Piggy is my friend's pet, so I won't allow any of you to harm him. Battle 3. Releasing her hand around Dragony's, Bai Yin takes a step forward to make a stance. Humph! The big bulky man huffs a grunt at this picture as he swings his huge knife down at her. Perhaps it's the strength, or that he's imbued the strike with his own power, but a whirling series of wind blades instantly forms into existence for the woman. Boom! The attack was direct, raising up a storm of dust clouds from the recoiling force. Sadly for the man, the effects were minimal. Bai Yan did not take even a step back from the strike. Instead, she was able to easily block off everything with her tiny bone quill. This unexpected outcome humiliated the big guy, and earned him some odd stares from the back for sure because he was acting so confident and such in front of everyone. Yet look at what happened, nothing. Not a cut, not even a tear in the clothes. Furthermore, his huffy attitude soon changed to shock once this big guy realized what he was confronting. This bone quill. It's a divine artifact? If not, then what else out there can produce such drastic effects? Thinking up to here, a powerful flash of greed beams out of the big hulky man's eye when looking at Bai Yan's weapon of choice. It's invasive and gross, like he's undressed the woman from top to bottom. Brothers and sisters, let me handle this woman and I'll leave the others to you all. Arrest this teen and young girl for colluding with the pig. Giving the corner of his lip a lick, the guy turned menacing, just like an evil final boss cackling a laugh from those old movies. Mo Li Shang wasn't as calm in the back though once those foes began to move against him. He's flustered from being confronted with so many people. Even so, he somehow managed to resist the attacks with a sword he pulled out from somewhere on his own. This didn't escape Bai Yan's attention, of course, which greatly surprised her due to the teen's amazing strength. This Mo Li Shang. He's a saint rank as well? If he had such power to begin with, then why was he severely injured at the medicine sect? And why did he lose all his memories? What does his appearance mean? Despite all these lingering questions that she once answered, Bai Yan didn't have room to dwell on the issue. The reasoning being that the attacks are now aimed directly at the dazed-looking Dragoni to one side. Dragoni, get away. Going pale in the face, she cries out in her urgency. Unfortunately, the lass didn't budge, only staring at the oncoming blades with a look of fear, like she's overcome by the emotion. However, then it happened right before contact. Perhaps the thought of death finally brought the dragoness back to reality, but the next shoving push from the clueless girl's hand did more than just resist the swing of the blade. She sent them flying. You baddies, go away. You're not allowed to harm my mother. Moving at lightning pace, the young lass's body became a blur of light, as she becomes enveloped in a sacred light while dashing forward with her own attack. Baddies! Anyone who hurts my mother are baddies. I'm going to eat you all. Grrr! A deafening draconian roar rocks the air and land, causing even the light to fluctuate for a split second from the sonic wave. But this wasn't the most important. Rather, it's Dragoni's new transformation. Gradually lengthening in size until she's her true form, the lass was no longer a green color like before. Instead, she's now pure white from top to bottom. Then, without so much as another word, she gulps down the closest human cultivator in one fell swoop. I'm going to eat you all. There's no childish tone in her voice this time around, nay, nor does it sound dull and timid. Instead, it's the sound of a determined girl of sizable strength that rang into everyone's ear on this border city. Mo Li Shang had stopped his actions by this point, much like the rest around himself, but it was Piggy who was the mouth shocked by the girl's transformation. The poor little pig was slacking his jaws open from not knowing how to react because he's the one who offended Dragoni the most from sniffing her earlier. He's quite happy at not being eaten. Battle for demon. This little girl is also a demon. And a dragon at that? The big hulky guy has already come back to his senses from the initial shock of Dragoni's transformation. Retreat, everyone retreat! He yells this out with grit between his teeth. Those bastards from the Dragon Clan are all madmans in the guy's eye. In fact, he only provoked the confrontation because he saw Piggy was alone, and from a weak racial clan. Now that things are involving the mighty dragons, his courage had gone out the window. Pity for him though, Bai Yan has no intention of letting these people leave, because she's already blocked off his escape route from behind. Didn't you want to eat a roast pig just moments ago? What, don't want it anymore? Why are you leaving so early? She asks with an obvious level of disdain. The situation looked dire for the big man as he anxiously watched the new Dragoni devour all of his brothers and sisters. Before he knew it, He's the only one left around here, the rest already being nutrients in the young lass's stomach. To make matters worse, Dragoni just had to go and make a loud burp like a stuffed diner. That's a real trauma for those that's on the dinner plate. Mother, what should we do with this guy? His strength is too high for me. I'm scared that I can't digest him like last time. This was already a long stretch for the dragoness's belly because of the amount of lower-leveled saint ranks she gobbled up. Bai Yin didn't mind it though, in fact. She's more worried about the girl's new transformation. Unfortunately, this was no time to be inquiring about the details, so her eyes are locked onto the remaining foe. Her bone quill glowing with sharp bitter light of frost as she does so. Lady, do you really think I'm afraid you too? The big man makes a frown before continuing. If it wasn't because I'm afraid of provoking the dragon clan after killing this lass, then both of you would be dead by now. In other words, him not fighting wasn't out of fear. It's merely to avoid provoking the revenge from the dragon clan. Also, this would be the only opportunity for Bai Yin and her friends to leave since he's being merciful right now. Yin, this guy is a typical coward that only knows how to bully the weak. Mo Lishang finally catches up with Piggy and Hold. He saw how easy Piggy was to pick on. That's why they demanded to take him. Now that the dragons are involved, he immediately cowers away. The big man grew furious and embarrassed at being called out. Humph, you bastards are seeking death. Fine, it's only retaliation from the dragon clan. I Wu Xiong can handle it. Swoosh. No longer trying to run, the big bulky man known as Wu Xiong slams the tip of his blade onto the ground and stirs up a cloud of dust. Regardless of the cowardice in his heart, the person was still a man. There's bound to be blood in there somewhere after being mocked to such extent. Shang, you step back. Clasping tightly onto her weapon, Bai Yin faces off against her foe with determination. Okay. The youngster didn't struggle with the idea. Getting back to the rear with Piggy, Mo Lishang's eyes were clear as the water. Yin, if you cannot hold on, then change with me during the fight. We can use the turtle wheel tactic and beat him that way. Mountain 1. Huffing a grunt with a cold face, Wu Xiong's body disappears in a flash as he makes his move against Bai Yin. The attack should have sliced the woman in two according to the image this man envisioned, but his attempt was in vain because the target had sidestepped to one side right before contact like there's eyes behind her back. Even so, the recoiling force from the strike nearly splits the cloud and left a huge crack that stretched for hundreds of meters on the ground. This battle was no longer between the two parties. It's far too huge of a commotion and has attracted everyone living along this border city. This includes Hume that's not far away from the epicenter, furrowing her brow at the rising smoke. What's happening? Who's fighting over there? Miss, shall we go and see? Hu Chi the maid asks with a respectful voice from one side. Hume the fox lady was at first undecided, but as soon as she saw her old man Hu Budway rushing for the outside, any hesitation was removed. Come. We're going to investigate the fighting. At the same time, many of the strong humans living here in the border city were also alarmed by the fluctuation in the air. They didn't wait and also rushed for the place of battle. Under the battering of the gusting wind, Bai Yan's expression was that of caution against the foe in front. No matter how much she looks down upon the big bulky man, he's still a mid-level saint rank cultivator. Focus was key in this fight if she wants to achieve complete victory. Yin, seemingly able to sense something, Mo Lishang hurries to cry out from his end. This isn't good. There are a lot of powerful people coming this way. Just like her handsome young friend, Bai Yin also became aware of the prying eyes from afar. Though she didn't speak, the signaling look the woman gave to the dragoness was enough to indicate what she wanted from her goddaughter. Mother, I will deal with those people, so don't worry. Dragoni makes a broad smile once she understood. Despite her own belly being quite huge already from the number of people she ate, the young lass in her beastral form didn't relent and took to the sky by transforming into a brilliant mass of light. For the unexpected, those weaker cultivators were the first to go from the new batch of food that had just arrived on scene. And because of how fast Dragoni flew at, many didn't even have time to react before they were consumed like the rest. However, Bai Yan's confidence in her own goddaughter has grown complacent. Right after this second wave of consumption, the dragoness's complexion was starting to look unwell and even turned a shade of green. Then it happened. As soon as the young girl went after the stronger newcomers, Her tummy has grown so large and massive that it's borderline translucent on the outer belly skin. The silhouettes of the people she ate could be seen through this. Oh ouch! Groaning from the throbbing pain, Dragoni directly falls out of the sky and makes a loud smacking thud when impacting. Then, as if to emphasize her unwell state, the girl's shape also reverts back to her lowly self as she rolled around the floor while holding the stomach. Dragoni! Shocked by the sudden change, Bai couldn't care about her opponent anymore and quickly made a dash the other way. She's greatly alarmed and was anxious to figure out the cause. What's wrong? Mother. My tummy, it hurts. Tightly biting her pale lips, the lass's forehead was covered in cold sweat as she explained. Mountain too. Bai's face had wrinkled into a knot after seeing the terrible state of that belly. You ate too many people again. Take this medicine, it will help with your indigestion. That said, she immediately takes out a beady little pill and stuffs it into Dragoni's mouth. The effects were immediate. Though it couldn't completely dissolve the pain from her belly, the young lass did feel much more comfortable to the level where her complexion had stopped looking so pale. Hold on for now, Dragoni. I'll use other ways to help you digest your food after we leave this place. Standing up again with her goddaughter in arms, Bai's sharp gaze swept across the many foes that has come to the scene. At this moment there are far more people than there were at the beginning of this battle. This includes several mid-level saint ranks as well. If it was just dealing with Wu Xiong, then Bai had every confidence to come out on top of this big hulky guy. However, if it's added with so many unknown variables, then not even she could be so certain anymore. Everyone. Wu Xiong became elated at the vast number of helpers that came to his aid. These two humans are colluding with the demons. For our sake and all of humanity, I implore everyone here to help me capture these two demons and prosecute the traitors. The man's words were damning because the look Bai got from everyone were threateningly cold. In this border city, humanity and demonkin are like fire and water, polar opposites in their element. Once the feud becomes ignited, there's no turning back. Humph, to be so self-depreciating and evil as a human being is unforgivable. Today you will hand over those two demons, otherwise the crime on you shall be the same as them. That's right. Hand over the two demons and your life shall be spared. There's a brewing anger in their eyes as if Bai and her party committed some sort of heinous crime worthy of death. Talk about being conceited and self-righteous, that's what they are. Piggy was the most afraid among them, of course. Though this pink piglet with wings knew his master Mo Li Shang wouldn't abandon him to the wolves, the intimidating air around so many foes still brought fear into his little heart. What's going on here? Suddenly a cold voice breaks through the air and cuts over the noise. The crowds gathered here were able to recognize the owner of that voice with ease because their faces didn't look good as soon as they saw who was coming. It's a handsome middle-aged man followed closely by a foxy woman of immense charm, who may only needed a glance to recognize who it was at the epicenter after she descended from the air. There's surprise and shock in her eyes, but more were contempt and ridicule for Bai's supposed pompous arrogance. This woman really doesn't want to live. First it was pretending to be the demon queen, then now it's provoking the humans living here in the border city. Even fate is frowning on her. Who Budway? Wu Xiong's face got ugly when speaking up. Are you intending to intervene in this matter? If there's anyone in this border city the big bulky man fears, then it would be the members of the Fox clan. Unlike the other demon races, the royal family of the demon realm was also a fox, making Hu Budway's status special in the eyes of these humans. What's more, this fox chief was also an elder in the palace prior to his banishment. That's a huge boon to his reputation. Mountain 3. Wu Xiong, I said it before. While under my watch no human can harm us demons in this border city. Otherwise. The fox chief says. Demons. The big hulky man snickers sarcastically at the remark. Do you not see those two demons over there are submitting themselves to the two humans? So, they are what you call traitors, and again the two humans are also traitors to humanity. Hu Budway couldn't help but frown at the idea. If it was in the past, then he would surely reprimand the other side if that's the case. However, the post of being queen of the demon realm has now been taken over by a human woman. Even if he's unwilling, siding with the big hulky man in this case would be equivalent of insulting said queen. Father, Wu Xiong is right. These people are indeed traitors to us demons. Hu Mei suddenly chimes in with a cold voice when locking eyes with Bai Yan. This woman is the one I told you about from earlier today. She wanted me to connect her with the king through our connection so she could seduce his majesty, but I refused, of course. Out of anger, she then attacked my maid even. Do you still want to save such a person? You're talking nonsense, my mother is the queen. Flushing red in the face due to how angry she was, Dragoni lashes out despite her own condition. It was clearly your maid who wanted to hit me, that's why my mother hit her back. Queen. The beating speed in the fox chief's heart began to pace incredibly fast for a brief moment. This dragon girl called this woman queen? But when did her highness have a daughter? His majesty never mentioned it at all in the letters. Dragoni, hugging the young missy from behind to settle her trembling body down. Bai Yan's calm and aloof self then confronts Hu Budwei. Are you the chief of the Fox clan here in this border city? That's right, I am Hu Budwei. Hands behind his back, the handsome middle-aged foxman was doing well in giving off a majestic and superior air. Ignoring the flagrant dismissiveness, Bai Yan instead flips her hand out with a greenish object in hand. This jade token, do you recognize it? Hu Budwei frowned at this, of course. He couldn't quite pinpoint it, but he does find it vaguely familiar for some reason. Truth was, Deetsong had sent out the portrait of Bai Yan's identity token to everyone in the demon realm, including the Fox clan exiled to this border city. What's unfortunate though was this Fox chief's lack of forethought. When he received the picture back then, he only gave it a quick skim through and left it as was. Never did this fox expect to encounter Bai Yan in his lifetime. Making matters worse, foxes are inherently bad with their memories, unless they deliberately went out of their way to remember something. It's no surprise that he forgot. Hu Mei didn't miss her old man's reaction with those sharp glaring eyes. In her haste after seeing the badge in Bai Yan's hand, the fox demoness immediately hatched a devious plan in her mind. One for out of spite regarding her maid's injury, the second being Bai Yan's superior beauty. Impudent. This jade token is clearly mine. I dropped it by accident this morning to think it was stolen by you. What sort of world has this become if a thief can so blatantly flaunt their ill-gotten gains out in the open, and before their real owner at that? Other can be so stupid at times. If I don't find some excuse to make him move, then he might really believe this woman's words. It's not like this person can be the real demon queen anyways. Making a face like he's enlightened somehow, the fox chief gives the fox pattern jade token a final stare before nodding his head. So it's my daughter's stuff, no wonder it looks so familiar. Finding it pointless at this stage to continue her attempt to show her identity, Bai Yan puts the thing away before making a sneer. I've heard of foxes being cunning and clever by nature, but it seems that's not true at all. To think the Fox clan would have such a stupid person in their mix. So that's why Di Xiaowan is a sweet dumbaklutz. Not every member of the foxes are as clever and cunning as my own boy. Mountain 4. Lady, I don't care where or how you got your hands on this jade token, but the fact that you are scheming to seduce the king is enough to make you the enemy of the entire demon realm. Compared to Bai Yan, Hu Budwei was more willing to believe his own daughter's story. Even though there are cases where Hu Mei's actions are puzzling and excessive, it's still his daughter that's being put on the table. As a father, he knows the girl best. A proud and strong personality wouldn't fall so low as to lie. Besides, how can this woman be the queen? Someone that can be the king's wife must be equally as strong. Otherwise that man would never take another look. Dragoni, casting her warm gaze down to the little girl in her arms like a mother protecting a baby, Bai Yan asks, "Are you afraid?" The little missy shakes her head without hesitation. "Mother, I am not afraid." "Good, then make sure you hold on to me tightly later. I will take you all in charge out of here." With her other hand holding the bone quill, Bai Yan's expression grew sharp after turning back to the group of enemies before herself. "Shang, you take Piggy and follow closely behind me." The handsome teen obligingly nods from behind. He has no intention of being a leg weight in this situation. Pleased by her friend's firmness, Bai Yan only had one last thing to say to the Fox chief before making her final decision. Is the Fox clan going to watch from the side or help these people? "Lady, perhaps I can stay out of this if you return the jade token to my daughter. If not..." Hu Budwei didn't finish the last bit of his sentence, but the threat and seriousness in his voice said it all. That's all she needed to hear. Without another word, Bai Yen points her bone quill directly at the fox chief and causes a cloud of dust to blow into the air merely from the seeping aura of that weapon. It's her way of declaring war. Getting darker in his face, Hu Budwei coldly huffs a snort at the impudence directed at himself, taking a step back to make sure he's at a safe distance. Wu Xiong, these people and demons are indeed traitors like you said. If you need my help, then the Fox clan here in the city will be happy to join the fight against these traitors. The big hulky man promptly laughs aloud. I wouldn't have it any other way. These scums are pure filth to betray their own kind. But before the pompous man could finish his laughable speech of self-righteousness, Bai Yen had already begun to make her move. Sure, she may still be carrying a little girl in one of her arms, but that's not going to hinder her speed because that bone quill was already right up against the big guy's chest and about to pierce through after she disappeared from her spot. If not for the fact that they're all prepared ahead of time, this attack would have definitely been lethal instead of just a graze after Wu Xiong narrowly manages to dodge it. Boom! Hu Budwei also attacks after seeing the preemptive strike. His punches were like the wind itself, creating afterimages one after the other. No matter how fast and agile the woman's reflexes were, the opening she created by trying to make a lunging pierce at the big guy had left her unable to dodge. In the end, several hits landed and causes Bai Yen to stumble backwards. Mother! Dragoni screams out in great fright after seeing the injury. The little missy was completely riled up at this stage. Hair puffed and claws stretched. She's no different from a wild animal trying to intimidate the foe. Bai Yen knew if this continued, then her goddaughter would surely do something dangerous. In her haste, she quickly takes out a Dan pill and throws it into her mouth before launching into another attack at the fox chief this time. Bang! Two fists collided in the air, but instead of trying to force the blow to gain an advantage, the woman uses the delay and recoiling force from the other side to fling herself to Mo Lishang's side. Let's go, she says after getting hold of the teen's shoulder. Seeing how the other party's about to leave, Wu Xiong was the first to react. Quick, everyone stop them. Don't let those bastards escape. This woman's talent is too terrifying. If allowed to live, then she will inevitably become our end. Thankfully, Bai Yen was well prepared for the enemy to block her path. Pushing her package to a safe place with an energy-infused shove, Bai Yen raises her bone quill again to meet the attack head-on by making a swinging slash. Mountain 5. Blazing through that skin with her bone quill, Bai Yen easily picks off the weakest person that's closest to herself after several exchanges with them all. Now that an opening has been torn in this siege, there's no more reason to stall and stick around. Grabbing her friend by the shoulder for the second time, she instantly dashes off into the sky and flies away. Mother, I'm almost fully recovered now. I can help carry us all in my dragon form. The little missy's voice was still seething with anger after casting a glance behind themselves. Don't say any more. Bai Yen shuts the idea down with a stern face. Your body still has some problems that's not resolved yet. Don't worry, believe in me and we'll all be fine. Answering with a compliant hum, Dragoni no longer tries to resist being a package and buries her face into that arm. She's upset, but there's no way the missy's going to show that to her precious family. Yin Yin, this dragon of yours seemed to be very strong. Does she have any other skill? Mo Lishang asks from one side, his eyes fluttering with curiosity. I can only fly a bit faster than the average. All embarrassed at being the topic of discussion, Dragoni blushes in the cheek and looks all adorable despite her following terrifying words. I can also eat people, but other than eating, I can't do much else. Oh! Twitching in the eye for a second, the handsome teen nevertheless continues with a forced smile. Then what about combat? I can't, no one taught me how to fight. Hanging her head low, the dragoness seems apologetic like she's done something bad. Bai Yen didn't mind the two chatting away while she did the heavy lifting of flying through the air. But just running like this won't help while the group of pursuers continued to chase them from behind. Scanning the terrain, her eyes soon fell upon a shadowy forest up ahead, which would be a perfect place to lose someone due to its dense greenery. Without a second delay, she bumps her speed up and directly disappears into the shrubbery, leaving Hu Budwei and the rest of the humans in the background staring idly at the forest. Lord Hu, are you not going to continue your chase? Wu Xiong asks with a puzzled face at the fox chief, narrowing his eyes at the man who dares to question him. Are you pretending to be stupid or just that stupid? This part is already past the border between the two realms. If I go any further, then I'm entering the mountain range inside the demon realm. Ha ha! Wu Xiong promptly breaks out into a bellowing laugh. Hu Budwei, are you implying you are afraid of some demonic mountain range despite being a member of the Fox clan? That comment was very blunt and very awkward for the exiled Fox chief. It's not like he's afraid to step back into the demon realm, but being safer never hurts, especially when the cause of this whole thing didn't relate to himself at heart. But images must be kept up. Giving a snort, Hu Budwei rebukes with cynical words of his own. You think I would need to personally make a move? I am a member of the Fox clan. One word from me is enough to leave her with nothing but bones. Daughter, we're going home. Giving one final glance at the gloomy and spooky-looking mountain range, the Fox chief whisks his sleeve and turns away without looking back. Wu Xiong snarled before narrowing in his eyes. Bastard, you think I don't know the truth? If your position within the Fox clan was even remotely important, then you wouldn't be at this border city. You may be able to fool some, but you can't fool everyone. What are we going to do now? Another saint rank cultivator asks from one end. All demons and demon beasts alike are inherently hateful of us humans. Now that those two are inside, it's only a matter of time before the local monsters get to them. As for that bastard Hu Budwei, humph, leave him be. No matter what, he's still a fox. The big man then inhales deeply like he's suppressing the annoyance he felt. Those people in the celestial realm is treating our lives like it's worthless. If we kill one of the Fox clan's member, then the demon realm will surely retaliate for touching those related to the royal family. We can't afford such a consequence. Truth was, there aren't a lack of powerful humans in this border city. There's even a couple of high-leveled saint ranks in closed-door training. Why they are willing to put up with the Fox clan taking house in their territory goes to show the level of worry they held for provoking the foxes. Mountain 6. Not far away from the main body of humans, Hu Budwei could see the others are keeping their distance from himself and decides bring up his thought. Mayor, is what you said really true, that jade token is yours and she stole it? He asks with a tinge of worry in his voice. The fox demoness didn't give any hint of deceit from her end and answered promptly. Father, you know I'm not quipped to lie. That jade token really is mine. I carved it some time ago and only wore it once. Maybe that's why you don't have any recollection? As for the part that she wanted to seduce the king, Hu Mei took a second to organize her story. That happened while you were in closed-door training. She thought we are close to the palace because we are foxes and could connect her with the right people. Furthermore, did you see that weapon in her hands? Hu Budwei's eye flashed meaningful at that reminder. He's not blind, he could tell Bai Yan was only a lower-leveled saint rank. However, through the support of that frosty bone quill, she's able to stay on top of so many stronger cultivators. It's not hard to imagine how valuable that weapon was if it's used by another. She promised me. The fox demoness bites her lip like she's aggravated by her own decision. If I help her, then she will give me that bone quill. I naturally refused her, of course. I've always been a free-minded soul, so how can I betray the king for the mere sake of a divine weapon? That finally relieved the fox chief, making a long sigh. That's good to hear. I was really afraid this woman would be the real demon queen herself. What do you mean by that, father? Nothing to worry about, my dear. It just so happens that I've learned of the queen visiting the border city and will be here any day now. I've never met her highness before, so I can't be certain of her face or identity. It's good that your story is true. Now we have nothing to worry about. While the fox chief was smiling on the face, the daughter on the other hand wasn't so calm in the heart anymore. She's shuddering from shock and nearly fell over backwards. It can't be. That woman really is the queen? No, it can't be. Even if she is the queen, why would she come to this border city? There's no way she can prove herself. What's more, a human entering the demonic mountain range will only die at the end. She will never come back, never. You need to stop worrying all the time, father. Maybe the queen herself is still on the road and won't be some time before she arrives. There are so many shameless women in this world. I'm sure this one is only an imposter. Do you really believe an outsider over your own daughter? I of course believe in you, my dear. The fox chief breaks out into a happy smile. You are much smarter than your older sister, so I'm very confident you won't make the same mistake she did in the past. Perhaps it's the parental bond, Or just this family of foxes are just that dumb. But Hu Budwei didn't take notice of that split second of worry in the girl's face when he said that. Inside the spooky and dark forest, Bai Yin had just landed on the ground and stopped running when she confirmed there are no more pursuers in the back. Dragoni, how are you feeling now? It's much better than before, but my tummy still feels uncomfortable. Hanging her head, the little missy sounds uneasy. Mother, am I useless? If it was brother here, he will certainly be able to help mother solve the problem. Smiling at how sensible her goddaughter was being, Bai Yin could only smile and nothing else. You silly, he's already 7 this year. Compared with you who only had your mind opened last year, you are already doing extraordinarily well. Wait some more, you will definitely be able to help me like he does, okay? Mountain 7. Really? Little Dragoni's eyes lit up into a bright smile. I will work hard. Although I cannot compare with brother, but I also want to protect mother. Now don't talk. I'll help you digest the forces in your body. Okay. Bai Yan's method were direct and thorough. By pumping a string of silky energy into the missy's back, her senses could then manipulate and guide the insides of the missy's organs and content. Sure enough, Dragoni's closed eyelids began to flutter as soon as she's closed them because the stuffed belly no longer felt so uncomfortable. In fact, it's soothing as the human's inside swiftly changed into consumable energy, flowing all over her veins and bones and reinforcing them in the meantime. Time slowly elapsed in this state. Due to the missy's immature body and lack of experience, the amount of energy produced by the two females' effort had exceeded what the last could handle. In the end, it was Bai Yin who had to take in a portion of the excess energy into her own body for processing. Boom! That's the sound of success. Not only did the little dragoness's cultivation skyrocket into the saint rank through this experience, she also directly broke through from the lower level to the middle level, and even into the higher level in one go. Yes, this was a total cheat and blasphemous way of improving one's strength, but it's her way and it works. Of course, anything good always comes with a con. If there wasn't a supporting aid on the side, the number of people she consumed would have eventually killed her due to the chaotic energy brewing from within. She's fortunate and got lucky in this case. By this point, Mo Lishang was going crazy already and clawed at his own hair. He's been watching the pair doing their own thing for a good part of this month, and what do they do at the end? Go on a leveling spree while he could only gulp day after day at their incredible improvements. Hey, you can't do that to innocent people like me. When did Saint ranks become so easy to reach? It's not cabbage you can pop out of the ground in a few days. This is wrong. This is cheating. I want compensation for my injured heart. Mother, I broke through. Pouncing right into her mother's arm in excitement, Dragoni's smile was showing her pearly white front teeth. Next time when we meet those bad people, I can help you kill them. Unlike her usual kind and innocent demeanor, her words this time around when saying the kill word definitely carried a fierce tone in there. It's getting there, threatening and convincing, but not hair-raising enough yet. Perhaps in a few more years and she would have the same effect as the adults. Warmed by the girl's promise, Bai Yin caringly fixes up her goddaughter's hair before getting up herself. Are we back in the demon realm? Losing her angry air, Dragonese throws this question out without any intended recipient. I can pick up a lot of demon auras in the area. We should be back in the demon realm. Since we're back in our own territory, then it's fine. I wonder where we are exactly though. Letting go of the missy in her arms. Come, let's go and search around for some clues. Okay. Answering with an obedient tone, Dragoni happily runs ahead to scan the terrain. Meanwhile in the back, Mo Lishang was pursing his lips in a dispirited manner. I'm sorry, Yin Yin. The woman ahead stopped and casts a look backwards at the teen. It was I who dragged you down. All apologetic in the eyes. If it wasn't for me, Dragoni wouldn't have. You shouldn't blame yourself. Making a reassuring smile of her own, Bai Yin doesn't have the same opinion. This is what you call a blessing in disguise. If there weren't so many saint ranks around, do you think my goddaughter would be able to make a breakthrough? Also, do you think I too would be able to benefit from the extra energy and be at the threshold of leveling up as well? Once we leave this place, it's those people who will need to run from us. Mountain 8. In that split second when Bai Yin smiled at him, Mo Lishang could swear to the heavens that he's never seen something so beautiful in his life. He's finding it difficult to turn away and was blinded by this image. What's the matter? She asks with a furrowed forehead after seeing the dazed look from the teen, scratching his head in a shy manner. Yin Yin, you look so good. Better than any woman I have ever seen. Finding the comment funny, she responds with another question. But don't you have amnesia? Since your memories aren't working, then how can you remember the women you met before? Giggling a bit at that logic, Emily Shang didn't care and got all sweet in his words. Even if I have amnesia, I still think Yin Yin is the most beautiful woman in this world. No one can compare. The winged piglet that's been watching this whole thing in the teen's arm could only look at his owner in contempt like he's some sort of despicable flirt. Then from out of the blue, Piggy starts sniffing the air like he's picked up something. What's wrong with him? Bai Yin asks after noticing the little guy jumping down from Emily Shang's grasp. Answering her question was the pig making some oinking sound, and then pointing his trotter at somewhere in front. Yin Yin, Piggy is saying he smells the scent of his kin. The place up ahead should be where his clansman is located. The teen explains after carefully listening to his friend. That was unexpected. Making a startled face, Bai Yin eventually makes a suggestion after musing over the idea. Then we should go check out the place. Perhaps we can even find Piggy's family and get some clues as to what he really is. Not going to object to the idea, Emily Shang immediately picks up his little friend to leave. Thank you, Yin Yin. Together, the four of them began their journey in search of Piggy's family. Though it's not something Bai Yin had planned ahead, but it never hurts in this case to help a friend. Demon Realm. Inside the majestic and mighty-looking halls of this grand palace, Deet Song was currently eyeing his subjects with a bored expression while leaning that face against his own palm. Did you pass on the letter I made to that Hu Budwei? Fireplume was the one in charge of that mission, so he had a duty to make the report despite there being others who went on his stead. Sire, I have personally tasked my most trusted subordinate to the task. They already handed the package to that person, so you can be at ease. If Her Highness does visit the border city, there won't be any danger. Note: Fireplume is the firebird that went with Deet Song into the human world the first time around. But did you give her facial portrait to Hu Budwei? Freezing in the face, a bead of sweat came trickling down Fireplume's cheek. Portrait? Is he talking about the Queen's portrait? This? Hurrying to clear the evidence of his unease from the face by wiping himself. Sire, the humans also have a mean to mask and change their appearance. Having a portrait doesn't mean much. In the case of Hu Budwei, he will surely be deceived considering his intelligence if someone's really out to trick him. Deet Song's gloomy gaze now locks onto the birdman's body, as if he's demanding an explanation of what he's implying. So, completely wet behind his back now, having the portrait of the jade token is enough. That item is infused with Sire's own personal signature. No one can impersonate that feature. Furthermore, every clan's chief should have a picture of the jade token by now, including Hu Budwei at the border city. This time nothing will go wrong. If I do make another mistake, then His Majesty definitely won't give me another chance that I can't afford. No longer diving for more, Deet Song instead turns the topic to another matter. You can go down now. Also, go inform the various chiefs to come see me. Those inside the secret domain should be returning soon. Once they do, it will be our forces' true collision with those bastards from the celestial realm. Wing Clan's Elder One. Yes, my king. Relieved at being let off the hook, Fireplume was right about to walk out the doorway when Deet Song's gloomy-sounding voice cuts him off mid-step. Hold it. Sire, is there anything else you wish of me? He meekly turns around and asks. I'm still not satisfied with my wife's safety. Go mobilize the demons living near that border, and tell them to act as her bodyguard. As you wish, my king. Arching his fist, Fireplume retreats with haste only to find himself nearly peeing his pants once outside. Meanwhile, at the same time over in the demonic mountain range, Piggy was currently shuddering through the forested terrain with incredible speed despite having such a fat body. This aggravated the teen that's been constantly trying to keep up. He's panting and starting to get tired from all the running. Damn, why is Piggy able to run so fast? Where does he find such energy, and how does his little trotters move so quickly? While the two males were running their heads off, the two girls in the back were rather frank in their speed. Rather than to say they're running, It's more suitable to say they're having a nice afternoon stroll through the park right now and how relaxed they were behaving. Piggy, have you found where your family is yet? The teen tightly knits his temple as he yelled out the question for the little guy. Oink! Oink! Giving that as his reply, the winged piglet didn't look back anymore, and made an even faster dash for whatever's in front. Sure enough, the little guy's efforts paid off when he saw the settlement up ahead. Giving another oinking cry of joy, Piggy literally starts pouncing up and down as he made his way over. There's good reason for the little guy's powerful reaction. Over the years, he and his owner Emily Shang has been wandering around without a clear goal in mind. Therefore, the idea and notion of having relatives never even crossed his mind. And now there's an opportunity to reunite with his own kin? Who wouldn't be excited? But things don't always go as planned, nor does it pan out with a good ending. Right as Piggy's rushing for the settlement where his clansmen should be, two beams of light had shot down from the sky. Next thing he knew were two silvery pointed objects mounted against his neck in a threatening manner. Who is it? Who dares to break into the Wing Clan's territory? Whatever excitement Piggy felt earlier has completely evaporated. Talk about being scared out of his wits. Not far away, Emily Shang was still running over after losing sight of the little troublemaker when a loud squealing cry for help rocked his ears. Without a second delay, the teen didn't think and simply ran forward because he knew something bad must have happened. Yin as well. When she picked up that horrible pig squeal, her face grew dark and immediately picked up Dragony so she could move at her fastest speed. In a flash, they too were gone from the spot. Yeah. Having all four of his trotters tied together, the two guards who threatened him with the weapons were harsh and unkindly in their act. Let him go. Yin was the first to arrive on scene, and it brought the tears to a halt on Piggy's face. In fact, it gave the little guy courage to stare back viciously at his captors. Impudent. The guard from the Wing Clan snaps back with an emotionless face. You think just anyone can come and go as they please in the land of the Wing Clan? Put your hands up and surrender now. If you do, then we will spare your life. Wing Clan's elder too. Wing Clan? Yin cracks a chuckle at the name. This is the Wing Clan's territory? Within the demon realm, the status of the Wing Clan stands on equal footing with the Dragon Clan. Therefore their members are usually quite arrogant to those demons below themselves. Now imagine an unknown pig trying to barge into their homes. It's obvious what sort of reception Piggy would have gotten if Yin didn't show up. My mother told you to let go, didn't you hear? Struggling free from that carrying arm, Dragony runs forward step with flashing anger in her big eyes. In this innocent lass's mind, Yan's words are law. She won't take any other form as compliance. We are the gatekeepers of the Wing Clan and no one is allowed inside unless permitted. Violators shall be killed on sight. One of the guards coldly states their term with no sign of backing off. Aggravated by the disrespect, a bursting flare of anger pours out of the Missy's mouth without her deliberate attempt. It's not a scream this time, nor an outcry. It's her draconian roar that was searing hot heat and booming shockwave. You are a dragon? The winged guard makes an ugly face as he asks after being taken aback by that howl. The status of the dragons and the wingkin is the same. If I really provoke them, then the elders won't go easy on me. Deep inside this mountain, an elderly old man with a young face seems to have overheard the whistling howl from Dragony. Gently opening his eyes, a smile appears on that face. It's been many years since our wingkin interacted with the other members of the dragons. I wonder which of their descendant is visiting? That said, he didn't dally around and got up from where he sat. Someone come, we're going to meet our guest. Yes, elder. I am acquainted with your clan's elder. Could you go inform them of my arrival? Yin throws out this suggestion after getting nowhere. That year when she was having her coronation ceremony, the elders of the Wing Clan also attended the event at the palace, making them at least memorable to the level where they should recognize her. Now that leaves the question of why Piggy would want to come here of all placed. Sure, the little guy had wings on his back, but those are merely for decorations. Does he have some sort of link to the Wing Clan? It's then a series of footsteps caught the attention of both sides. Even from afar, the elder of the Wing Clan could see the two gatekeepers were arguing with some strangers, yet it was Yan's face that made his heart skip a beat after finding it vaguely familiar. Suddenly, the image of a woman donning a tiara and a red rosy wedding dress popped into his head. In that second, the poor man nearly fell over backwards from the shock of remembering. Wing Clan's Elder 3. He finally remembers where he'd seen the woman. Hurrying to move forward with bursts of sweat spewing outward, the elder didn't wait another second in his welcoming bow. "My queen, how come you didn't send a messenger ahead of time when visiting? I could have come out to receive you." Queen. The two gatekeepers who were still acting all arrogant mere seconds ago, had now taken a 360 in their attitude. First it was casting a disbelieving look at their elder, then at Bai Yan's face before their own expressions changed into that of horror and dullness. "First elder, you said she's the queen?" The elder makes a deep frown in the forehead when sweeping his sight onto two fools. "Why are you not showing your respect before Her Highness?" Whatever glimmer of hope they still had was crushed following that comment. They're feeling cold right now, freezing even because they knew what's going to happen next. "What are you two dazing around for?" Seeing how there's no movement from those two, the first elder's brow got tighter and tighter. Suddenly getting on their knees, the gatekeepers began to bang their head against the cold hard ground. "Your Highness, it is us who are blind and foolish for not recognizing you. Please have mercy and spare us from death." Watching with a ridiculing smirk, Bai Yan really had to hand it to these two in how quickly their tunes changed. The guards of the Wing clan really got some attitude there, thinking they can do whatever they like and whenever they like. "Not only did you two hurt my people, you also have the audacity to demand I surrender myself? I'm really wondering where you got such nerve and authority." Her words were like bullets, hitting the ones in charge with lethal precision because the elder wasn't so calm looking anymore. In fact, he's shaking when he ran over to stomp the two idiots. "You two got some nerve of steel. How dare you act arrogant before Her Highness? I will report this to the king in its entirety. No matter what sort of punishment he installs on you, I won't say a word." This was it for the two guards. Crumbling in despair, they knew with the king's involvement their fates would be sealed. Everyone knew how indulging Ditsong was to Bai Yan. Even if they're not killed for their crime, being harshly punished was the least of their problems. Pleased by the elder's words, Bai Yan didn't want to continue dwelling on the matter. Summoning up a beam of light, she slices the rope binding the pig's leg. "Go check on your pet's injury. If there's any, then we'll add that to their case." "Oh." Emily Shang answers with a nod as well. Surprisingly, the teen found no such injury after inspecting the pig's body. He was perfectly fine, merely frightened and shocked by the experience. "Oink oink." Clinging hard to the teen's coat, Piggy leaked both tears and snot from that aggrieved face. "Oh, precious baby here is so scared. Baby here needs treatment in the heart." Understanding full well what the pig's trying to imply with that face, Emily Shang wanted to both smack him on the head as a lesson and scold him for running away. However, he also didn't have the heart to do that since he knew the poor boy had gone through a lot. Puckering his lips to one side. "Just don't run around alone next time. Let me check ahead, so hide behind me from now on." The little pig desperately nods in return. From now on he likely won't ever take the lead because he came far too close to never seeing his owner again. "Queen," the elder makes a boisterous laugh then. "How did you know that the Wing clan is taking up house in the demonic mountain range here? Can't be. Did you specifically come to meet these old bones?" Bai Yan's expression went black like the bottom of a pot. "You're overthinking it. I was chased here by my pursuers, that's why I fled into this mountain range. I didn't expect the Wing clan to be here either." "Chased here?" The elder makes a stunned face. "Who is so bold to attack your highness? Is it those humans around the border?" Wing clan's elder 4. "Before I go into detail on this matter, I have a question to ask you first." Making a shallow smile with a dangerous air to it, Bai Yan was giving off an unfriendly vibe. "When Ditsong told me he would conquer the celestial realm for me, how come I didn't know demons and celestials are in such a nice relationship where they would join forces?" Originally, when the elder heard Bai Yan's claim regarding the reasoning behind the conquest, his mouth inherently started to twitch, but then after listening to the ending part of that sentence his face had gotten so dark that's downright ugly. "Impossible. His Majesty ordered that no demon is to mingle with those in the celestial realm, nor are we to surrender to them. If one is found, they would be branded as traitors and will be disposed as such." Demons and celestials unite? Don't joke. That is simply impossible. Caressing her chin, Bai Yen decides to continue after getting an idea to the answer she wanted. Then why did Hu Budwei of the Foxes work with those at the border to chase me, forcing me to flee into this demonic mountain range? Hu Budwei, the elder from the Wing clan, flies into a great rage, gritting his teeth. That bastard dared to do such a thing? Damn that Hu Budwei. It was not easy for His Majesty to convince the Queen to return home after that misunderstanding. Now that fool wants to pull another one? Perhaps the image of Deetsong's anguished face had come up again, but the elder didn't wait to defend his king on this situation. My queen, you mustn't misunderstand His Majesty. Hu Budwei has long been banished from the palace, so how can the demon community accommodate him? His behavior doesn't represent any of us, so you must believe the king's feeling for you is true. No one truly loyal to His Majesty would ever try to hurt you or those around you. Bai Yen couldn't help but break out into a laugh. Elder, I of course know this matter is not Deetsong's fault and has nothing to do with him. After all, it was Hu Budwei's daughter who claimed I wanted to seduce my own husband by using the Fox clan's connection. That's why that old fox believed his own daughter. The anxious face from the senior instantly froze into an icicle after hearing that last bit. The queen needs to borrow Hu Budwei's connection to seduce the king? This more like he's dreaming. Who the heck does that bastard think he is? Nothing but a exiled old man. He can't even keep his head high before the rest of the demons, let alone get into the king's eye. Queen, you? The elder's face appears to be in shock then. But didn't you show your jade token to that Hu Budwei? Jade token? Bai Yan's heart felt very depressed just at the mention of this topic. Tossing the blasted thing over without a care. She didn't find this darn thing any useful. When Deetsong gave me this jade token, he told me every important demon out there has seen it. As long as I take it out, then they will obey me, but from what I've experienced, it seems more useless than anything else. How is that possible? The elder asks with amazement in his voice after catching the jade. Shrugging. Hu Budwei's daughter claims to have never seen this jade token, and she even said I stole it from her. That's why he attacked and hunted me till here. No. Shaking his old head, the elder dismisses the idea. General Fireplume sent a portrait of this jade piece to everyone of importance, including Hu Budwei. That idiot should have seen it. In order to verify this idea, the elder infuses a wisp of his energy into the jade token. Almost instantly, a trace of Deetsong's immense pressure had come pouring out, causing everyone in the vicinity to kneel to the ground in haste. A few moments later, this jade token is real, Your Highness. In order to prevent other demons from impersonating you, he had installed his own power into this item, so that none can commit forgery. As long as you send a wisp of your own energy into it, the sealed aura will come out and prove your identity. Undergarment Baby 1. Musing in silence for a moment, Bai Yen eventually takes back the jade piece from the elder before turning her attention over to the pink piglet. Elder, I was only able to find the Wing clan because of Piggy's direction. He said he can feel his kinsman here. Do you know whether or not that's true? My queen, please call me Fei Flying Wing. Instead, I don't deserve such respect. Forming a smile on his young-looking face for being able to state his name, the elder then eyes the winged pig with curiosity. As a frightened baby that still hasn't recovered from the experience, Piggy's first reaction was to give the other side a hard glare before curling back into Li Shang's arm. His face all aggrieved and sad. Queen, the elder frowns. With all due respect, I can't see how this little pig is related to our Wing clan in any way. However, I don't believe he is related to the pig clan either because of those little wings on its back. Oing! The little guy makes a whine before suddenly jumping out of the teen's arm again. Without so much as another word, Piggy makes a rush for the inner parts of the tribe. Stunned by this, Li Shang makes a hard chase as he cried out, Piggy, where are you going? But no response came from those words. Instead, that little body was like lightning as it zoomed through the pathways for the central parts. Queen, this? Fei makes a doubtful look on his face. Let's go, we can follow him and see what he intends to do. Perhaps we can get a proper answer this way. Bai Yen states after musing over her options. With Dragoni's hand firmly secured, the girls also began to chase as well and eventually managed to catch up to the little pig that's already standing at the base of a small mountain. Queen! Fei exclaims from behind after seeing how the group's about to enter this place. Anxious in his face. You can't enter this mountain. Why? Bai Yin asks with a perplexed look in her eye, wiping some of that sweat from his forehead. I don't know the specific reason, but our ancestors have left us a rule that we cannot hide in that mountain even if our clan is at the brink of destruction. Otherwise, the consequences will be hard to predict. Oink oink. Piggy didn't care one bit about that reasoning. He wanted to go up there and his eyes were extremely excited. Yen yen. First wiping some of those sweat off his forehead from all that running. Emily Shang broadly smiles after understanding his friend's meaning. Piggy said he can smell a strong scent of his kin up that mountain. Are you sure? That's what Piggy said. Although he's a bit dumb in the brain, but there should be no wrong on this since demons are very peculiar about their bloodline. His loved one should be here. The teen's expression was very positive because he had a lot of trust in his little friend. All right, we will go up there and get to the bottom of this. Bai Yin evokes a smile of her own, allowing no doubt to take root today. My queen, no. Fei became extremely anxious and cried out, hurrying to cut in between her and the pathway. This sacred mountain will be dangerous. If something goes wrong, then what am I supposed to tell the king? Undergarment baby too. You don't have to worry. When Deetsong asks, you can tell him I insisted on entering. That said, Bai Yin immediately turns to the two males of her group. Let's go. Swoosh. Apparently the urge within Piggy was higher than they expected. Before they knew it, the little guy had zipped ahead again at incredible speed. Seeing this, Emily Shang and Bai Yin only spent a brief moment of being stunned until they too followed inside. In a blink of an eye, the only ones left were the elder and his men from the Wing clan at the base. Elder, what should we do? The guards were exchanging looks of unease between themselves because they know the king won't go easy on their clan if something happens to the queen. Making a bittersweet smile, Fei was just as helpless as his subordinates. What else can we do? Go in, of course. We can't let any harm come to the queen. Just like that, the elder didn't wait and quickly ran up the mountain trail with his people. There's alarm in their eyes regarding every speck of greenery and terrain they came across. However, there were no danger to be found today. In fact, all were peaceful. Forget about the dangers mentioned by Fei. There's not even a predator to be found anywhere. Only the faint whistling sound of the mild breeze in the air. Even so, the members of the Wing clan didn't dare to let their guards down. Suddenly, the winged piglet that's been leading the way had come to a full stop, his face full of sorrow when staring at the distant peak. Bai Yin and others were confused by the face their friend was making, but it didn't take long for them to discover why. Tightening in their chest due to the loss of breath. None wanted to utter a word for a minute. Fei, did none of your people ever come investigate the mountain here? Just like everyone else, the elder was also taken aback by what he's seeing. If not for Bai Yan's question, he would still be in a daze by the picture. No, your highness, none of the members of the Wing clan would dare break into this sacred mountain due to the rules set by our ancestors. Then what about other demons? Did none ever wander into this place by mistake? She asks with suspicious eyes. Shaking his head, Fei kills the idea with his answer. The whole demonic mountain range is our territory, so rarely would an outsider come without invitation. If one does wander into the premise, they would normally be caught long before they reach this place. I understand then. Coming up to the little guy's side, Bai Yin gently gives the piglet a pat on the back as a form of consoling gesture. Those bones in front of them have all likely been there for quite a while. Strangely enough, these things are still pristinely white, like the effects of time didn't affect them at all. But one thing's for sure though, these bones are all pigs with a pair of wings on their back. Emily Shang on the other hand couldn't bring himself to say anything when seeing the sorrowful face his little friend was making. He's choking for words and wanted to cry as well because only he would know the truth. It's not like Piggy doesn't want to have a family, he just didn't know where they were. That's why they've been traveling for so long. It's to locate said family. Unfortunately, fate likes to toy with those still living. Though they finally managed to find Piggy's kinsmen, they're all dead and were nothing but a pile of white glossy bones on this earth. Compounding the sadness was the amount of time it must have been since these creatures were alive. It couldn't have been recent if Fei Yi's words are to be believed. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Piggy's voice sounded so painful and heart-wrenching that even the world seems to have darkened around them. Normally the gloomy atmosphere would only be a play of the mind, but in this case, it's a fact. There's a mysterious power on this mountain answering the piglet's call. Moments later, Piggy's sobbing had stopped and he began to start digging at the ground with his little trotters. Of course, the mood didn't lighten up at all, and the tears continued to flow downwards through all this. Undergarment Baby 3. Piggy's body had fallen into autopilot by this stage. He kept muddling through the dirt despite his own inability to do much digging. Even so, the poor fella only wanted to do something for his kin. He may not know if some of these bones are his own parents, but they're at least his relatives. Eventually, after a long period of trotting and rough digging, a pit was made. Plop! Suddenly, while Piggy was moving the bones into the hole he dug, a beady little object had dropped out from one of the skeletons. It's transparent and glowing with a milky white color that illuminated the mountain peak. Piggy of course didn't miss the sight of this thing that came out of his kin's bone. Even so, his main priority lied with burying the remains. Only after the act was done did he bother to go check up on the glowing item. Precisely then, from out of the blue, a beam of light pours into the little guy's temple, causing him to drop to the floor on his bum, and unsure what just happened. Emily Shang was watching this from the back the entire time and grew anxious at the sudden turn of event. But before the teen could run over to examine the baby pig, a dainty hand from the side had blocked him doing so. Wait, Bai Yin said it with a frown. Don't go disturb him, he's humanizing. Humanizing? The teen blinks and blinks in surprise. Humanizing was something unrelated to a demon beast's strength. Rather, it's completely by fateful opportunities in the other realms. Even so, it's very rare for one to successfully gain a human form. The only exception were those already living in the demon realm. And now Bai Yan's telling him Piggy's humanizing? By then the baby pig's body had already become enshrouded under a bright white light, causing them all to take a step back. Yin Yin, Piggy will be fine, right? He asks with a tinge of worry in that voice. Don't worry, the humanizing process will be over soon. There won't be any danger. If I'm not wrong, that beady object is something his clan's predecessor left him. Caressing her chin, Bai Yin says it with a serious voice, showing a doubtful face. Why do you believe that so, Yin Yen? The Wing clan's ancestor set a rule that they can't enter this mountain, and that it's extremely dangerous. Perhaps the owners of these bones were close to the Wing clan in their lifetime, and had deliberately set that up for today. Pausing to set her theory straight. There must have been a power in this mountain peak that only allows its only kin to find it. That's why Piggy is the only one to set foot here. It's impossible for the members of the Wing clan to never investigate over the centuries. At the very least, there should have been some youngsters who came to explore. Emily Shang nods in agreement over that logic. What you said there is very reasonable, Yin Yen. Thankfully you are with us as well, otherwise Piggy might have been unable to make it this far. While they were having this conversation, the white glowing light had gradually dissipated. When all was clear, there's only a milky doll of a baby boy wearing an undergarment standing there, those eyes wandering left and right at everyone watching him. Master, master! Stumbling to get up, the child calls out to the teen using an innocent voice and causing the other side to go dumb from shock. Undergarment Baby 4. Piggy, you can speak again. The little piglet had always been able to speak, but due to an unfortunate injury, he's since lost his ability to speak. Now for the boy to regain that ability, it's not hard to imagine how elated Emily Shang was for his friend. However, Piggy didn't appear to be as attracted to his owner as everyone thought, contrary to popular belief. Moving that little hand, he tugs at Bai Yan's skirt. Queen Mother, please name me, I don't want to be called Piggy. The teen went dark. Piggy, I am your master. How can you ask someone else to change your name and not me? You will name me Chicky or Ducky and other weird names like that. I don't want such a name, so I'm asking Queen Mother to give me one. The dolly baby tilts his head to answer, totally uncaring for the hurtful words coming out from his tongue. Since Emily Shang is your master, I will name you Molly, how about that? This will connect the two of you through your names. Bai Yin very much liked this new look from the piglet, so she was very happy to oblige the request. Well, at least more than his winged animal appearance anyways. The dolly baby nods with a smile. Queen Mother's naming is the best. Much better than my stupid masters. 3 black lines actually materialized across the teen's face in that moment. In his mind, he had raised a heartless pig who flies away as soon as they are humanized. Why are you calling my mother Queen Mother? Dragony asks, her lip puckering to one side unhappily, scratching the back of his head. Just now I heard that old elder from the Wing clan calling her queen, and you're calling her mother, so together it's Queen Mother. Sister Dragony, have we met before? I keep getting the feeling that you're related to my clan in some way. Startled by that comment, Bai-Yin hurries to cut in. You say Dragony is related to your clan? Molly desperately nods. It's a feeling I have. I'm not sure either, but that's the first instinct I got when I laid eyes on Sister Dragony. I want to protect her. Here this brought a huge smile to Bai-Yan's face. She didn't think this baby would be so slick with the tongue. What, want to protect her because of an instinctive urge? More like he has the hots for her and did it to woo her. Emily Shang also saw through this point and directly knocked the dolly baby on the head with his knuckle. Quit trying to make excuses, Molly. If you like Dragony, then just say it, no need lie. Am I? The baby scratches his own head like he's unsure regarding the matter. Love or no love, that's not the main importance to the baby right now. He only knows one thing for sure, and that was the voice inside of himself. It's telling him he needs to protect Dragony no matter what, and that it's their clan's mission. Shaking his head like a rocking drum, the dolly baby forces himself to stop dwelling on the issue and came up to the girl himself. Sister Dragony, I will keep you safe from now on. You protect me? The Missy blinks several times before breaking out into a giggling laugh. That voice was crisp like a jiggling bell, refreshing and smoothing to the ear. Why do I get the feeling you will need protection from me and Mother instead? This teasing did not make Molly feel ashamed though. Instead he starts grinning as well. I will enhance my strength and I will definitely keep my promise. This finally defeated the Missy. Running back to her mother, Dragony hides behind Bai-Yan's legs and only popped her head out to make a face at him. Even so, anyone could see she's happy about the situation and didn't mind the flattery. Finding the business here was over with, Bai-Yin decides to get back on track by turning to the elder. Fei Yi, I've delayed myself here long enough, so have your people lead us out. It's time I got back to my business. The suicidal Fox family won. Wait a minute. The dolly baby suddenly tugs at Bai-Yan's sleeve. Queen Mother, I have something to give you. What? She asks with raised eyebrows, scratching the back of his head. I don't know either, but the bead reacted when I touched it and told me there's something at this mountain peak I must take. Lead the way then. Bai-Yin says after a moment of contemplating the idea. K. Letting go of his hand from her dress, the dolly baby toddled further up the mountain until he came before a cave. Immediately, he runs inside and came back with an old box in hand to offer to the woman. This is. Carefully opening the lid after receiving the gift, Bai-Yin didn't know what to expect. However, the second she did so, a brilliant ray of light illuminated the sky from within and left her blinded to its content. Monster essences, they're all monster essences inside. In fact, they're even more pure than the one she got inside the holy domain, meaning she could directly break into the higher level of the saint rank in one go. Taking in a deep breath, she presses down the excitement coursing through her veins in order to inspect the second layer. Unlike the first though, the second compartment only had a flag in there. From initial inspection, she couldn't figure out what's so special about this item. Sure, it's threaded out of gold and had a flying pig painted on it, but aside from that to indicate it belongs to Molly's clan in the past, there's nothing exceptional from the surface. Queen, can you show me the flag in your hand? Fei Yi's eyes were glowing when he inquired for the item. Not minding it, she readily hands the flag over. Elder Fei Yi, can you tell what this thing is? She asks with a serious voice. This? Caressing the flag like it's some sort of amazing treasure, those old hands continued to shake from start to end. If my guesses are right, there's a powerful demon soul sealed within this tiny flag. However, my queen, I suggest you not summon the one in there unless you are at the celestial rank level. Such a powerful being will definitely cause damage to its user from the recoiling force of the summoning. Startled on the face, Bai-Yin was taken aback by the news. A powerful demon soul? If it's sealed inside this flag, then it must be incredibly strong. Otherwise, why would Molly's ancestor go to such length in the past? I better not take any chances. Thank you for the reminder, Faye. Putting away the flag now that she knows what's inside, she then scans the surrounding before speaking. Now I want to spend some time absorbing these monster essences. Elder Faye, please have you people leave and set up a perimeter around the mountain. I do not wish to have anyone disturb me during this period. Please be assured, my queen, I will not let anyone near this sacred mountain. Good. Giving a nod as thanks, she then turns her gaze to the cave behind herself. This cave is not bad, so I stay in there until I'm completely done absorbing the monster essences. While Bai Yin finishes up her words of care for Dragony, Emoli Shang decides to finally chime in. Those eyes of his were bright and hopeful at this moment. Molly, what sort of gift are you going to give me? At first the dolly baby only just stood there like he's lost in thought, blinking those big innocent eyes, but then his dullness quickly turned to shame. I gave all the treasure to Queen Mother. I forgot about you. This truth made the teen twitch profusely in the cheek because he really wanted to ask who's his master here. Thankfully Emoli Shang didn't really care all that much if he got a present or not. In his view, those treasures are more useful for Bai Yin, so he's happy to oblige the fact. It's just that the ungrateful behavior from his little friend has left him somewhat sad inside. The suicidal fox family, too. Master, next time if I find treasure again, I will leave some useless ones that Queen Mother doesn't want for you. Don't get angry anymore, okay? The dolly baby tugs at the teen's sleeve, his face looking all pitiful and cute. If only Molly didn't say something like that, but now that he did, it only made Emoli Shang even sadder. I knew it. After meeting Dragony, this little guy is no longer mine. Even the treasures he finds is going to Yen Yen first, and the useless ones are left to me. Why do I feel like I've become redundant? Giving Molly a mournful look, the teen frowns when he responded. Molly, I feel like you should just become Yin Yan's pet instead. Okay. Talking about being excited. In comparison to the sadness in the teen's face, the dolly baby only showed happiness over that suggestion. Master, it's you who loves me the most. You knew what I was thinking without me needing to tell you. He became speechless. Oh, I am so sad. What to do? Still oblivious to the change in his master's mood, Molly turns to Dragony and makes a huge stupid grin. Sister Dragony, my master doesn't want me anymore, so I'll be yours and Queen Mother's pet from now on. Puckering her lip to one side. I don't want. Why? I hate pigs. Clack. At this moment Molly could actually feel his heart shattering into countless pieces. Turning to the teen using those puppy eyes of abandonment, the dolly boy tears up and was about to cry. Master, she doesn't want me, so I'm coming back to you. However, Emoli Shang's been heartbroken by his actions already. Instead of comforting him like in the past, the teen would rather turn away and find a quiet spot nearby to train. Time flows like the river water and another month quickly passes. Inside the Fox clan's manor, Hume was having a fine day by relaxing under the shade of this tree and away from the burning sun. As a bonus, she was making full use of the free time and carving a jade pendant of her own using a knife. Miss, it's unsure when the maid Hu-Chi came over, but upon seeing the pattern on the item her eyes flashed with surprise. This pattern, isn't it the same as that woman's? Hume makes a shallow smile. That's right. I saw how pretty it was that day and wanted to carve one for myself. It's almost finished, see? Tying it to her waist, the fox demoness slowly got up from her spot and made a charming smile. Hu-Chi, come, we'll go have a stroll outside. Yes, milady. Contrary to the peaceful calm seen in the fox's home, the other demons living around the border city were blowing up with news. The reason was no other. It's the letter sent by their king about Bai Yan's about to arrive at their location. Unfortunately, none were able to claim they saw the queen, thus causing an air of unease among them all. They know full well if something happens to Bai Yan, then Ditsong would never let them off. Oh, somewhere not far away from the border city, the Eagle clan has taken up settlement here in this mountainous forest where not many knew how to reach due to its difficult terrain. And inside its main hall, a middle-aged man was waiting restlessly when an eagle guard came running through the door and taking to the knee. The suicidal fox family, 3. Eagle Chief, I've already sent everyone out to search and still can't find the mentioned human you mentioned about carrying that jade pendant. Can't? The chief of the eagles taps his finger with timed motion against the tabletop. Did you look through the entire border city? Yes, Eagle Chief, we've secretly investigated every human living there, and found no traces of the queen. May I suggest making a posting at a public location to let Her Highness know about us if she comes? Regarding the settlement locations of all the demon races living here, only the Fox clan would openly settle within the city itself. The rest are very well hidden like theirs, so it's not out of the question for Bai Yan to not know where they are. No, Yu Xiang, Eagle Chief, shakes his head after musing over the option. If those people from the celestial realm finds out her identity, it's not out of the question that they would try to abduct her and use Her Highness as leverage against the king. We must find her in secrecy. Slowly loosening up his brow. Let's do this then. I will go with you all to the border city. As long as Her Highness is there, then we will eventually find her. As the Eagle Chief slowly got up from his seat, a set of determined eyes flashed with life from that face because he has no intention of failing in this mission. Truth was, the struggles between the various racial demon groups in this area were extremely strong, meaning each faction wants to make a good impression in front of Deetsong and get on his good side. Yes, Eagle Chief. The guard cups his hand and respectfully complied. Let's go then. Brushing his sleeve, Yu Xiang didn't delay the matter and shot out of the hall like a lightning bolt. Following closely behind him were the guards and his most trusted confidants. Border City. The streets were lively and bristling with life here today. Just that due to the constant battles between both human and demon, the structures here were very povish in appearance thanks to the lack of repair. Huh. Yu Xiang, who's been eyeing left and right until now, had suddenly stopped moving. His gaze heavily locked onto the beautiful female up ahead. But unlike the lecherous perverts roaming the streets in a red light district, his attention was more focused on the jade pendant hanging off of the waist. There's a picture of a silvery fox just like in his memories. Chief, this is the queen's jade pendant. The guard next to him became excited and asked with a hushed voice. No, as far as I know the queen is a human, and the girl is a fox over there. Why do the foxes carry the queen's identity ornament? Do you need me to go invite her over? The guard eagerly offers the suggestion. No need, I'll go in person. Yu Xiang's eyes began to narrow in. These foxes are related to the queen? But why didn't the king mention about others having the item as well? I must figure out the reasoning behind all this. At this time moment, Humei was just in the middle of buying some makeup powder along the stall when the path in front became blocked by a middle-aged man. Do you need something? She asks with her beautiful brow furrowed into a knot. Miss Humei, it's been a long time. Yu Xiang cracks a smile that he deemed friendly enough to break the ice. Is your father doing well? Startled at first, it didn't take long for this fox lady to recall where she's seen this man. Retracting some of the arrogant pride on that face, she also smiles in greeting. The suicidal fox family so it's the Eagle clan's chief. Forgive my clumsiness in not recognizing you. Are you here from my father? No, I merely wanted to ask about the jade pendant hanging around your waist. May I know where you got it? Yu Xiang continues to smile widely in the face, which indirectly alarmed the fox lady and turning her eyes into that of vigilance. This is my pendant. Oh, can it be? You don't know the meaning of a silver fox for us demons? Flicking his smile in that of a smirk now, it's difficult to read what this Eagle Chief really wanted from the other side. Silver means nobility, a fox means royalty, and together it can only mean the royal family. Aside from the king, princess and prince respectively, I don't know anyone else who also holds a jade pendant with that insignia. Don't get me wrong, I'm only curious and find it a bit strange. Humei was now on the defensive. If she had known this little ornament would cause her this sort of trouble, then she would never bring it along. Uncle Yu, who says this jade pendant is not mine just because it has a silver fox as its insignia? Where have you ever heard one is not allowed to wear such an item? I am loyal to the king. That's why I carved this pendant using his image. It's not surprising that you would mistake it as so. Is it now? That's a pity. Yu Xiang suddenly makes a disappointed face. Not long ago His Majesty encountered danger outside and happened to be rescued by a passing woman. Due to his injured state and fuzzy mindset, the king couldn't remember the lady's face and only knew he gave her his jade pendant as thanks. And here I thought you were His Majesty's benefactor. Looking at how the eagle man could lie through his teeth without so much as blinking an eye, those guards following from behind were completely gobsmacked by the amazing acting skill. However, this did have the perfect effect of hooking this fox onto the bait. There's light beaming out of those foxy eyes and her hand were clenching hard onto the pendant. After a brief moment of musing, Hume began to make her move by acting uncomfortably. Dear niece, no need to be shy in front of your uncle here. Go ahead and speak your mind. After all, me and your father are old acquaintances. Yu Xiang's expression appeared very kind, as if he's really taken Hume as his niece. Uncle Yu, I don't want to hide it from you. The truth is, that day. Her eyes flickered with a tangled light. That day the one who saved the king is indeed me. I don't want to take advantage of the event, but since uncle is taking me as a niece, then I can only speak the truth. My only request is that you don't tell the king. Easing up her mood, Hume's eyes were all looks of weakness like a helpless maiden. After all, my sister made such a huge mistake back then. It's only right that he does as he wished to my family. Don't worry, my niece, I won't tell His Majesty. With a broad smile, the Eagle Chief actually went ahead to pat the lady's shoulder several times to emphasize his point. Wait, what? I'm only saying it. You can't be serious about not telling the king. Hume grew flustered inside and nearly blurted out her true thoughts. There's no way this fox demoness would hold back when such a great opportunity comes across her path. It's the perfect excuse to climb into Deetsong's bed. The Suicidal Fox Family 5. Niece, might I have a look at your pendant? Hume didn't reject the request and readily handed the item over. Unfortunately, this was a huge mistake on her part. The moment Yu Xiang got his hands on the pendant, he immediately sent his energy into the jade to verify its authenticity. This jade pendant, it's fake. Niece, forgive my rush, but I still have business to attend to. Here's your pendant back. Giving the little ornament back to the fox lady, the Eagle Chief didn't waste another second and turned away after getting no reaction from said item. Watching from behind with narrowed eyes, Hume's mouth inexplicably turned into a snarling sneer after the group was out of sight. I didn't think that woman would be so lucky to be able to save the king by mishap. Too bad for her though, she didn't know who His Majesty was, otherwise she would have already attached herself to him. Miss, are we going to be exposed for impersonating that woman? After all, she also has a pendant in hand. Expose? Hume cackles a laugh at the notion. Did you not see her enter the demonic mountain range? The Wing clan hates humanity to the core. There's no way they would allow a wandering woman free after they get their hands on her. What's more, by the time she does make it back out alive, I would have already become the king's consort. Removing an obstacle before they show themselves will be easy once I get that post. But milady, what if the Eagle Chief doesn't report this to the king? The maid called Hu Chi cautiously reminds her about this possibility. Stupid. The members of the Eagle clan are opportunists. There's way that Yu Xiang would give up this great chance to look good in front of the king. He will want the credit of finding the king's benefactor. That's something you don't have to fret. It will just be a matter of time before the king gets wind of my existence and come find me. Hume was laughing now. How could she not? The glorious future that she so dearly wanted was now within reach. While the fox demoness was having her delusionary dreams of becoming the mistress of her kind, Yu Xiang had stopped walking by now after making some distance. When he saw there's no one trailing them, he immediately gave the command for his real plan. Quick, go have some of our clansmen spy on the Fox clan's estate, especially that Hume too. I'm going to report what has happened to the king himself. Eagle Chief? That pendant. One of the guards asks with confusion in his voice. That's a fake. Fake, exclaims another guard. Is it possible that we've made a mistake? It could just be like the lady says. She made it out of admiration for the king. No, there's no mistake in my judgment. It's true that pendant is fake, but the details on the fox insignia are depicted too similar to the real thing. If I didn't have a surefire way of confirming its authenticity, it's very difficult for others to confirm its fakeness. She must have seen the real thing at one point to create such a close replica. Rattled by the implication of their chief's word, most of the guards had gone mute, too afraid of what he's implying. Then shouldn't we go capture her this instant for interrogation? One of the braver ones finally suggests. We cannot do that either. Yu Xiang shot the idea down with a shake of his head. The fact that Hu Mei would dare try something like this meant she's already done something threatening to the queen. Even if we did tie her up, there's no way she would tell us the truth, nor would she admit to the crime. We must report this to the king directly and get the palace involved. This Fox family really got some nerve. How dare they touch the queen? Once the king learns of this matter, he will skin them alive for the transgression. Let's go, I need to send a letter to the king right away. Darkening in his face after saying that, Yu Xiang's true nature of being a chief has come out. In addition, increase our search effort for the queen in the area. She must be somewhere around here, so we must find her. The king has a contractual relationship with the queen, so, if Her Highness dies, then His Majesty would become aware of her death. The fact that he doesn't is proof she's still alive. We can still make up for this blunder as long as we find her before anyone else. By Yan's return 1. Demonic Mountain Range. A sudden blast suddenly rocks the sacred mountain peak, causing all of the residents here to turn their head at the source. Coming out from the cave was a woman in red. She's dazzling and surreal, completely mesmerizing those who looked her way. Master. Molly starts waving his little hand in front of the teen's face like he's trying to bring him back to reality. If you keep staring at Queen Mother like that, then the old thing behind you is going to tear you apart for that. Emily Shang instantly blushed red from embarrassment over that comment. It's not like he has fantasies about Bai Yan or anything, just that her image right then, well, in the heat of the moment, it's too powerful to the point where he couldn't turn away. Even so, the Wing clan's elder didn't care for the reasoning, and had a look of an animal ready to break into him if he continued. Humph, the queen is the king's woman. How dare this brat look at her in that fashion? If the king finds out, he won't be forgiven. Yin Yan, did you break into the higher level of the saint rank? The teen asks with a shy face. Bai Yan faintly nods to confirm the idea. I am now only a step from the celestial rank. It's starting to get late already. It's time we went back to the border city. The debts must be repaid. At the thought, a ray of dangerous light exudes out of Bai Yan's eyes, showing how much of a grudge she has for this incident. It couldn't be helped. Ever since she came to this world from her past life, being hunted by humans were not something uncommon. However, there were never a case where she was hunted by the demon race due to her son's existence. The only exception was this Fox family in the border city. Queen. Fei Yi throws a hearty laugh as he came over. Do you need our assistance? Giving a smile in return for the kind offer. I alone am enough to deal with those people. Back then she didn't have the strength to overcome the foes, but things have changed. She's fully equipped for the task, so she's not going to let the pleasure of revenge to land on others. But, pausing in her voice, she turns around to face the elder himself to offer a consolation prize. If the Wing clan wishes to follow me, then that's fine. Just that your group don't need to do anything. The elder grinned at that. Please be assured, Your Highness, the Wing clan will not do anything unless you authorize us to do so. Then come. Taking hold of her goddaughter's hand, Bai Yan proudly leads the way. Sweetie, it's time we went back there and made some payback. Kay. A brilliant smile blooms from the little Missy's face as they headed out of the mountain peak. Molly the dolly baby also followed from behind, of course. Sadly, his little tiny legs were insufficient and could hardly keep up pace. In the end, it was his master Emily Shang who couldn't take it anymore and picked the boy up, leaving only the members of the Wing clan in the background. What are you all standing around for? Realizing they're about to be left behind, Fei Yi hollers out at his men to move it. Go summon everyone in the clan. We're going to cheer the queen on. Just like Eagle Chief Yu Xiang, the Wing clan also wants to seize this opportunity to appease their queen. If done properly, their status in the court might even surge past the dragons and become second only to the royal family. Border City. Inside the tavern, chattery and loud gossiping voices were plenty here today. But there was one particular voice which stands out among the crowd. It was a middle-aged man with a huge blade next to him, and he's none other than the human Wu Xiong who drove Bai Yan out of the city that day. Wu Xiong, I heard you and Hu Budwei teamed up to kill a woman for the first time? The youth next to him bellows out a laugh. That's quite the story. Mind letting us here know what she did? Bai Yan's return too. Wu Xiong grins with an air of contempt at the added attention. That woman being kind to the demons is her betrayal to us in the celestial realm. Towards traitors, there's no need to be polite. As for Hu Budway, that old fox, I heard that woman stole a jade pendant from his beloved daughter. Various looks began to exchange between the occupants. Although these people are very disgusted with those demons that's been suppressing them all these months, this includes the Fox family living here, but they would never try something like going to rob that place. The main reason was no other. It's because there's a high-level saint rank in that manor where the foxes live. Only a fool would go poking a hornet's nest. Oh yes, Wu Xiong, did that Hu Budway attack you afterwards? He's such a vicious fox, it's hard to believe he would just collaborate with us and then walk away without trying anything. Another man asks inside the tavern, his voice showing doubt about the event. It's not like this person was the wary type and always cast doubt upon others, but the demons and humans are in constant conflict here, so it's not uncommon to find backstabbing corroborations here and there. Wu Xiong waves the terrible thought away because he knew how lucky he got that day. Truth be told, under a normal circumstances he would turn tail whenever he encounters that old fox on the street. Yet for some reason, he found the courage to bring up the persuasive argument that day and won the gamble. One could say it's pure fluke on his end, that's all it was. Haha, the huge man guffaws a laugh. Do you know the reason why that Hu Budway came to the border city? As it so happens, I know the specifics. He came because he wanted to conquer this city and offer it as a prize to their demon king as a sign of loyalty. But now he doesn't need it anymore. Sighing like he's lamenting about something. News came yesterday. That old fox's daughter, Hu Mei, she's going to be taken in as a consort of the palace harem. A visible uproar instantly breaks out among the tavern patron, including those who weren't part of the conversation. Their aversion to demons were true, but fearing the strong as a cultivator was also part of their instinct. After all, it's rumored that Deedsong has already stepped into the higher level of the celestial rank for a long time. Who here could make a stand against someone like that? Is your information reliable, Wu Xiong? Asked the young man who first brought the topic fray. When did my news ever been wrong? This matter is something I overheard on the streets when Hu Mei was chatting with that eagle chief. That old bird told her she's the savior of their king. That's why she will soon become a consort and be taken into the palace. Taking a heavy swing at the bottle of spirit in hand, the big bulky guy didn't have a care for what he's saying. Although I also hate the demons, but I have to admit they are a race that holds true when it comes to a debt. All of the patrons inside the tavern were now very quiet, mostly contemplating on their treatment of that fox family. If those in the celestial realm didn't abandon us, we wouldn't even have to be so passive. It's only a single group of demons. The young man sighs in frustration at their own situation. Originally the big guy still wanted to say a few more bragging comments to bolster his story, but the sudden bang of the main door being kicked over was undeniably loud. At first they couldn't make out who the audacious person was due to the powerful light from the outside. But that soon changed once they got a faint glimmer of the reddish figure and the tiny lass to the side. By Yan's return 3. It's you. Wu Xiong points his finger in utter disbelief and shrieks out this sentence, pounding inside. How can you be alive? Those damn monsters in the mountain didn't tear you apart? Bai Yan didn't get angry at that outburst, instead she only makes a derisive smile. How can I die when you are not dead yet? Wu Xiong, have you ever thought that this day would come after you chased me into the mountains? The man's complexion had turned a shade whiter, clenching his trembling fist. Bluffing me is useless. If I can force you into the mountain range that day, then I can do it again. Even if this girl is abnormally talented, what can she achieve in a measly short month? At most one tier higher, the middle level? Not like our side doesn't have high-level saint rank, so she's still a dead woman. Wu Xiong, is this the lassie whom you chased away that day? A middle-aged man with a perverted grin cuts in, his laugh annoying and irritating to the ear. You really don't know how to treat a lady properly, you know. Such a dainty and pretty thing. How can you bear to force this beautiful flower into danger? All flirting in his demeanor now. Lady, if you are willing to be my woman from now, then I can promise you your life today. Afterwards, endless riches will be in your reach. This was equivalent to courting death to say something so disgusting before Bai Yan. However, before the woman herself could take a strike, Dragoni to the side had already jumped at the opportunity due to those words. She's fast, so fast that everyone couldn't even react. Opening her mouth just like she did during that fight a while back, She directly gobbles up the pervert without a second thought before turning back to face the one whom she calls mother. Mother. This guy has too many filths inside his body. My tummy feels very bad. Bai Yan's face went black at the sight. Sweetie, how many times have I taught you not to eat random things? You don't know what they ate growing up. Take this man for example, he's so dirty inside that your tummy is hurting again. The little missy hangs her head. I know I'm wrong now. From now on I will only kill people and not eat them. The strength of these people is too low anyways. I won't eat random people again. Watching this from the rear, the dolly baby Molly didn't think so. His big black eyes are shining with light over the girl's behavior. Master, I think Sister Dragone's eating image is very beautiful. Just like her friend, the teen Emily Shang was also making a black face. Are you sure it's beautiful and not scary? But then again, it's very like this little rascal will think anything that girl does will be beautiful. Yin yen, others say that daughters are not reliable once they grow up. I say pigs are even more unreliable. Dragony is such a nice bok choy catch. Yet she's being eyed by a pig. Molly protested right away after hearing his master's word. I am not a pig, not a pig. I only look like a pig, I am not a pig. No. Coming back to his sense from the initial shock, Wu Xiong hurries to step back to make some distance. Shaky in his voice. Your dragon's strength increased? That guy is a middle-level saint rank. Bai Yan's return for. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant just now was entirely because he thought he knew their strength, but clearly he's wrong in how easily Dragony gobbled up that guy. If she's not at least a high-level saint rank, then how can she overcome that guy so easily? I'll repeat myself. On that day, have you ever thought about the consequences? Bai Yan encroaches in on the big bulky man, her lips curving into a smirk. Each step she took was equivalent to a drum hammering at his poor heart. Wu Xiong's had fallen into a panic by now, and when he backed up he didn't even realize there are things behind himself, causing a series of crashes and wine to spill over from the table. Run! After a quick exchange between the patrons, everyone in here promptly began to flee for the outside upon realizing the spiraling situation. Surprisingly, while these cowards made a run for the door, Bai Yan remains unresponsive and never shot glance to her back. Towards this picture, Wu Xiong knew this was his only chance as well. Unfortunately him though, right as he's about to run forward as well. One step, that's all. That's when the crowd came running right back inside after they ran out. This was a huge red flag for Wu Xiong, so his feet petrified on the spot as he stared into the woman's horrific gaze. What happened? He grabs at the nosy youth's collar who first started the rowdy discussion earlier in here, showing a despairing face. A lot of monsters. There's a lot of demon monsters outside the entrance. Monsters? What are you afraid of? Is it the Fox family? Is it the Fox clan after they got wind of this woman's return and purposely came to ambush her? No. It's not the Foxes. What? Wu Xiong was stunned. If it's not he Foxes, then who can it be? Wing clan. It's those monsters from the Wing clan. There are a lot of them. They've surrounding the whole tavern. The youngster breaks into tears, crying out as he burst forth his words. He never participated in that chase, so technically this has nothing to do with him. If anything, he's regretting the part about visiting the tavern today at all just for a single drink. Damn it, why did I step out of my home today? Now my life is in the hands of these monsters. Acting like she's not seeing the grim white faces of everyone around herself, Bai Yan continues to stroll towards the big guy with an increasingly intimidating air. Looking at that cold frosty smile, Wu Xiong instinctively made a gulp. And then without anyone expecting it, plop, he actually got on his knees and begged. Oh great merciful, I won't ever have the galls to make trouble for you again. Out of consideration for my blindness, please spare me and not have that dragon eat me. Wu Xiong's not blind, nor was he dumb by any stretch of the word despite his gruffy appearance. Anyone who could make it to the middle level of the saint rank are genius among geniuses. That's why he could discern the little missy's strength was far superior to his own just based on the fact that she could eat the first man. Ignoring the sad image laid before her eyes, Bai Yan instead spoke to the youth nearby. You go to the Fox's manor. Go tell them I'm back. Huh. The young man became dumbfounded, his eyes turning left and right for confirmation from his peers. What does she mean by that? Is she letting me leave? If that's the case, then I can make a run for it. This world is so big anyways, finding another city to hide in is easy. I'm not going to die here just for the sake of this Wu Xiong. Don't think about running away. Bai Yan read through the youth's thought and chuckled at his obvious face. I'll have the Wing clan follow you with their people, so don't try anything funny if you value your life. Crying again. Yes, I will go to inform the Fox family without fail. A demon's slave 1. Once the youth in question finishes leaving the tavern, Bai Yan didn't start her carnage nor did she attack anyone. Instead, she gave them all a sweeping glance of her gaze before taking a seat on one of the cleaner chairs here and began tapping her finger on the tabletop. Those who chased me that day, who else do you remember? She asked the big guy with that unchanging smile. No answer came, only a hanging silence in the air. It's fine if you don't say just that. Lazing against the back of the chair, she stretches out her arm and pulls Dragoni over into her embrace, those fingers caressing through the girl's hair with a sly smirk. Those people of mine outside are hungry. If you're not afraid of them tearing into you to feed, then go ahead and cover for those involved. Though that remark was soft and melodic to the ear, it's the same as a death threat to Wu Xiong. Shuddering, he raises his head in horror. I'll speak. Without ado, the big guy spilled the beans on everyone he knew that was part of the chase. Thankfully his memories are good, so the names came easy. It's not like he doesn't want to resist. After all, this was the same as selling out everyone in the city, meaning a target was now firmly planted on his back from now on. Half an hour, find everyone on the list and bring them here. Don't think about escaping. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I will have ways to find and turn you to ash. Wu Xiong's heart shuddered at those words, his face white and full of despair. Great merciful, what if they won't come with me, what then? Turning sharp at the suggestion, Bai Yan had an air of dominance. It matters not if they are willing. My subordinates will follow you, and when they refuse, they will take them whether they agree or not. Your job is to lead them, and that's all you need to do. The big guy gulped at the impending event, showing a face uglier than watching his own manhood go limp. Please, lady, if I were to find them for you, can you spare this dog here? Showing contempt at this shameless bastard. First off, dogs are also an ethnic group among the demon race, so your words are not a plea to my ear, it's an insult to said dogs. Secondly, you don't have the qualification to bargain with me. Don't forget, this whole thing was caused by you. As the leader, you think I will let the mastermind go? Wu Xiong's face was now so pale that it's hard to find any traces of blood on his face. He knows Bai Yan's not going to spare him. Now the issue was, what does she plan to do with him? But, suddenly adding this in, Bai Yan's lip curved into a smirk and raised a hopeful light in the man's eye. If you can't even manage to do what I've given you, then dying will be the least of your worry. In that instant, that flare of light had died down again. Even so, Wu Xiong's not going to give up just yet. He's made it so far in life, he won't allow himself to perish so easily. Lady, I will go right away. Maybe she will at least let me live if I perform well. In a flash, the man's big hulky figure was gone and out of sight, disappearing from the eyes of the patrons left in this tavern. Lady, everything was orchestrated by Wu Xiong. We here did nothing, so can we leave? One of the braver patrons decides to ask after losing their nerve and patient. A demon's slave too. Do you really expect me to believe your hands are clean and abstain of blood? After the demon realm seal was lifted, the amount of battles between human and demons are endless here in the border. The heart of these patrons quivered, unsure of what Bai Yan was implying by that. The demons are filthy, dirty monsters. What's wrong with us killing said monsters? What's more, most of those demons would commit suicide as soon as they are captured. Even if our hands are stained with blood, what does their death have to do with us? Despite their inner protest, none of them dared to say it aloud, only hanging their head low and avoiding eye contact. Fully aware of the discontent of everyone, Bai Yan slowly gets up from the chair and stood before them all, her face cold and daring. Unfortunately, I am a woman that doesn't like others touching my things. All the demons in this world are my subordinate. Since Ditsong is busy preparing for war with those in the celestial realm and can't pay attention to these minor details along the border, I naturally have to the duty to handle these things for him. Stunned looks were aplenty among them all, their eyes full of shock when staring at Bai Yan's figure. Why is that name so familiar? And what did she say? Going to war with the celestial realm? Quit joking. What sort of place is the celestial realm? Nothing but a measly group of monsters. How can they even dare to fight those divinities up there? Then, lady, what do we have to do to make you let us go? A man in a linen-colored robe asks with a stuttering voice. For this individual, he doesn't care what happens between the two realms. He only wants to know if his life could be saved today. It's not impossible to let you live. Whatever you owe the demon race will be repaid using your own life as slaves. For generations and forever, you and your descendants will never escape that debt. A debt must be repaid, and a blood debt must be repaid with blood or life. In Bai Yan's view, the entirety of the demon race are her subordinates. If they commit a wrong, then it's her right and duty to punish them, but others are not permitted to touch them unless she allows it. What's more, it's undeniable that she holds partial responsibility for the perished demons here at the border. They died while fighting for the sake of the demon realm, and it's her careless remark to Deetsong who started the whole war. Oh lady, you might as well just kill me then. The linen-robed man made a crying face. Be slaves to the demon race, and my descendants as well? She might as well just outright kill me, that way I will be happier. Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yan arches a brow. Dragoni, is the man you swallowed still alive in your belly? Ugh, hi. Blinking her eyes in confusion over the sudden inquiry, Dragoni answers honestly without any forethought on how terrifying her words were. Yes mother, he is still alive. Without anyone helping me, I have only digested his leg. Can you spit him out? Bai Yin asked. She's an obedient and good child. Using action to show this, the little missy's mouth slowly grew larger and larger until it's big enough to cover her whole body. Then with saliva and blood, the perverted man from before was spat out in one single throw-up. In this second, not a single thing dared to move. It's so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. The reasoning? It's because the perverted man from before was now laid before their eyes, and just like the little missy said, only the leg was digested and those sparkling white bones were free for all to see. As for the distorted face of pain and agony from the man, nobody wanted to look at it because the corrosive green liquid had eaten through the outer skin, so only the flesh and veins were showing now. This man, is he actually alive? A demon's slave 3. Unable to bear it anymore, the patrons all turned their heads away, not willing to spare another glance at the partially digested man. However, the faint melodic voice of their worst nightmare wasn't going to let them do that. When Bai Yin spoke again, almost everyone jolted in some way over her voice. Dragoni, this man is too filthy with all those polluted elements in his body. Now is good, there's so many people here in this tavern for you to enjoy. This time that linen-robed man who wanted to plead for his life was now openly sobbing in tears. Lady, I'm only joking. A slave? Those from the celestial realm aren't taking us as people anyways, being a slave is no different. Please don't let her eat me. What's there to fear in death? Nothing, only a split moment of pain before it's over. But going in this fashion, being slowly digested and corroded alive? That's too much to take. This person just couldn't accept such a fate. Dragoni unfortunately didn't understand Bai Yen was only using her as an intimidation, so her outburst was that of grievance and unwilling. Mother, I won't eat this man since he's going to be your slave, but can I eat the others here? I've been hungry for so many days already. Didn't that Grandpa Fei feed you while I was in closed-door training? She asks with a warm and kind face, totally different from when confronting these other humans. The little dragoness shakes her head pitiably. Be good, we will get you whatever you like once we are done here. Giving the young missy a rub on the head, her attention promptly swept back to her targets. As for these people, you can go ahead and eat anyone who disobeys, no need to spit them back out. The tavern patrons all shuddered for the umpteenth time today. They all had a dreaded look on their faces, which quickly changed to despairing acceptance once they finally looked down to the wriggling mass of flesh and bone on the floorboard. Mistress, I am willing to be your slave, please spare me. Well, I don't want to be this little girl's food. I'm very good. Please don't let her eat me. Whatever resistance they had was now gone, their willpower shattered from the repeated blows of shock and great scare. This method of death, it's too cruel. No, Bai Yen faintly chuckles at their misconception. Your mistress and master aren't going to be me, it's the demons as a whole. You lot are going to serve them all for the rest of your lives. This world has always followed the natural order of strong eating the weak. Back then demons are inferior to humanity, so they could only be hunted for their skin, core, and flesh in exchange for material wealth. Well, now things have changed and it's time she got things in order to balance the unequal exchange. Mother. The little Missy timely tugs at her sleeve, those eyes bright and worried. Don't be sad, mother. I will help you protect the demons of this world. Moved by how filial her goddaughter was, Bai Yin couldn't help but give the girl's cheek a pinch to show how much she adores this appearance from Dragoni. A demon slave for. Okay. In this life, the only one she personally took action to kill was that snake and the first elder's goddaughter. And that's only because both women wanted to either do her son harm or frame herself. As for those ancient creatures inside the holy domain, they're nothing but illusions created by the great being who first managed to construct the secluded dimension. Pity though, these humans are different from herself. They never showed mercy to the demons, only greed for material wealth when hunting others, and that's something she already confirmed by tasking Fei Yi to probe the reasoning for the main conflict here in the border city. Dragoni, I remember there is another kind of contract between humans and demons, that is the anti-contract, correct? It's true human beings are able to contract various demons through a forceful ritual, but it also means it could work vice versa. The only real prerequisite was to have the demon be stronger than said human during the process, hence the common practice of the one commanding the ritual to always be stronger. Curling those little brows, Dragoni muses for a moment before answering. I've just searched through my memories. I think there is such a contract, mother. Good then. Bai Yin pleasantly smiles. Go ahead and use the anti-contract on these people. I want them to be the demon's servant for the rest of their lives. The people in the pub were appalled by the demand. They originally thought their enslavement only meant servitude like a lord to a subordinate, not something drastic like becoming a demon's familiar. Yin contracts are divided into 3 types: equality, servitude, and slavery. Mo Lishang decides to join in to offer his insight. Equality is of course when both sides enter into a mutual contract on fair terms. Such a binding will do nothing but deeply bound both parties together through this method. As for the servant type, it's the more commonly used one when someone wants to make another bound to them. However, once the master's soul is destroyed, the servant in question will also die. Bai Yin didn't question the authenticity of that knowledge. She and Ditsong are also in a contract, the equality type, while Tsing-yi and Little Rice are in the secondary kind of servitude. As for the last slave type, it's the harshest of them all. Whatever the master says, the slave must obey the order to the teeth. If defied, the pain they would experience is worse than death itself, or so that's what they say. Mo Lishang then casts his examining gaze across these people, that face showing no pity. I believe the slave type is perfect for this bunch. After all, they've killed so many already, so it's only right they pay for their crimes. Back when he didn't have Piggy Molly by his side, the teen himself never felt much from seeing the death of demons, but that's changed through the relationship he shared with the little rascal. He wants equal treatment for his friend. Whether it be demons or humans, everything must be fair. Finding there are no reaction from the bunch yet, Bai Yin decides to give them a shove. Now make your choice. Become Dragoni's slave, or do you wish to take a swim in her stomach? Take a swim in her stomach? Scared out of their wits, the first of them starts to cave. Great lady, I'll be a slave, please don't have me go swim in her stomach. Mother, there's a psycho here, one. Good. Pleased by the answer, Bai Yin didn't make it hard for them anymore. Now I will have my daughter anti-contract you guys. Whoever disobeys and fail to complete the ritual will not be given another chance. In this city, there will only be 2 types of people, one that is enslaved by demons, the second being dead ones. Her statement was sundering, causing the patrons here to tremble profusely in anticipation for their dreaded future. Then without any warning, a humongous force comes slamming down from above, netting them all and binding their souls to the spot. Many inherently wanted to resist, but the invisible hand had gripped onto their neck and making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, this uncomfortable sensation passed quickly. Half a ring later, the invisible force had gone away, leaving only their souls deeply marked with a sigil and never to be erased. Mother, it worked. Dragoni happily confirms her success by throwing those arms around the woman's leg. These people are my slaves now. Well done. Bai Yin answers that glee with a pat of the head. After we are done here, I will reward you with a hearty meal tonight. Is it made by mother? The little missy asks with hopeful light in those blinking eyes. Bai Yin nods with a smile and garners a burst of giggling joy from her daughter. Brother Highness said mother's cooking is the best, better than those chefs at the restaurant, but because he said it's too hard on mother that he doesn't ask for it every day. Warmed by that little bit of knowledge, Bai Yin didn't question the authenticity of those words. After all, the little steam bun has always been the lovable son that she loves. In her view, the greatest thing to happen to her was to give birth to the boy. Lady, we've all listened to your demand, can we leave now? The one speaking showed a flattering face with no hint of deception. However, Bai Yan's cold returning stare had scared him so hard that he immediately shuts up. The good show isn't even here yet, what's the rush? Let's wait until the curtain is drawn first, it won't be too late then. For those listening, they have an aching suspicion today's going to be a bloody one. Center of the border city, Fox Manor. At this moment a young-looking man has been pacing back and forth between the front gate, his face showing tension and unease. What do you want? Suddenly a loud bark came from within the estate, scaring the frightened lad into a jolting jump. He didn't reply to that question, of course. Instead he turns to sneak a glance at the Wing clan members hiding in a corner of the street before turning back to the guards. Nothing but a human, how dare you flaunt yourself before the fox's home? Cold in their face, one of the more daring of the guards had drawn his blade and placed it on the lad's neck. Speak, who sent you? Pale in the face, the youngster squirms with his leg before responding. I'm here to seek an audience with Hu Budway, or Hu Mei will do too. Snickering at that pompous demand. Humans and demons are fire and water, who do you think you are to make such a demand? But since you are here already, you can forget about leaving. Mother, there's a psycho here too. Swoosh. Holding it high, the guard ruthlessly slashes down. Wait. In his panic, the youth crumbles to the floor and lands but first there, urinating his pants in the process. It's Wu Xiong who tasked me to come. He said he's caught the woman. Thankfully his fate wasn't meant to end today. Right as the blades about make contact to his head, a charming cheer of a voice comes jaunting over. Hold it. Wearing a long pink dress, this lady had the most mesmerizing charm of a seductress. I'm saved, the young lad thought, both fearing and relieved of this woman's entry. Truth was, he had originally wanted to say it was Bai Yin who sent him here, but upon realizing the folly of that answer, he swiftly changed it to the big bulky man's name instead. Who would willingly walk into a trap? No one, that's who, not those clever enough anyways. The woman you're talking about, is she dressed in red and is surrounded by a little dragon girl? Gently frowning, Hu Mei asks with a low voice. Yes, it's her. He nods in a hurry. The woman isn't dead after entering the demonic mountain range? The fox lady's heart sank at the thought and causes her hand to reach for the jade pendant around the waist. She may have been lucky enough to come out of the mountains, but as soon as she did so, Wu Xiong had captured her after his men became aware. Suspicious in the face, Hu Mei tries testing the young lad by poking at his story. I remember Wu Xiong is not her opponent, how did he capture her in the first place? Despite hearing his heart smashing into a puddle, the young man didn't crack and hurried to explain. That woman may have survived the ordeal, but she sustained some serious injuries. That's why Wu Xiong was able to take advantage of the situation and capture her. I'm here to inform the Fox clan this news at his order. Pleased by the story, the lady smiles wildly and shot down any suspicion she had earlier. Very well, I will go with you to meet Wu Xiong then. Having said that, Hu Mei turns and orders the men behind herself. Go inform my father of the news. I will go ahead and inspect that woman first. That's not a careless remark either. It's an indirect warning to the young man that her father will also be coming, so don't try anything. Yes, milady. The guard respectfully complies and went inside. Lead the way, we're going to see that woman. Okay. One couldn't even begin to describe the joy felt in the frightened lad's heart. However, he also knows better than to show his true feelings right now. As for Hu Mei, she's still blissfully oblivious to the disaster awaiting her at the tavern. In the fox lady's mind, she's still calculating on how to torture Bai Yin and rip the secrets from her mouth. Study room. Sitting in front of his desk, Hu Budwei was flipping through the books with a furrowed forehead. He doesn't understand it himself, but he's got a strange sensation that something huge was going to take place in the coming days. Ah! It's then one of the maidservants carelessly knocked down one of the books from the shelf and exclaims from the mistake, "Mother, there's a psycho here." 3. Heavy in his mood, Hu Budwei snaps with irate eyes. "What good do I have for a maid if you can't even do a simple little thing like that?" Going white in the face, the maidservant dropped whatever she was cleaning and turned the effort into a desperate bang of the head for mercy. "Milord, please spare me, I know my wrong. Please give me one more chance. I'll do it properly from now on." Waving dismissively at this, the fox chief didn't need to do anything else after that because the guard outside knew better than to allow this farce to continue. Truth was, this man hadn't always been this harsh to his own housemates. Just that. He's not sure why either, but lately his mood's been getting worse and worse, so any mistake from the servants would trigger his ire. Alone after the maid's been dragged away, Hu Budwei didn't know what else to do. The room's eerily quiet after his outburst, and that's when his eyes fell upon the distracting slip of paper sticking out of the pile of books. Picking it up from the floor, his eyes widened in horror because the picture portrayed on there was the very pendant displayed by Yan on that day. Snap! I remember now, I remember where I saw that woman's jade pendant. Not long ago, the king sent people to pass him a letter with this very picture. The contents were a message to all important individuals about the queen's identity and her identification trinket. But that day he's already decided to come to this border city, hence his reasoning for tossing the material aside for later memorization. However, that plan became lost the following day due to unplanned events. It's no secret the Fox clan, including its branches, are all very strong demons due to its relation to the royal family. Unfortunately, that doesn't help in any way regarding their fatal weakness of having short memories. So when shown this picture of Yan's pendant again, Hu Budwei's head flew into a despairing outburst of despair and rage. "Someone come, bring the second miss to me this instant." A guard outside comes in a hurry again and kneels in respect. "Chief, the miss went out already." "I don't care where she went, go get her right now." He snaps in fury. Hu Mei was his second daughter, and also his pride. That's why he never questioned her made-up story. Now to be thrown the truth of pure deceit and treachery, it's unforgivable in his eyes because it's no longer a simple little mistake of trying to seduce Deetsong anymore. It's harming and attacking the royal family. "Chief!" The guard shivers in fear, not knowing why the fox chief was so outraged. Just now a man claiming to be Wu Xiong's people had come to pass a message. He said the woman from the dispute the other month has been captured, and is requesting the lady and your attendance over on his end. Bang! Losing his balance, Hu Budwei completely knocks over the stuff on the table, clenching his fist tightly. "That damn girl went where? Go gather everyone this instant. We need to bring her back. She mustn't make any more mistakes. Otherwise, no one will be able to save us anymore." After dropping this order down, the fox chief didn't waste another second and practically threw himself out the door, his face full of unease for what's to come. "Mother, there's a psycho here for..." At the same time while all of this took place, Yu Xiong the eagle chief had been in the middle of looking out at the streets from a restaurant, his eyes seemingly contemplating something in his mind. Then suddenly, the door to his room were pushed open and in came an especially scrawny yet tall-looking man. Kneeling there. "Eagle Chief, I came to inform you there's movement at the Fox's Manor." Yu Xiong's pricks his brow. "What happened? Speak now." "Just earlier someone went to find Hu Mei, saying they've caught the woman from a month ago, who fled into the demonic mountain range. She's currently rushing over to verify the truth of that news." "The mountains? Isn't this stretch of the mountains the territory of the Wing clan?" Musing over that knowledge, he paces back and forth a bit before speaking again. "I just saw a lot of the Wing clan members coming through in the city. Can it be? It's related to the queen?" "There's no mistake, it's very likely they're talking about the queen. Go." All serious in his face, the eagle chief was rearing to get into the action. "We're leaving now. The queen is waiting for us." "Yes, eagle chief." Since the Wing clan was ranked among one of the strongest ethnic races in the demon realm, similar to the Dragon clan, it's bound to raise some ruckus when they made a move today. The demons in the border city were quick to pick up on this, of course. That's why they sent their own spies to investigate the matter. However, before they could get a proper answer from their own men, the eagles also began to move. Now that's a huge red flag for the rest of the demon clans, and they could smell the unusual air even from afar. To be perfectly clear, the humans living in this border city were nothing compared to the number of demon forces amassed at the surrounding lands. The only reason the residences here in this place could remain unharmed to this date was much thanks to the insignificant nature of this settlement. It's crummy, a backwater that yielded no worth for conquest. Now imagine a force easily able to trample them into the dirt appearing from out of nowhere and from all directions. It's not hard to picture the level of unease and fear felt by the clueless humans. Is this the power of the demon realm? Why did they never show any sign of having this many in the region? They could have long conquered this city. Why now? Why so sudden? While things were moving away from her visible view, Humei had just arrived outside the tavern indicated by the young man. But before she stepped inside, her eyes subconsciously looked up to the big blue sky without reason. "Miss Humei, what's the matter?" asked the young lad, shaking her head. "Nothing, let's go in." "Is it my illusion? Why does it feel so oppressive all of a sudden, like there's no light in the sky at all? Maybe I'm overthinking this." Shaking away the silly thought, Humei no longer dwelled on the matter and pushed open the door. The second she stepped inside, what welcomed here wasn't the image of a female bound by ropes. Rather, it's a bunch of men kneeling on the floor with a single female in red standing at the back of the establishment. "Mother, there's a psycho here, 5. Was it nice trying to kill me that day?" Bai Yin asks with a heavy smirk. Humei's face went greatly white. Turning to the young man, she grits her teeth in rage. "Did you not say this woman was caught by Wu Xiong? How dare you deceive me?" Ignoring the death glare, the person instead hanged his head low and walked over to Bai Yan's side for safety. "If I didn't say it like that, would you have come? You?" Steaming red in the face, she turns back to the mastermind in question. "If my father can chase you till you're fleeing into the mountains that day, he can do it again today." That made Bai Yan burst out laughing this time. "Your words. Wu Xiong also said the exact same thing earlier, and look, isn't he kneeling there begging for mercy now?" "Wu Xiong," the fox snarled. "He is only a mid-level saint rank. In comparison to my father, he's nothing. But if you are willing to give me that jade pendant in your hand, then I can consider sparing your life. As long as there's no pendant, then it's pointless if she claims to be the king's savior. There's no proof, so no one's going to believe her." Bai Yin could care less about why this deceitful fox wanted to eye her jade pendant. However, it did raise her intrigue. Raising a brow, her shallow smile beamed with cunning glee. "Give you my jade pendant? That's not impossible. If you come over here in person, then I'll give it to you." That immediately rouses a huffing grunt from the fox. Is this woman taking me as a stupid fool? I'm obviously not her opponent. If I go over there, then it's no different from going to my doom. "Great lady, mistress." A middle-aged man snails forward and shows an ugly-ass smile in front of Bai Yan's feet. "This bitch is too impudent. Please let this incompetent one here a chance to subdue her." That smart move from the individual instantly earned him a series of angry glares from the rest in the back. They knew being opportunistic here was the smartest move to go, and it's been taken by this one and leaving them all behind. Humei, on the other hand, was stunned, as well as the young man who brought her here. They're both having a hard time believing their own ears. "Great lady. Little mistress? What the heck is going on?" "Song Mu," the young man quivered, asking the peer beside himself for some answers. "What's going on here? Why are you calling her and the girl that?" "Oh, the great lady name is because of Wu Xiong, he called it first. As for little mistress," the person who was asked evokes a flattering smile when facing Dragony. "We have all become slaves to the Great One through the anti-contract ritual. From now on we will use our remaining lives to service the demon race in order to earn forgiveness." The young man just gawked, his mouth wide open, staring at thin air for a good while before coming back to his senses. Then, without any indication, he throws himself at the little missy's leg and holds it tightly. "Little mistress, please contract me as well. I don't want to be a special existence. This group of bastards is obviously doing it for the sake of their life. If I want to live, then I must do the same." Dragony, on the other hand, didn't reciprocate to that suddenest clinginess very well at all. Jumping backwards, the little missy's face was full of panic. Mother, there's a psychotic pervert here. Little mistress, please have some mercy and contract me. I really don't want to die. Get away from me. With extreme fear, she directly stomps the young man away and hid behind Bai Yan's body, her face all aggrieved and puffing like a little child. Mother, there's a psycho here. 6. Mother, these humans are so scary. This is the first time I met someone who will cry to be our slave. Is he crazy? Caressing her chin, Bai Yan had to wonder the same thing. I speculate he is. Don't worry about it. Okay, sweetie, just keep away from this sort of people lest they infect you. Okay, I'll listen to you, mother, and stay away from this guy. The casual conversation between the girls only made the young man even more anxious. He's too afraid they would kill him right after they're done with him. Hu Mei, on the other hand, was infuriated by the picture. Biting her lower lip, that body shakes uncontrollably due to the broiling emotion. Father tried for so many months and can't get these stubborn humans to surrender. Yet this filthy witch can make them submit after she spent how long here? Numerous ideas and schemes flickered through the fox lady's mind, but in the end the only thought that won out was to flee. She's not delusional. Hu Mei knows the tide has changed and it's Bai Yan who holds all the cards, or at least until her father arrives. Are you thinking about how to delay until your father comes? Getting into a lazy posture, a sly smile creeps into Bai Yan's face. But since I dare to come back, it means that your fox family can no longer threaten me. Sweetie. That one cry was all that's need to summon the little missy, who was still acting all fearful mere seconds ago. But instead of a frightened face, Dragony had on an angry face as she shot death glares over to the fox lady standing at the doorway. You evil woman tried to hurt my mother. I'm going to kill you today. Mother said I can't eat people carelessly, so killing her shouldn't be a violation of that rule. Increasing her momentum, a huge gust of wind began erupting out of that tiny body, causing some of the less sturdy to tumble backwards. Among them were the young man who had just returned. He's shocked and astounded by Dragony's immense aura, which directly causes him to make a heavy gulp and thought, I got lucky, she clearly just kicked me and I'm alive still. You. Hu Mei's eyes stared out in disbelief. High-level saint rank? You are a high-level saint rank. Damn it, this dragon girl actually made such huge advances in a measly short month. No wonder she dared to come back. It's all because of this girl. I'm going to kill you. Dragony began to close the distance with each encroaching step. Under that oppressive air, the fox lady fearfully stepped back as well. Daughter of dragons, as a demon, why are you aiding this human? Don't forget, I am a fox, a being related to the royal family. If you harm me, then the palace won't let you go. Even if her branch has been expelled from the palace and driven to this backwater of a city, she's still certain the palace won't take this transgression lying down. After all, Deetsong's a fox and she too was a fox. That's a fact and not a whimsical delusion. Of course, pretending to be the king's savior also helped in her ego here, so that too. Acting like she's deaf to the threat from the other end, the little missy huffs a snort and began to release her might in full, shrouding and crushing the fox in suffocating agony. Sure enough, Hu Mei couldn't take the force and spews blood from her mouth, turning pale white as well in the process. Stop this. If you kill me, then you will become the enemy of the entire demon realm. By then you won't have a good ending either from the endless pursuit. Hu Mei screeches, nearly falling to her knees this time around. For those who are still clueless to Bai Yan's identity, mainly those humans kneeling on the floorboard, they definitely got their wits rattled by that comment. It's true Hu Budwei was very high up there within the Fox clan. That's why it's possible for what she said to come true. And as slaves to this little missy, it's absolutely within reason they too would be executed by whatever hordes of demon that would come. Welcome the queen one. Mother. First giving the fox a look, then back at Bai Yan. Can I rip this woman's mouth apart? She dares to threaten you and I don't like that. Leaning back against the chair again, Bai Yan crosses her leg lazily. If it makes you happy, sweetie. Blooming into a brilliant smile upon getting permission, Dragony's eyes were innocent and lovely. However, to Hu Mei, who's about to feel the full wrath of that might, it's akin to a true monster grinning at herself, ready to tear into her flesh and devour her soul. Boom! It's then, without indication, the door to the tavern were blown apart and the resulting force nearly sent the fox lady flying forward. Fortunately her balance was good and she didn't completely hit the ground. Even so, the stinging pain on her back had caused her face to twist in frustration when turning around. Uncle Yu, you're here. This woman is going to kill me, you have to save me. Whatever negative feelings she had quickly changed to joy once she recognizes who had come. There's also another senior who came with Yu Xiong, Eagle Chief. But since the lady was so focused on the Eagle Man, she didn't pay the other unfamiliar individual any heed. You are Hu Budwei's daughter, Hu Mei? Oddly enough, the Eagle Chief didn't respond in the way that she expected and acted like they never met. What does Yu Xiong mean by that? It wasn't all that long ago when we last met, why doesn't he recognize me? Hu Mei thought, a tinge of panic starting to fill those foxy eyes. Uncle Yu, I am Mayor. The fox lady forces a smile before coldly sweeping her gaze over to Bai Yan. Do you remember the jade pendant we talked about? This woman, this deceitful witch, somehow forged a copy of it and is now flaunting it around in the public. Jade pendant. The Eagle Chief makes inexplicable frown. Under normal circumstances, Hu Mei would surely have caught on to the strange behavior from the other man. But since she's so overwhelmed with anger, any key details had become blind to her eyes. That's right. She found out about my encounter with the king, and is trying to impersonate as His Majesty's benefactor. Now she's using that forgery to tell the world it's hers, and wants to seduce our amazing and wonderful king. Uncle Yu, such a woman mustn't be allowed to live. Just the thought of the jade pendant being in Bai Yan's hand would drive this fox lady nuts. Borderline insanity at this point. Nothing but a human woman. What right and qualification does she have to be the king's benefactor? I deserve it. Me. It should be me. Yu Xiong's expression grew even more surprised now, like he's oblivious to what Hu Mei's talking about. A humph. The random old man next to him makes a cough. Yu Xiong, when did your clan start to socialize with the Foxy family here? And what's the deal with the jade pendant and being the king's benefactor? What's this all about? The old senior's aggressive gaze then swept over to the fox lady, that face growing dark and threatening. This woman really has some gals to forge the queen's very own identification token. Does she take the world as fools and